Writing is on the wall. Unleash a million faces and watch them one by one they fall. Black-hearted evil, brave-hearted hero. I am all of, I am all I am. Can you see all of me? Walking
Good evening, boys, girls, and MBs of all shapes, sizes, colors, and orientations. Welcome to the one and only Alec Gunter stream. My name is Alec Gunter. I will be your host this evening, as always, as with every evening that we stream, or morning, or afternoon, or otherwise. I'm here multiple times of the day because I don't have a set schedule, even though I probably should, but that's beside the point. Welcome in, everybody. Good to have you here. We have an exciting debate panel tonight, featuring Dylan Burns, critically thinking veteran, and some other debate panelists that would like to join us. So it's going to be a great time. Welcome in, welcome in. Reminder that we do have site chat on the screen, so if you would like to be on site chat, that's alecgunter.com/live, alecgunter.com/live, or you can just type /site in the chat. It'll do all the work for you. It's pretty cool. But yeah, we're going to have a fun time tonight. I am going to... Now, the debate does not... The panel does not start for like another 2 hours. If you are here for the panel, come back in 2 hours. But, in the meantime, I will be doing a kind of a mock panel, just to practice, just to get the gears grinding, right? And, you know... I'm just going to be pulling people up from the audience in Platinum Politics server. So if you would like to join in on the conversation, if you type /debate in the chat, here, I'll put it on the screen as well, /debate, /debate, perfect. Okay, if you type /debate in the chat, or exclamation debate, not /debate, sorry, exclamation debate, also exclamation site, just so you know. But exclamation debate will take you to the Platinum Politics server, and then you will be able to hop into this channel that we're in and debate with us. But first, quick update. 2 updates, I guess. I made a hat. It does not fit me. I was just bored while at a family gathering. I got a little bored, and so I decided to make this hat. It does not fit, as you can see. It, like, barely actually fits over my skull. I guess it could work, but, like, not really. But, it doesn't even look good like this. It only looks good if you fold it up like this. So I decided it's going to be for one of my nephews. So they get a free hat. Because I was bored and decided to make a hat. I'm going to make more hats from the store today. These are new colors that I have not bought before because I've never seen them before. It's pretty sick. So, because I like making hats, as it turns out. They're very simple. They're very fun and easy. And then I am also working on the Snorlax still. Well, not finish, but I did get the base of the head done. It's going to go on like this. This is a big boy, by the way. Very heavy as well. It's going to go on like this. But I am waiting for a larger needle to come in because the needles that I have are not quite large enough for this yarn. So I need a bigger needle, and then it's going to look like that. Beige pattern on the face and the belly. Give him some arms and legs, and he'll be good to go. So, with all that being said, I did tell people in the Platinum Politics server that I would start pulling people up to talk. So I'm going to be doing that. Oh yeah, one thing I got to do real quick. Sorry, hold on. Gotta at debate ping. All right, I think we're all set. Would you suggest crocheting as a hobby? I'm considering making my mom teach me. It is so fun to do. Like, all you gotta do... Here. Once you learn... and you take the time to practice and get good at it, it's like one of the most fun hobbies, in my opinion, that you can have. And also you can make a little money on the side with it. Don't expect anything crazy though, because I have seen people way undersell their products. Like they sell them for crazy cheap prices. But you got your basic, you know, it depends on what you want to crochet, but once you learn the magic ring for amigurumi, the sky's the limit. This is your beginning, this is your base, this is your everything. This is your singularity point right here. And we just begin the circle. 1, 2, 3, 4 into the magic ring. 5, 6. And then I like to go up to 8 sometimes, because with this kind of yarn, if you don't go up to 8, it'll leave a little point, and I don't like that. Like, you can see on the hat that I made, it left a little point. So we got 8, and then we just keep going. 1, and then we double crochet, well, not double crochet, sorry. You increase into each of these, and then that gives you 16 on the outside. So I'll show you that real quick, and then we'll get started. Just so we can get some size going, so you can see what we're going with here. And I'll probably be doing this while I'm talking to these guys too. And so we're gonna have 16 after this. This is nice. You should do more of this content. You are better at it. Well, that's not very nice. 9. I feel like I'm pretty good at politics content. Political entertainment. From a progressive perspective. Me, the Alec Gunter experience. Political entertainer. 13. 14. 16. Boom. Now we got a little bit of a... It's a circle, but it's also kind of an octagon. Enough. And from there... That's your beginning. That's your everything. That's the top of the hat right there. You'll also want to use a stitch marker probably, especially with yarn like this where it's hard to see the stitches. Stitch marker is important, especially when you're first getting started. It's like a seatbelt. Making sure that you have all the rows correct. Don't be a perfectionist, though. It's the best advice I can give. I would love to make a plush of my OCs and stuff. Oh, it's so fun. Once you learn how to make a ball. Once you learn how to make a ball, then you can learn how to make a cylinder, which is just a longer ball. You can learn how to make pillows like that, you know, nice pillows. It's just a matter of, like, amigurumi is almost all single crochets. There are exceptions, but for the most part, you will be working single crochets, and that's about it. Unless you want to add, like, fancy details. Amigurumi, once you learn the magic ring, is very easy. Straight up Tucker Carlson from Crossfire. It's fine if you like the crochet content better, by the way. I bet your needle is huge already. Mischief, chill. What is happening in this chat? Alright, pause the music. Alright, we gotta get started in here. You guys here? And then I'll make myself a little smaller just because you will also get to see me up there. Logic capture. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Hello, hello. Welcome in, everybody. Good to have you all here. I'm sure you're wondering why I've gathered you all here today. Well, wonder no longer. I will be. So as I said in the announcement, tonight is the first Platinum Brawl. The first Platinum Brawl debate panel. It will be starting in approximately 1 hour and 38 minutes. I think that we're going to get started just a teensy bit late because our host Mace will need to have some time to get settled after he's done with work. So, in the meantime, what we're going to be doing is I want to pull people up specifically for immigration. If there is anybody here who would like to discuss immigration with me or has thoughts on immigration or ICE at all, go ahead and raise your hand. I'll be pretty loosey-goosey about it at first. We'll see who wants to discuss specifically immigration and ICE. Okay, we got Chainsaw Chimera. I know he's anti-ICE. So anybody else who is pro-ICE or not necessarily anti-immigration, but like thinks immigration's a concern, we're looking for you guys. If not, I'll just start taking people who want to discuss, you know, other such topics.
Hello.
Hello, Chainsaw Chimera. How are you?
Pretty good yourself.
Doing all right. So, what are your thoughts on immigration and or ICE?
All right. So, like I said, fuck ICE. I think I've mentioned this before. As for immigration, I'm fine with immigration. I don't really see a problem in it. I mean, even illegal immigration is not as big of a problem as people make it out to be. I'm all for monitoring borders and making sure everyone in the country is, you know, safe, as well as the people coming to the country are safe and doing whatever we can to stop criminal elements. With that said, there's a difference between trying to stop criminal elements and then claiming that everyone who's a migrant, legal or not, has the high propensity to be criminals when they're not. Like, we know from stats that immigrants are less likely to commit violent crimes, to commit property crimes, and that they're more likely to help boost economies than they are to destroy them. So there's that, and also the practical portion of the whole 14th Amendment thing, which isn't just about the criminal. Oh my God, I can't believe I said that. Which isn't just about immigrants, it's about the people in the country. So that's how I see it.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Chainsaw Chimera. Deadmau7, would you like to go ahead and give us your thoughts?
Yeah, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I just connected my mic in. The thing is, well, I'm not American. I'm from Britain, and the thing is, I don't actually know much about ICE, like that much. I mean, the only thing that I kind of know is like what you see on either mainstream media or like Reddit or Twitter or whatever. But really similar to what Chainsaw just said, I agree with like the principle of what ICE is essentially. Like you need some sort of border security, especially to both safeguard your own citizens and to reduce illegal immigration. But however, the other point where he said was where he said ICE was probably taking it too far. That I'm not actually sure of how far is it actually going. So is it like there's no judicial control over ICE, or should there be any restrictions in it, or should there be better training? Like what's exactly going on, or is it violating the constitution? Something like that. So I was just kind of curious about that. That was it.
Yeah, so right now what ICE is doing is basically anti-constitutional. The Trump administration is allowing ICE to basically go after people without their civil liberties in check. The 14th Amendment is about due process. So that's one of the amendments that has been basically shot almost as much as the people that ICE are shooting. What else? ICE is allowed to racially profile people, and the Supreme Court has given them leeway to do so. ICE is going after people, are going into people's houses without warrants. You need warrants in order to go into people's houses. Um, and they're basically being protected by the presidential administration without any kind of investigation. The Alex Good, I mean the Alex Preddy and Renee Good cases are big examples where the president, the administration, and Christy Nome at the time, who has since been fired, thank God, um, they basically said that they weren't going to investigate any kind of misconduct or wrongdoing. So we have all these examples of ICE overstepping the bounds of the law, and at the end of the day, they're still not even doing a good job, even if they're even in the scope of the authoritarian regime, they're not doing their job well. Most of the people that they are going after are either law abiding citizens or are either illegal immigrants that haven't committed any serious crimes. In previous years, under the Obama administration and the Biden administration, ICE was able to go after more people who were actually criminals, who actually posed a threat to not only other immigrants, but obviously to native born citizens. But Trump's administration has not done that. Only 5% of all the people, of all the detainments, of all the deportees were actual, dangerous criminals. Another,
Okay,
what is it, 75% haven't.
real quick, I'm going to let you respond, and then I want to let Juno jump in.
Yeah, of course. Thanks a lot, mate. But correct me if I'm wrong here, but when you talk about the 14th Amendment, can't the 14th Amendment technically be nullified by a new amendment uh, if Congress rules it? And
It
didn't
has to
Congress
be a,
technically
oh, sorry.
already rule that? Because
Let him finish.
the Congress is right now Republican, isn't it? Because the popular vote. Correct me if I'm wrong there, but I'm certain that Congress right now is Republican. So didn't they already pass some sort of legislation for this anyway? So thereby, in a time of emergency, the actions of ICE, even though morally wrong, still legally should be fine. And the second thing is as well, where you talked about, ICE is just hunting out illegal immigrants in general, and not the ones who are a threat to the American people. I'd ask you, if you're already an illegal citizen, are you not technically a threat to the country, because you jumped over, or you crossed the border illegally, thereby you violated, both the sovereignty of the United States, and you also, forgive me, but you've also committed a federal crime by entering the country illegally. Thereby, are you not also sorry, are you not technically a threat to society by itself? So thereby, aren't they fully justified in getting as many illegal immigrants out, no matter their circumstance or situation, because of how they got it in the first place? By the legal definition, they are still a threat.
Okay,
So I
Chainsaw, hold
want
on,
to
hold on,
tackle
hold
the
on, hold on. Chainsaw Chimera, you can respond to that. I do want to let Juno get in first. All right, Juno, go ahead, and if you'd like, you can introduce yourself and then give us your position.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Hello,
Hello?
hello, we hear you.
Can
Hello.
you hear me?
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
it's really
Good.
like low, mate. But yeah.
Sorry about that. So like the question is whether or not ICE in of itself is good, or is that it's should be a
Could be what?
what is the overall question about ICE?
Well, it's right now. It's just open discussion about ICE immigration. You can give your thoughts on it. If you want my thoughts, I want ICE to be abolished. I want the Department of Homeland Security to be abolished. I want it to go back to the way it was before 9/11.
You want the okay. So when brought up the issues with ICE, it sounds more of an indictment of the people who run ICE rather than the program itself. You know, the wielder of the hammer. I am appalled by the current actions of ICE and people within of it, but I can't say that if it were a Biden or Harris presidency that any of this would have happened from ICE. I believe that it's more or less just an indictment on who runs the government currently. So like
Sorry.
it's neither bad nor good. It just is. Like most tools.
Okay, Chainsaw Chimera, you want to respond?
Yeah, I wanted to respond to Dead Mouse's questions.
you may
I
do
believe
that.
I believe the first one was about Congress and the 14th Amendment and whether or not they have the power to ratify it.
And we're back to
So
open
first,
discussion, by the way.
oh, okay. So first, I want to preface this by saying that if they could have ratified it, they would have already ratified it, obviously. But here's the thing: for amendments to get up to be ratified and and amended, there has to be a 2/3 majority in order for that to happen. And if I remember correctly, right now Congress is made up of what, 51% of the Republican Party, and currently what they're trying to do is hold on to their seats for the midterm elections, which everyone is predicting to be a blue wave. So that's already one reason why that wouldn't happen. Secondly, right, the 14th Amendment is about due process in general. And one of the first lines in the 14th Amendment states that all persons, all citizens, all people in the country, in the borders of the country, have the right to due process. That's not only to keep the to ensure people's identities and people's innocence until proven guilty, but it's also meant to ensure people within the country are held to the same bounds of the law. If immigrants were not given the same protections that the 14th Amendment grants to everyone else, then technically speaking, immigrants would not, be held to the same jurisdiction within the borders of the country that everyone else has. They would be what sovereign citizens wish that they could be, basically free agents doing whatever they want without any kind of without any kind of uh, uh, you know, power restricting their actions. That's the whole point of the 14th Amendment. Now, as for the second question, I believe the second question was asking about if immigrants already pose a danger because of trespassing. So I'll ask Dead Mouse this: What is, how is immigration? I mean, illegal immigration treated? Like, what kind of crime is it? Is it a felony? Is it a misdemeanor? Is it a death sentence? How is it treated?
Sorry, can I answer the question right now, or do I have to wait? Just asking.
No, no, no. I'm asking a specific question. This is going to be one of like two or three questions.
Yeah, that's
Is
fine. But I just want to ask Alec. Do
Yeah,
you want me to,
we're
like,
back to
answer it
open
right?
discussion. So if anybody wants to chime in, you're allowed to. If it starts getting
Yeah,
rowdy, then
that's
I'll jump in and moderate. But I also might also add to the discussion. I'm kind of acting as both the moderator and the panelist.
yeah. Okay, that's fine. Well, I mean, for your answer, mate, Chainsaw. I mean, I would say, well, technically, would it not be considered, well, a federal crime? Because, one, you're violating a nation's sovereignty and its rights of law by illegally entering its territory without, actually going through its own legal processes. You're not
Hold on, we'll
actually
get to
respecting
that
the laws
part.
of the land there, are you? I mean, yeah, let me go to the second one. The second is, so because of that, shouldn't it be treated as a federal crime in that sense?
It's already treated as a federal crime. I'm asking you, do you think it's a misdemeanor or if it's a felony?
It,
And just so we're clear, we're talking about what's happening in the United States when it comes
oh,
to immigration.
in the US, I don't know how the US legal system works. I'm not sure if it works exact same as Britain, but shouldn't it be treated as a felony because
No,
of what I just said?
no,
You're violating, like, quite a major process of what I mean. It's at this point it's
no,
international though, because because you're
no,
probably violating your sovereignty as well.
no. So here in the United States, right, it's considered simply a misdemeanor. Why? Because it's simply trespassing. And with misdemeanors, misdemeanors are generally doled out in civil courts. So at best, if I remember correctly, I'm really bad at numbers, which is horrible. I must have dyscalculia or I'm just stupid.
Okay, that's
I have it's about a $250 fine. So it's a $250 fine, and then there's like certain processes when it comes to like detainment and whether or not these people want to apply other for either asylum or the immigration processes, and if not, they get booted out, returned to their countries, or in the way it's been going for the last year and 2 or 3 months, they just throw them into concentration camps, but that's beside the point. So that's one issue of this question. The second issue, right, is how do you determine someone is, I mean, let me rephrase that. What is the first step in applying as either an asylum seeker or as an immigrant in the United States? What is the first step, generally speaking, for a person to become an asylum seeker or an immigrant?
I mean, the first step is, well, contact. Well, I mean, well, in your if you're immigrating in, well, you should probably contact, well, the U.S. embassy or consulate. You should probably, like, talk to them first and, like, actually start
That's
the
not the
process
only
of the
step.
application.
That's
Yeah.
not the only one. That's like if you're like far away in like various in like distant countries. But when you're talking about people crossing the border, what's the first step in order to start asylum or immigration processes?
Uh, to tell borders and customs, like, go in there and just tell them, hey, I am a refugee or something like that. Is that how it works? I'm not
No.
really sure.
So one of the first steps when it comes to asylum seeking or to become an immigrant, whether or not you're legal or not, is to be in the country's borders. They could be ports of entry, but ports of entry could mean anything from seaboard to airports to just walking in. So that is literally one of the first steps in order to apply to being in order to apply to being a legal migrant. With that said, what do you think ICE is doing, and how do you think they go after people that they believe? Then that's the big question. Believe are illegals.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Quite confused. Are you telling me that you already need to be in the country itself to actually
Yeah,
apply for asylum? I thought you could just do it at like the borders. Like if you go into like US customs, so aren't you supposed to like declare yourself like
that's
right?
still within the country. That's still within the country. The borders are still part of the country. They're shared lines, but they're still part of the country. If you cross the border, you
Mhm.
can go through the processes. That's how many asylum seekers started. I'm pretty sure that's how Abrejo Garcia got his first steps, along with other people.
Okay, I see. Hey, listen, I'm not really sure about that because Europe. I think it works a bit differently sometimes. I'm not very sure about American law in general, but I get your point. And yes, it doesn't make sense for ICE to just randomly deport you just on that clause alone because it doesn't make much sense. I do agree with you on that. But I would, but isn't fundamentally ICE's whole thing is that you're an illegal immigrant who is here but like you haven't started that
Be right
process of
back.
asylum, or you haven't really done that yet. Isn't that
Not
when that
really, no.
illegal
So,
if I do that?
so when it comes, I'm sorry.
So I
Yeah, that's
just have
right.
a
Yeah, go on.
question for the dead mouse guy.
Yeah, go on.
So you're European, right? Or am
Yeah,
I
England. Yeah, the UK. In the
England?
UK, I'm from
So
Britain.
like
Yeah.
you have like a heavily are you really like invested in like American immigration politics? Or are you
I'm
trying to
just
like project British immigration policy onto America or the issues in Britain is having with
I'm sorry. No. I was just genuinely curious. I mean,
Oh, just curious.
listen,
Okay.
I'm not a guy who really focuses on US politics as much. So I mean, I only look at like the mainstream stuff, not really like the more in depth stuff of it. So I was quite curious. That's why I'm here. But I
Well,
do
the
understand
issue
that there's a lot of differences, especially in how the UK operates. Like for example, between the UK and Ireland, sure, we're out. Brexit has happened, but movement between the United Kingdom and Republic of Ireland is still much more relatively free compared to the US and Mexico. But yeah, I mean, I'd say there's a few differences, but
Well,
that's
the
what I'm kind of
major
curious
issue of
about. Yeah.
immigration we have in America currently is that we have a section of people who up about immigration, but they don't want to solve the problem. They just want no immigration. They're using it as bad
Yeah,
faith.
no,
Yeah.
yeah, which is quite similar to like what like Restore Britain and like Reform UK is saying in the UK, like net zero migration, which I don't agree with because I think that's one impossible because you're always going to need some sort of flow of people, and two it's a bit unrealistic, which I fully agree with. Like it doesn't matter. I'm certain anyone with common sense would probably be like, right, that is a bit unrealistic. But like my whole like curiosity for this is just like how different is America's like situation, their laws about it. That's why.
I think the only similarity is sort of the culture of willful ignorance on the subject, where you have a group of people who basks in the quote unquote problem being there because they can just use it over and over again to push
Mhm.
their policy and ideals across without actually doing anything.
Okay.
Like in America,
Yeah,
we
I
we
agree with you.
for like the past like I don't know 6 or so years, we were always talking about oh we're gonna build a wall, we're gonna get that wall funded, we're gonna continue
Hmm.
Yeah, we haven't really built much of a wall. What's funny
in
is that the
Mexico
most
and like
wall that we've built was under Biden.
yeah.
Trump was talking about having Mexico pay the wall. Mexico's going to do this. Instead, what Trump had done, Jesus Christ, had done in his first administration, it was use immigrants as a scapegoat for his failing policies and for his hatred. He used immigrants. He what he did was he screwed up the immigration processes, especially because of that remain in Mexico policy, which was a horror show. Yeah, and after he left office, um, he would push for his conservative buddies to scream about caravans and whatnot. But then
Mhm.
when he came into power again, in 2025. All of a sudden, we're not hearing anything about caravans. It's like they magically disappeared. All them caravans. Whatever happened to the magical caravans with all the rapists and all the criminals and all the mental asylum people? They were
They
never
vanished.
there.
They vanished with the Biden border bill, which Trump shut down, which would have.
Yeah, I wanted to bring that up. That's always a funny one.
Okay.
Just for a quick rundown, the border bill was a bill that was introduced in Congress back in 23 or 24?
I think it was like 2024 before the elections.
Right.
Yeah, they were wrong.
The idea was that the Democrats and many other people wanted to have funding
More judges.
what was it, the Ukraine war, along with funding for Israel. And the Republicans wanted to hold on to the money, but would be willing to spend some of it only if they could get a border bill to be passed. And the border bill found success on both sides, the Democrats and the Republicans.
Okay, real quick.
However,
Okay, finish up.
yeah, Trump basically called the top brass, including the guy who helped create the bill, to not pass it. So not only did they lose a chance to
Secure the border.
bolster immigration with extra judges, extra funding to Border Patrol and to ICE, but the whole point of the bill as a buffer didn't work because they still ended up passing money for Ukraine and for Israel and a few other things. The main reason that they paused on that they didn't want to pass the border policy, was because, and this is from Trump's own words and from other top officials in the Republican Party, that they did not want to give Biden a win, that they did not want to give Biden a cultural win that would emphasize the success of his presidency. They wanted to only give that to Trump, and Trump has still not done any kind of policy like that.
Okay.
All of his immigration, sorry.
All right, wrap it up.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. Lux Ran Out has just joined us. Lux Ran Out, would you like to give your 2 cents? You can introduce yourself if you'd like, and then just tell us your thoughts.
Okay, so I don't think anyone disagrees that we'd want to decrease the crime rate, but this is only increasing nominal crime rate. It's not actually as much as a problem as people have made it out to be, right? The issue is entirely how it's been executed, because I don't hate ICE. I just hate what they are doing at the moment, because there's no reason they need to be doing, no reason they need to be racially profiling, robbing people of their due process, right? How are we going to know if they're actually non-legal citizens if we don't give them the due process to determine that, right? There's no reason we need to be executing it this way. And I think ICE is unnecessary, but I'm not arguing for its abolition at the moment.
Okay, anybody can jump in on that. Open discussion.
So
Yeah.
when it
Jimmy,
comes to
you-
sorry.
You
That's
run
all
on
right. You go ahead, Nick.
Sir.
All right. So when it comes to ICE, ICE has been around since 2003. The whole point of ICE was that it was an arm of the Department of Homeland Security, which was founded under Bush at the in response to 9/11. Before then, we already had programs to deal with illegal immigration and illegal entry and all that other stuff, which had been found to be much more successful and, at the end of the day, much safer in regards to that. But also, the main reason why you could say that there's some issues with modern immigration and modern immigration policies is because we haven't had any proper strong immigration policy passed since 1997. So the issue isn't simply people are coming into the country. The issue is how jacked up the immigration policy is in the United States, and how incompetent the immigration policy, the immigration services has become. Again, bipartisan border bill that would have been passed in 2024 would have at least alleviated many of these problems, and it was being supported by the general political body in the United States. It got screwed over because of Trump, and Trump is not doing anything about it. What he's doing is causing a domino effect that isn't just harming illegal migrants; it's harming asylum seekers, it's harming regular migrants, and it's harming the people because, again, he's screwing up with many constitutional amendments, including the 14th. And that's the most important part. He's screwing the 14th Amendment based on what's essentially a pogrom, and that's not good.
When you say
And
screw up,
yeah,
are you implying like some sort of like unintentional sort of
it's
screwing up,
not
or
unintentional.
not
I'm not
intentional?
going
Okay.
to say it's unintentional because of what Trump has been doing. Trump has said ever since he left office that he was going to go after illegal immigration, damned any kind of procedure that would involve it. That's why people, ever since last year, have been whining about the supposed bureaucracy of the 14th Amendment. And he's been doing this, he's been talking about this ever since he got into office or when he first started running with his infamous the Mexicans are sending crimes, they're sending rapists, they're doing this, and some I assume are good people speech. He's been saying that, and he doesn't care. And during this time, we have seen ICE under not just this administration, but the first Trump administration really go full hog. Now, of course, let's be real, as I said earlier, ICE has been around since 2003, but as bad as things are nowadays, they have never been good during its infancy. There were at least, what is it, 90 deaths that you could link to ICE all the way back in 2003 before they had to try and reform it a bit in 2004, just before Obama came in. ICE has never been a worthwhile investment. It has never been an effective agency. We have border patrol and we had other types of agencies that were used to its best effect
I
before the Department of Homeland Security took form.
I get that, and I agree with you on that idea, but I think that there is a cost to taking down ICE rather than reforming it, and that is the average voter in this country sees an American politician tearing down a sort of government structure, and they get scared. And I think that just is not really a winning election thing. I think that reforming it would probably be a bit of a better of a framing.
Actually,
Okay,
sorry, if I may add on to Juno's point, by any chance.
I'm sorry.
Can I add on? Can I add on to Juno's point by any chance? Actually,
Go ahead.
yeah. Actually, I think he's actually spot on about the election things because well, it's not only about the politics at that point. I think that could also just generally create instability and unrest. So when that tends to happen, people will tend to just become more extreme. So I think that would just backfire
Okay,
straight
but
at us.
but
So I think like a good solution, honestly, is why don't they just merge ICE with like the existing security apparatus, especially for border control? Can't they
They
just do
already did
that? So
that.
it'll be much more
They
streamlined.
technically already did that. So ICE has been funded heavily from money that was spent for like the CIA and FBI. If I remember correctly, it was like $6 billion has gone to ICE. That should have went to all these other programs. So in a way, they're already merging ICE and giving ICE even more power than what the CIA and FBI has. If uh, if if ICE as a military force was stacked up to other countries and to even the United States military, it would be ranked 14th, the 14th most funded military on the planet. So they're already being given so much leeway. However, now going back to what you're saying about reform over eradication, about how it might hurt or cause instability, some sort of societal or cultural instability.
I
Most
wouldn't
people,
say. Sorry.
most
Re-
people in the
yeah.
United States do not agree with ICE, especially how it functions moderately. I've heard of polls. Now, I'm not going to make citations. I'm not going to make emphatic claims. But like I said, most people do not like ICE for what it is because most people don't want to get murdered in the street by the federal government. And you have the federal government killing people and threatening to kill people. You have people's liberties and people's rights being thrown into the slammer just as much as many native-born people, just because ICE don't like the cut of their jib.
No, that's not
Okay, just
true.
I'll let you respond real quick,
So
and then I am going to hop over to our new guest, Lucky Owl.
May I?
Or was Lucky Owl the one responding?
Yeah,
yeah,
Lucky
Oh,
Owl.
I'm
that's
so
the
sorry,
one.
Lucky Owl. You go ahead.
you're talking about native. So the natives, they don't even. The federal government is not necessarily jurisdiction to nativities to the current day. Because there's not foreign. There's Indian affairs. Every single.
But no, I don't mean native like Native Americans. I meant native in the more generalized sense, like
Well,
people born
then
in the
that's
United
it. They're an unregulated group in consistency to a domestic threat.
I think
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
They're an unregulated group in consistency to a domestic threat.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. ICE is not meant to go after regular citizens. Their whole doctrine is to go after illegal migrants, and they failed to do that. That's my point.
No, the
That's the
only
main.
so you're talking about which one are you talking about? What is his name? Anthony Petty or
Alex
another
Preddy.
good? I know.
Alex Brad.
Yeah, Alex Preddy.
Alex Preddy.
See, both of those incidences were individuals interfering with the legal procedure
No, they weren't.
of.
I disagree with that wholeheartedly. So with
Interfering with
Alex
how?
Preddy,
I agree that
mean,
they were interfering.
Do you
They
think that
weren't.
the
Alex
punishment
Preddy
for
was not.
interference
Now,
should
Alex
be
Preddy
death?
could be challenged. His
Is
expressions
is
could be
the
challenged, but the good.
in your
Um,
opinion, is the punishment for interfering with a legal action death?
but you got to look into what they
Yes or
did in
no?
Please
expression.
answer the question.
or
Hold
no?
on,
Really,
hold on,
I
hold
am.
on, hold on. Let him respond.
I am going to answer the question. So Amanda Good, she held an attempt to run over an officer, and
That's
No,
not
she
true.
Petty had a firearm on him.
In
Okay.
America,
The
a guy had a
Second Amendment
firearm.
is
Big
a
whoop.
God-given right. Who
Real
cares?
quick, I had a
That's not
question.
in America.
Lucky
okay,
Owl.
okay, define.
What is your evidence that Good,
It's
Renee
just
Good?
perspective. That's so it's just based off of my perspective on how I've seen it and benefit to the press and releases and everything.
Okay, so
So
are you
Renee
aware?
Good-
Are you aware that as an officer of the law, you are not supposed to stand in front of a vehicle, like with somebody in it?
No,
If-
I didn't know about that. No.
Yeah, they're
if-
trained
if
on
I may
that.
Protocol.
interject-
They're trained on that.
Sorry,
So
but
like,
if I may-
you can. Yeah, go ahead. That's fine.
Sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
No, you go.
No, that
if-
changes
if
my
you're
whole
talking,
perspective
sorry,
right
go
there.
ahead.
I didn't tell. Wasn't never been told.
Okay, well there you go.
Okay.
And there's a
I
reason
mean,
for that.
honestly,
I'm sorry, I keep cutting you off. You go.
that's right. I mean, for the Renee Good thing, I mean, I kind of understand that the police officer was standing in front of the car, which I think was kind of stupid. But again, didn't Renee Good? I mean, this is from like the body cam footage, right? And like the audio and stuff. Like, trust me, it's like, I mean, I'm certain it's on YouTube. CNN also showed this stuff as well. So did Fox News. Everyone did. But for Renee Good, didn't her partner, her spouse, who was outside, didn't she shout, "Drive, baby, drive"? And then she took off.
Well,
And,
yeah.
like, and that's
She
like my
said, "Drive,
question.
baby, drive."
She was turning away
yeah,
from
she-
the
she- I mean,
cop
she
as
did
she was
shout that.
moving.
Yeah, hold on,
I mean,
hold
she
on.
didn't
This is
shout that
actually
out.
important. This is actually important. So Renee Good was a person that lived on that block. The story goes, and this is not only enforced by witnesses, but even by some of the ICE agents, that she was pulling out of her driveway and that she was waving other ICE agents out of the way that were driving by. She was being basically harassed by many ICE agents. There were two ICE agents on the driver's side of her vehicle, the Richard guy, Richard Good, and then someone else, and they were talking to her.
Yeah, but listen,
And
if I may interject to you in this situation, which I
here's
think
here's the
Alice,
no, wait, here's let me
yeah, okay,
quickly
sorry, go on.
finish it. So she was backing up to gain some space, and then right, and remember this Richard Good had moved to the side of the vehicle, so he wasn't even directly in front of him. He was to the side, aligned with the person that was on the driver's side door. She was pulling away from the ICE agent. Then Richard, because he's such a brave, patriotic American man with his little phone cam, because they didn't have body cams, he shot Renee Good the first time through the windshield window, and then shot her again twice through the open driver's door window. She died from the first bullet before getting shot twice again. Which, if you know anything about the next big one, which was Alex Preddy, not a surprise that ICE loves to shoot people when they're already down and dead.
Yeah, okay, actually, if I were to go
I
back
agree
to
with
that
that.
point
Yeah.
over there, especially for Naked, but at the end of the day, she still drove ahead, even when federal officers around her, they were
She was
telling her,
told
"Don't
to.
move."
She was told to by one of the first officers, and
Okay.
I
then they
mean,
were
yes,
telling her,
I
and
get
then they
that.
were telling her to
But I'm
stay.
but
But
I'm
there was
saying
a
like
contradiction.
yeah, but I'm saying like one officer can't decide for like what 4 or 5 of them. I'm saying like even if one guy said it, the rest like hold
Oh
on,
yeah, I noticed
don't
that.
go.
No, it was like one person
It's
said,
like,
and then one person gave
Okay,
another
but
contradictory order.
The
but
like
let,
wasn't
thing
it like
is
a?
that
I mean, listen,
the
I'm not
way in which
like
we
the videos
deal
you
with these things in
Usually it keeps
America
the good power
real
is
quick,
that
going.
let's say that they gave completely clear orders
Yeah, I know.
and said what to
okay, yeah.
do and said like what were you saying they were saying to do?
well, so the thing
Oh,
with in America is we have a sort of policy in which the punishment fits the crime. If it's like a harmless crime, you don't typically just gun the person down in the street. If Alex Peretti or Renee Good did anything wrong, shouldn't they have just been arrested rather than gunned down in the street?
Well,
I think there's some sort of like it's some sort of
I mean,
distance that we're traveling here.
It
isn't
is
it because technically in the US, like a car is legally considered like a deadly weapon or something?
Yes,
Like
but the
especially
but,
if it's the
but
but
intention is
shooting the
to.
driver doesn't stop it from being
yeah,
deadly.
I was just
Moving
gonna
out of the
say
way
yeah.
does.
it is a
Yeah, but
very
isn't that
high bar for me to convince me that driving that shooting somebody who is driving a moving vehicle in order to eliminate them is safer than just letting them run out of gas.
no, but yeah, but the thing is I mean, this is the legal thing, right? I'm saying like the American. Hold on, yeah. I mean, I'm not sure if this is actually what's said in the American legal code, but technically, isn't like when you're driving a vehicle, especially even it could be even if you don't mean to actually do it. Technically, by law enforcement, it could be considered, an act of harm or threatening, especially if it's toward, like, if an officer. And, like, even in one of the footages, that officer, he's standing right there, which I agree was stupid. He still got hit and he fell down. I
No,
mean,
he
to be
didn't.
fair, he didn't get run over, right?
He didn't
He
get
still got
hit.
nudged.
There was
He got
no
nudged
direct
a little.
contact.
I mean, listen. Listen. There was
There
other
was
camera angles where he does fall over. I mean I mean, there's a bunch of them online.
Yeah.
But listen, even if it slightly even grazed him a bit, she still took off, and it did technically hit him. So thereby,
That's
even
It
if
what
it
I
didn't.
was an
thought.
accident, isn't that still couldn't that even be considered involuntary an attempt to
No,
involuntary manslaughter at points?
no, it's not. And what's even crazier is that when he shot her, he literally called her a fucking bitch. So no,
True.
it's not considered manslaughter. It's not considered a lesser offense. And also, he did not get hit by that vehicle.
I
He
mean,
even admitted that he did not get hit by a vehicle. The most you could say when it came to Richard Good and getting hit by a vehicle was an instance in the past. And I'm not even sure how long that was. I think it was like either a week before the Renee Good shooting, or I think it was like even before he became a member of ICE. I don't remember. I think it's actually the former. But even so, he did not get hit by Renee Good's vehicle. There was no contact between him and Renee Good vehicle. And even then, once again, Renee Good backed up and was pulling away from Richard Good before she got shot. So even if you could say that Renee Good is somehow responsible, the fact of the matter is that the officer should not have put himself in that position in the first place. And the officer did not have there is literal policy precedent to show that he was not supposed to shoot people like that. And not only that, he was shooting people right
Well,
beside another
Big
ICE agent,
Chainsaw,
so he would have
may,
put
may I
him
intervene on that one?
in danger. Sorry.
So I see that that expression. All right, now let's take the vehicle irrelevant and everything. Let's just focus in on what you're talking about, just him shooting and him turning on that. I would say that is actually protocol. If his life was felt and threatened, whether
That's not enough of a reason. Hold on.
whether he was actually being threatened or not, if he felt threatened, the response and reaction would have been to do as he did.
I
that's
disagree.
not-
I disagree. If he
There
felt
is an
threatened,
actual case law about this. I'm trying
yeah,
to find it.
it's to jump out of the way, man. Like that's what you
Just
do when you
let
feel
the driver
threatened.
stop the car.
Where is it? Where the hell is it? You can still
Yeah,
keep talking. I'm just trying to find it.
That's irrelevant
Could
from
have sworn
that's
Isaac
irrelevant from what
Newton
Alex
had a
said
few things to say
in
about that.
reference to they're not even supposed to put themselves in that position. See,
Yep.
this is what I see. Each and every uniform officer holds a design factor to protocol. So that means that either the person behind the wheel was improperly operating the vehicle, and she pretty much put herself in that position. That's how I see it. Both
Okay, every
people
office.
put themselves in that position, and Alex made a good point on that because I've been seeing this specifically from Renee Good's perspective and from the perspective of the driver. All the other channels, they're mostly intervened into like, it's okay. They initially had it initially, but if you think about it both ways and you put yourself in the officer's position, how was it protocoled? All of these officers are supposed to be based off of protocol. Even the face mask, their whole entire dispute on the face mask is, hey, we're securing our identities, we're securing ourselves. We have the right to we have the right to it. It's based on protocol. The same thing with the operating vehicle and benefit to an operator and everything. Everybody is based on protocol if you are not set to your own property.
You know what? I agree with you. And by protocol, there should be an investigation into the officer just to make sure all of his legal, all of his, all
Actions
of
were
his,
legal.
I's are,
yeah.
Yeah.
T's are crossed and I's are dotted. Just to make sure he's perfectly safe within the constraints of our law. We need to have his identity published. We need to have all of this out there just so we can know every detail of the situation.
Can
Yeah,
I
I mean, we can
that's fair,
challenge
I
that
agree.
and benefit the protocol. We can say that
We
we
need to bring him
require
into
proper
court so
uniforms.
we can have his say.
They need proper
And
uniforms.
bring all the
If
militaries
anything,
with
they can reference to a last name or first name basis. It doesn't have to be,
They-
I don't
we'll
believe
try,
that.
so we
I don't
can
believe
have
that we should make it pretty much a targeted, make them targeted individuals. That's where my concern would be. Is trying to make
Why-
them
why
targeted.
would
It was
they be
when
targeted
we express
individuals if
ourselves
what
in
they're
making
doing
them
is
targeted
legal?
individuals based on protocol.
Why would they be
Well-
targeted individuals if what they're doing is legal?
True.
Yeah,
Question.
but why
Why
would we
would they?
want to expose why would we want to target them and
Why do
expose
cops
them,
have
benefit
badge
down to their
numbers?
branch, their uniform? Why would we want
Why
to do
are
that?
cops legally obligated to tell you their badge number? Why do we
True.
have all of these faces attached to these roles It's so we can have a trust in the system, so we know that everyone
Okay.
in it is well behaved.
All
and
right.
is
Here's
So
the
here's what I
problem.
got.
I
So
don't
Here's
this
the
is the
think
case that I want.
here's
So
the
here's the main
problem.
case I've been trying to look for. Sorry.
Well, I was gonna say real quick. Here's the problem with ICE agents wearing masks or any agents of the law wearing a mask is that some way somehow we need to hold the people accountable who hold us accountable. Now, how can you possibly do that if they have all the power and the guns and whatever else, and on top and the basically qualified immunity, right? And on top of that, we can't even know who the hell they are.
Yeah, and they're amongst the public in general benefit to security. They have purposes, protocol. They have written, documented purposes and benefit to the procedure.
Why would they be
Why
scared
why are
if
why
they
are
have any
they
form of
permitted to allow? It's like
identification?
when I walk to the store. If I walk to the store, um, I for sure, you know, I have the right to wear a mask anytime I want to. But that's only the purpose. The purpose is, well, I'm walking to the store.
Are
I
you a
general
government?
purpose.
All
Yeah.
right, so I got two cases. I got two cases about this entire thing. So the first case was what was it? Something v. Connor. It was Graham v. Connor. So that case was one that was, I think it was passed by the Supreme Court last year or a few years before then. And that was focused on the police when it came to how they can react to a threat. And the police must be able to act reasonably against an imminent threat. That's the very specific term, imminent, as in is
Was the
actually
okay,
happening
okay.
all
And
time.
what's the imminent threat?
However,
The
here's
officer
another.
pulling the firearm, the officer pulling from the firearm, or the individual behind the vehicle not braking, not giving any opportunity, or
Which
you
doesn't
know,
apply
or
to
the
Renee
malfunctioning
Good
vehicle.
because Renee
What
Good
is it?
just started to move. So that's one. But secondly, here's a more important one. And here's the one that really damns Richard Good. It's Barnes v. Felix, which was passed by the Supreme Court last year. And that case was about how officers were creating a situation called self created jeopardy. And self created jeopardy was a big thing that officers would routinely do, such as putting themselves in danger, like standing in front of a car. The Supreme Court ruled that the police are not supposed to be doing that. Now, I'm just going to read off the AI overview. So you could damn me for that. I don't like AI overview, but I'm also lazy and I want to make this real quick. So it says the Supreme Court unanimously rejected the moment of threat doctrine, ruling that police use of force cases must consider the totality of circumstances, including actions leading up to the incident. The court did not explicitly rule out officer created jeopardy, whether pre force tactics that increase risk invalidate a later claim of self defense, leaving this theory to lower courts. So, in other words, right, the main issue is that simply putting yourself in a position does not give you the right to start gunning people down in the middle of the street,
It's yeah.
especially right, when you have context from the situation beforehand before you pull out the Glock and pop a cap in people's asses.
But it's like everybody holds to a certain procedure. She wasn't walking. Now
Which I
we talk
the
about Richard.
agent
What is
isn't
it?
even
Richard
doing.
Petty, the
Let
other
him
one.
respond.
Who was the second? Huh?
Well, Renee Good was the second of this year. There was I
Okay,
forgot his name. God damn it! I can't believe I forget his name. But
Petty.
it was the first one that
Okay.
occurred at the start of the year, and then there was
See, that's
Renee
the
Good.
one I'm thinking of that I'm being concerned of because that was a full on. That was like 8-on-1. And there was an interaction prior to the police or the ICE and uniform officers actually intervening. So that's the one that I particularly,
So
question. The Renee
the
Good. So
yeah,
Renee Good, I don't entirely question Renee Good. I believe that the courts will find Renee Good. Like I
they're
believe
not
that
going to
Renee Good
find them because they're
because
not
it's
going to
either the
investigate.
vehicle She's a simple civilian under observation behind a motor vehicle. That's all there is to it. There's the vehicle.
They're not going to investigate because this is literally what what Kristi Noem and the Trump administration openly admitted, that they're not going to do any investigation. Now, generally speaking, when you have a
because the
citizen
vehicle is
like this get killed, right? If it was by a police officer, there would be a state investigation to determine whether or not a officer acted in accordance with policy. But this was a federal agent. So at the very least, there could have been a state investigation, but then the court case would have went up to the federal courts, which is what the Trump administration did not want to do. They have openly stated that they did not want Jonathan Good to be investigated for this crime. So that's not going to go to the federal courts.
That's understood. What about the other one? So what's the other one?
I think that it's basically the same thing, but more or less they haven't really started any movement on that. Things have been relatively quiet for the past month or so. Now, I could be wrong, but like I said, the Trump administration does not want to start any kind of investigations on their officers. The only times I've ever heard of them doing investigations was like last year, and generally that was because some of their officers were found to be using their positions to rape individuals, and some were just found to be pedophiles. Shock among shock, surprise among surprise.
Okay. So
Damn.
Alex Preddy. What about Alex Preddy? That's who he was.
Yeah.
That's the one. Now, so you think about that one. Why are the officers holding immunity on that one? Each and every one of those officers should have been stopped and arrested after that incident. They should have
Again,
been
because of what
in
happened
benefit
with
to their
Renee
judgment,
Good.
just the same as anyone in benefit to a gang or group coalition or expression.
But buddy, this is the federal gang.
And
This
I
is
know,
Trump's
but
gang.
they're not being regulated. That's what I'm saying. They're not being properly regulated. It's not necessarily it's not even. How do we know it was even a federal gang? Like there's these, we won't even know the difference between a uniform officer in group form that is not under the projection of a fraudulent uniform.
Oh, I like this argument. So just so we're clear, right? There was a case last year where Pam Bondi was brought to I think it was Congress, or no, it was Congress, and there was a big issue involving either a confusion between uniform officers and then people who weren't part of ICE but were still wearing similar uniforms and badges and whatnot. And many of these faux ICE officers were there to either harass various people that they quote unquote thought were immigrants, and many of them that were taking advantage of this assumed authority and again doing the whole raping thing. What occurred was that Pam Bondi was giving non-answers, and the most that they did was basically, I think they just altered the outfits of ICE agents just a bit. But again, it didn't much matter because the standards in ICE to even be a federal agent are insanely low. Like whatever conservatives love to talk about DEI was literally what was implemented when it came to becoming an ICE official. The standards were lower, the physical standards were basically non-existent, and people could get in after like a week and not even a full background check. So then you had many ICE agents who had priors for like domestic.
Let's get back on subject to the documented immigrants, immigration, and border control.
Yeah, you were talking about Alex Preddy. So the people that were responsible for Alex Preddy's death were actual officers. They were there supposedly to investigate possible immigrants, and there was a protest, and people have the right to protest, and many of those people were not getting in the way of their investigations. Right? We know this because even the officers and Chrissy Nome were trying to wrap themselves in pretzels, trying to redefine what it means to get in the way of investigations or what it meant to harass. And they were trying to cite making loud noises and obscene gestures. I'm
Wait, I'm sorry
sorry,
to interrupt
but
you,
that's
mate.
the First Amendment, baby.
Wait, I'm sorry to interrupt you, mate, but Alex Peretti, okay. I gotta. Right, is it? Can I share a video on this or not? Or can I
Yeah,
just
is
say
it going to be the one where Alice Preddy's kicking a vehicle as it's fleeing or something?
Is it that one? Yes, I mean that's the one.
Yeah,
The
I know
thing is,
that one.
right, listen. Can I be honest with you? Right, do I
Yeah.
agree that the man should be shot? No, he shouldn't have gone shot, and I think that was wrong. But do I kind of think that he possibly had a previous run-in with ICE, and this is probably the one which was filmed. So, in my opinion, I believe he probably had multiple run-ins with ICE, especially if they got violent or not. And now it depends on like what the guy was. He could have been intoxicated, or he could have just not been in a right state of mind, whatever. Right, that's fair things. But in my opinion, I also think that if it was not right for the ICE officer to shoot him, is it not possible that they already suspected him of, potentially doing something because he already had altercations with them? And
So
even
that
when he
just
was
leads
there,
into
even when he was
Hold
there
on,
on the
premeditated
hold
murder.
on, hold on. Let
I
him
mean, no, hold on.
finish.
Even if he was there on the ground, even though they disarmed him, right? They took the gun away, which I believe should have been the end of the story. But one of the ICE agents screams, "Gun, gun, gun!" And I think that potentially, what could have happened is some of the ICE agents who were there, they already thought of this guy, saying, "Right, he's already with altercations with us. He could potentially pose a danger to us." And someone just said, "Gun, gun, gun." And I'm not sure if the guys in the front actually saw, like, the ICE officer who took the gun away and left. Not sure if they actually saw that. So some of them panicked and then said, "Oh, that he has a gun right now, and he's gonna put it out." I think that's what was going on. Then that's why they shot him. So it's still
Yeah, so
stupid because the police the ICE agents were still being stupid. Like, lads, if you just look back for like a second, you would have known he's no harm. But
yeah, so it don't matter.
technically,
So
they
Yeah,
it's
no,
it's
that level of
incompetence.
incompetence should just
Hurry, well, hold
should
on.
make them
Okay, you can go.
invalidate
You can
them
go,
to
Joe.
actually have a gun.
Sorry.
That level of incompetence, they should not have. They should not
Exactly, it's
have
incompetence. I
the
mean,
authority or
yeah,
the
but I don't
gun
believe
if
that's necessarily like. Yeah, that's the thing. Where I also agree
Well, they
with the
should be
fact that
armed.
we were
I
talking
believe they should be
before,
armed.
where
if
like the
they're that
barriers to entry for
incompetent,
ICE was
they
reduced
shouldn't
and
be
stuff.
They
armed.
should be
Which
well
I
documented. That's for sure.
Yeah, which I believe was wrong. I'm not saying that the ICE officers are in the right in this situation, but I don't think that's necessarily a fault of the organization. Rather, it's just a fault of lack of training, lack of
At
Do you know how many
problem is
days
not doing
it
its
takes
job.
for
It's not
ICE to
ICE
get
itself
trained?
is fundamentally wrong, is it?
Okay, but what
Do
does
you know
ICE?
how many
Funded
days?
education is
I have a
like
question. What does ICE actually do?
what is it
Come on,
supposed to
but
do,
hold
or
on,
what
you
is it
guys answer
actually?
this question because
Yeah, what is their like
you-
stated
Immigration
purpose?
control, is it?
It's
Yeah,
supposed
immigration
to
control. So like,
follow
what do you mean
immigration
by that?
control in America.
That's what I always
currently-
thought it would. They document. They went around to the correctional facilities and documented individuals who needed to be deported or is in claim to judgment of like the judge has actually court ordained them to be uh, extradited to like Mexico or some other foreign domestic
No, no,
area.
no, no, no. You got what's a deportation? No. I got to ask you this. What's a deportation? What does deportation actually do?
A deportation, I would guess, de-export by force and consistency to documented operations.
There's a very important thing that makes a deportation a deportation. What is it?
Yeah, the court expression.
It is
Documented
when
order.
a
It's a
person is
documented
sent
order
back
to
to
an
the
expression
country
by
of
order.
origin.
It's an
It's
order of
when they
expellment,
get
or not expellment, but
no, not just
relocation,
that. It's
transfer.
Hold
when
on,
they
hold on,
get
hold on.
sent back. It's when they
Yeah.
get sent back to the country of origin. If you send them somewhere else, that's not called a deportation under the laws and the records. This is well established because this is something that
Okay.
even the Trump administration
But
did.
it's
Yes, I
And
advertised.
that's why we're
understand,
having
But
but
issues.
it's advertised greatly as deportations. That's the
It's
issue.
advertised, but that's not. I don't care what
Okay, real quick.
advertisement is. The
yes,
bank
I understand. But then hold
advertises
up,
a
yeah,
lot of stuff.
chainsaw. But can there also technically be a valid situation for this? Like, for example, if someone's being deported and from, like, let's say Syria, right? Let's say you're being a bit more humanitarian, just sending them to like a third party state where they can either deal with you, rather than just sending someone straight back into a war
But
zone.
wouldn't
Like, you know what I mean?
wouldn't the
Potentially, could you
most
not see the moral implications there?
wouldn't the most humanitarian solution in that case be to just keep them in the United States?
I mean, yeah, but then what if I'm saying like the reason why they're being sent out is because well, either they've not actually been able to live in the United States because either they've done a crime, they've actually done a crime, or for example, the U.S. doesn't have the capabilities, the facilities to actually house them.
We
I'm just
do.
saying, this is theoretical.
Hold on.
This is a theoretical thing. I'm not saying right now, right? I'm just saying some of the justifications which could potentially happen. But even in those situations, isn't it much better for a state to just say, right, we can't house this guy, right? We can't house these group of people because we already have a lot of strain on ourselves. So we should probably just give this to a third party state because if we send them back home, they're gonna get killed.
Okay.
So isn't that probably a more moral thing to do?
So
I mean,
for
it's
one-
So we
it's a-
could do
I mean, at
that.
the end of the day, it's a
That's
third
not what's
party
on the
state
board
deciding.
here.
So for one
So
thing,
we can do that. Wait, can I please answer this question real quick?
That's
real
fine.
quick. So we could do that. We could do the third party state thing. There's none otherwise saying that. But the issue is that for people to be sent to a third party state, there has to be some bureaucracy involved in sending people to a third party state. There would have to be some sort of treaties between not only the primary party state where that person came from, but then there would have to be treaties with the third party where this person is going. There would have to be all this back and forth between all these different parties in
Doesn't
order
the US
to
already have
establish
one of
this.
those, like El
However,
Salvador?
here's the problem. Here's what you're not understanding. Right now in the United States, Trump has sent billions of dollars to various different countries in order to create these what are essentially concentration camps. The one in El Salvador, and then there's the one in where is it? Is it in Nigeria? Somalia? It's in like Central Africa. And if you know anything about what's going on in Central Africa, they're having a war over there. And if I remember, it's a genocide.
Yeah, that's what I
We're
understand.
still able to send people over there to Africa. So already, we already have our problems. And in a way, it's already answering hypothetical. And that's the problem right there, though. We're sending people to places that they're not supposed to go for the sake of concentration camps. And those concentration camps are meant
But
Hold on, just give me one
so
second.
so what do you mean by they're not supposed to go there?
as in for a deportation to be affirmed as a deportation, they're supposed to go to
Wait,
the
hold on,
country
what
of
countries
origin
do they
in
have-
which
what
they
does
hail
the US
from.
actually? Hold on, I'm sorry. What countries of the US actually have these treaties with? El Salvador is one of them, but like you said, places in Africa. Like, do you actually know any specific countries in Africa?
I forget, was it Uganda or was it Chad? It was one of those places, and we sent like billions of dollars in order to create a detainment facility over there.
Hold on,
Okay,
let me
real
just
quick.
check this. Sorry, just give me one
I'm
second.
gonna let you guys go for about 8 more minutes, and then I want to do closing statements. And if you want to show yourself some social media or something, you can do that. And then I'm gonna take a quick break and get ready for the panel. So,
Right.
go ahead and finish this up for 8 more minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, one sec. So, wait, is that it for the whole day, or like we got no more debate? Sorry.
No. So this is just a prequel to the debate panel tonight between. There's gonna be a bunch of people on, but me, Dylan Burns, critical thinking veteran, and then like I think 5 others. So that's the
Oh, I
main
see.
event for tonight, and this is just a prequel to that.
Oh, I see. I'm sorry. I'm quite new to this.
Share
yeah,
this
but-
Cameroon. So
yeah,
it's
you're
from
right. By the way, you did say Uganda, and the other one is.
yeah, I know I was wrong about that. I think I was wrong about that. But it's one in Cameroon. 15 migrants the U.S. deported to Cameroon are held in a secret detention facility under prison-like conditions, according to lawyers.
Which, honest, but for the Uganda thing, right? Which to be fair, do I still agree with sending it to Uganda? Probably not.
Again,
But
I'm wrong about
Uganda's
Uganda.
not
I
as
think
bad-
it's in Cameroon.
Uganda's not as bad, relatively, compared to where they're probably from. Like, if you're a guy from Syria, would you rather be sent all the way back to Syria, or would you rather be sent to Uganda? Like, I'm
I
saying
already
Uganda's
said that it
great,
would
but
take
it's
a
not
lot of
across
back
the
and
board
forth
right now.
between 3 countries,
Sorry?
at the very least. There would be back and forth, and then it would be determined whether or not, based on those procedures, it would be a deportation. But Trump is not doing that. The deportation process is not doing that. They're just sending people to these various countries where they're not from, regardless of whether or not they're facing civil wars over there. Again, what happened to to Abreu Garcia was literally him being sent to a concentration camp. Now with Abreu Garcia, it's different because he was an El Salvadorian national, but he was given asylum under the first Trump administration, and then he was just sent there, even though he had a no hold order of not going there in the first place. He got
Wait,
brought
I thought
back, but
he was
only
an
brought back after the Supreme Court said he was supposed to be back. And even then, you had Trump and the administration dragging their feet to bring him back after 3 weeks.
I thought you wasn't he the guy who got extradited or something? Wasn't he the guy? Oh,
He
was
got
that someone else? Because it was
Hmm?
like, oh, I think I was a gang member. Sorry, I'm thinking of someone else.
No,
Sorry.
no, no, no. So that's a lot of stuff. So Abreu Garcia was falsely accused of being a gang member. At the
That's so
most, he
funny.
was yeah. At
Yeah,
the
wasn't he
most,
sent
he
to El
was
Salvador?
yeah. He was sent to El Salvador. That's why I just said. I literally just said that. But he, even though he's a El Salvadorian native, he wasn't supposed to be in El Salvador because of his hold order. He had a hold order that was instituted by the first Trump
So
administration to keep
what's
him
the
in the United
difference?
States.
Okay, okay. Well, so what's the difference in me just going to Russia if I had a holding here? Like, say, um, that one guy.
You mean
Abrego
the
Garcia?
guy we were just talking about?
No, I mean, if I had a holding here instead of holding here, I go to a country that's not going to hold me for that crime. So if I'm going to commit that crime here, I'm going to go there. I'm going to get away with it. Pretty
No,
much what.
doesn't the US have an extradition
Okay,
treaty
for
with
starters,
Russia?
I don't know about other countries' immigration policies. I know very minimal. At
Actually,
best, I know a
if
little
I
bit
wanna,
about the Dublin Memorandum, and even then,
if I
that's
wanna,
like infant stuff.
wait, Chainsaw, if I can interrupt, I'm certain Russia and the US have like an extradition policy because like
They do.
Wasn't that NBA
So
player was like arrested in Russia, got like
so
a
it's
prison
clear.
transfer or something?
You ever heard of Vitali? That one Russian
Yeah,
YouTuber who's a
he was
yeah.
like a Russian arms dealer. Yeah,
Yeah, he
that
was
guy.
he was in Singapore, and then he was meant to be charged there. The Singaporean government sent him to Russia, and from what I understand, Vitaly is back in the United States after his trip to Russia.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, listen, when he's going back to Russia, because Russia's got, I'm certain Russia has an extradition treaty with Singapore. A lot of nations do have it with Singapore because they're a maritime, because they're part of like the maritime security systems and stuff like that. But in
Right.
that case, well, technically you can't really do anything about it because that's all Russian law, and you can
Yeah,
say
that's
that
one thing I don't know
Russia's,
much
you
about
can say that
Russian law.
Russia's court was well corrupt, but then technically that's their own judicial system and their own sovereignty. So thereby you can't really overrule that, can you? I mean, is it fucked up? Yes. But that shit happens in that situation, right? You can't really, say anything about it.
So again,
About
I'm
3 more
talking about
minutes.
America deporting people. I don't know about all this other stuff. The main issue is whether or not what we call a deportation is a deportation. That is the main question. That is the main topic that we stumbled on.
Yeah,
Whether or
I
not
agree with you, but the
what's
other
being
thing is
deported is being deported.
yeah, I understand. I agree with you, but another catch-22 situation here is like, if that person who is not supposed to be in the country, but would you still take care of them even if they're there with your own taxpayers' dollars, even though they're not supposed to, be it? I mean, that doesn't. I mean, I get like the humanitarian concerns behind it, but like from a legal
We've been
sense,
doing
if
this
I
for
was a
years.
taxpayer, are you not
Many
taking a
countries
piss
do
out
this
of
for
me?
years.
You know what I mean?
Just so we're clear, many countries have done this for years. We do it all the time. Now, we like if you want an example,
Wait,
look at
hold
Project
on. I'm
Paper.
sorry. Wait, I'm sorry. There's like a poster from like Riptot. He's saying, yeah, he just wrote down something here, like section 1231B2. It's on the chat. It's like the person can designate one country they want to be removed to. If not accepted or overridden, the Attorney General, now DHS, removes that to that country unless it's prejudicial to U.S. interests. If that fails, fall back to countries of citizenship / nationality.
Yeah,
If
so I
it's
was right earlier when I was talking about the bureaucracy. But where's the thing that you're citing it right here. Yeah,
yeah,
so I
yeah,
was
it's
more or
also
less right about earlier.
1 minute.
Yeah, so again, what we're talking about right now is whether or not ICE is doing its job and whether or not what we could call deportations. Right now, we are not doing deportations properly, and we're not even deporting people. And just to really throw it out there, really rub the salt in the wound, Trump openly admitted that the concentration camp, at least the one in El Salvador, was being built to house American nationals, American citizens. So now it's not even just about whether or not we're going after illegal citizens. We're now talking about whether the Trump administration could go after national citizens, and especially with the whole rhetoric about denaturalization. That's what I have a problem with.
I've been reading up about that, the denaturalization thing. Yeah, you can there's there's orders and denaturalizing and exporting people to several other locations. And
Alrighty.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
Alrighty.
We're done.
Yes, we are going to wrap up. So you guys, I'm going to give you each a chance. Just real quick, try to keep it to 2 minutes or shorter. We'll start with Deadmau7, Chainsaw Chimera, Lucky Owl. If you guys want to go ahead and give your closing statements, if you want to shill anything, I am live on YouTube and Twitch right now, so you're more than welcome to shill. And then I'm going to take a brief siesta, and then we'll get started with the debate, the main debate panel that we have scheduled for tonight. So Deadmau7, go ahead.
I mean, well, my closing statement isn't really much because, well, I'm more of just like hearing out everyone else's sides. But like, I agree with a lot of things that Chainsaw is saying. Like, I understand that ICE isn't actually doing everything. Right now, especially, they aren't going through illegal processes properly, whilst they're not also following law, and they're also breaching the 14th Amendment in these situations, which I do agree with. However, do I necessarily disagree with ICE itself, like its role in society? I mean, at least in American society, and like what it's supposed to do and function. Not necessarily, but I do disagree with what's going on right now, which I think me and Chainsaw would probably agree with very well here, like especially about the legal things that's going on. So I agree with him on that. But do I think ICE itself is fundamentally wrong? No, but I think it could be done better. But yeah, I do agree with Chainsaw in many aspects.
So right now, what we're dealing with is an issue with not just the bureaucracy of it all, but the politics. ICE has overstepped its bounds. ICE is doing everything it can to erode, to be used as a tool, to erode not only the civil framework of the country, but also to become this authoritarian arm of the current regime. Yes, I'm sounding a little hyperbolic, but after what happened with Alex Preddy and James Good and the first guy, who I'm still ashamed that I can't remember the goddamn name of, we're seeing some problems. We're seeing some huge cracks in this administration and how it does things. And because of these cracks, they have seeped into just the general public's livelihood. And I find that to be a dangerous thing. I find that to be a thing that has to be excised. ICE needs to go. Enough said about that, along with this entire administration that needs to be revamped. This should not have happened. These consequences should not have gone as far as they have. I mean, I guess that's all I really have to say about the situation.
I
Are we also
think that
giving?
they could.
Okay.
Hold
I
on,
think
hold
they
on,
could
hold
do
on, hold
better
on.
training.
Chainsaw Chimera, are you done? You sure? You need anything else?
Yeah, I was wondering, can we also? Oh, never mind. So, I'll shut up. I'll shut up.
Okay. If you have
So
anything
I
else,
was just thinking that I'd like to say that I think that they would rather be. I would rather just like to see them better, like in uniform attire, like actually. If they are if they have a mask, they should have like a name tag, and they should be better regulated, and better trained. That's I mean every single uniform operating person on in America, pretty much. I mean, and if we deport someone, we should probably go with them, guarantee their security, and not, if there's any issues, we should be trying to settle it. Well, I think that we should go back to being pretty much the world peace and issue that task force instead of necessarily doing what we're doing.
Okay. Great job, guys. Thank you very much for coming up and warming up the stage for us. I'm going to let you guys go down to the audience now. Alrighty. And what I'm going to do is for the next maybe like 5 to 10 minutes, I am going to go on break from the Discord server and potentially from stream for a little bit. So if you are here for the debate, it is going to be starting in 20 minutes. I will make one more announcement about it. And then we're going to be pulling in our stars of the evening and getting started. It is not me who's hosting. Mace is hosting and moderating. So because I can't do the moderator thing and debate at the same time in any kind of like official capacity with people and say that, like, you know, it's fair, because there's a conflict of interest there. So Mace will be moderating. He's going to be a little bit late, so the debate will be more around like 7:15, 7:20 when we get started. But we're gonna be pulling in our stars and just maybe chatting it up, warming up, and you know, preparing for the blood sports, right? The brawl. All right, stick around. I will be right back. Okay, and then chat here. Let me make sure I'm deafened actually, and then I'm going to link everybody real quick. Okay, I won't add them. I'll just link and hope that they can. Okay. Alec Dumper. I'm seeing that in easily a more productive discussion than the panel that Dylan was on with last night. Pretty civil, and it felt like people have understood each other's positions well. Yeah, you know, it varies how it goes. I'm sure you guys saw I was working on this hat. Pretty good. I think I worked these out, I think. A bit on the tight side, but I think it'll be fine. What am I gonna do from here? I have 20 rows. Two more with this color, and I'm going to switch over to dark blue. Be gray. They're fun. They're really simple. But I have to put this away. Oh, sorry if you couldn't hear all that. I was just saying I got to put on my game face. So let me go to the bathroom real quick, and then as soon as I come back, we will get started with the panel. But tell me that wasn't good timing. Hello, welcome back. All right, we're gonna start pulling these suckers in. All right, we got Ringold here. Here, hold on. Okay, there we go. All right, okay, so we got Ringold here, and we're waiting on everyone else then.
Hey. Can you hear
Hello,
me?
welcome in. Yes, I can. How are you?
I'm doing good. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well. We're gonna be waiting for everybody else to get in here so we can just shoot the shit until then.
Yeah.
Let me 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just making sure I can see everybody here, and I do not see anybody else here yet. So we'll wait for him. Also,
I think
our
Kazim
host
is here.
Who?
Kazim.
Oh, Kazim. I'm sorry. I completely
Yeah.
passed over you. Thank you.
No problem.
Okay. Hello, Kazim. Welcome in. We can't hear you. Now, no, we cannot hear you still.
Go.
There you go.
Thanks. Hi. Y'all doing?
Howdy.
Hello, hello.
Doing
Doing
great.
pretty good. We're just waiting on the others. So, like I said, we're just gonna be shooting the shit for a little bit.
Yeah, just cleaning up my sources.
Word.
So, how y'all doing tonight?
Doing great. Well, just coming off of a sickness, so I'm a little coffee, but hopefully shouldn't become a problem.
Okay. Yeah, I feel you. I was just sick too, so you know. Kazim, you said you're going through your sources.
Yeah, just
Nice,
kind of
got the
hanging out.
sauce. Well, thank you guys for agreeing to do the panel. You know, whatever disagreements we may have, it wouldn't be possible without you here. So, thank you.
Of course. Yeah, I'm excited. Always love the opportunity. I'm fairly familiar with. I'm actually more familiar with the people on the right than the people on the left here. So
That's funny. Because you're one of the left-leaning people, right?
yeah.
Gotcha. Okay.
Same.
Oh, you're both okay. Got it.
Yeah.
And then we got Dylan Burns coming in, and then okay, so we're all left-leaning here, and then we got critically thinking veteran, and I forget the names of the other two. Admiral Gibbs,
Jake Var is down in the thing as well.
Jeb Tan, who is Jake Var? Yep, we got Jake Var.
Jake Var, yeah.
Yep, we'll light him up. Oh yeah, I got to make another announcement. Hold on.
All right.
Jake Var, welcome in. You got a camera?
Yeah, hang tight real
Cool.
quick.
CTV
prefer
just
it.
showed up.
Y'all see me?
Perfect. Yep, we see you.
Yes, sir.
Welcome in. How you doing?
Yeah, doing good, man. Thanks for the invite.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I was saying, whatever disagreements we may have, I appreciate you coming on for the panel. I am the one who largely put the panel together. I'm gonna have Mace pretend like
So
he
you're the
did it,
moderator,
but-
right?
Wealth,
Alex?
No,
fame,
no, 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 no.
power.
Mace is gonna be the
Oh, you're
moderator.
just-
Wasn't Kazim that 90s
Okay.
movie with Sinbad
Okay,
and Shaq
well, I was
as
just
twin
making sure. I wasn't too
genies?
sure who the debate opponents are, to be honest.
Oh yeah,
I just
it's gonna
know,
be So it's gonna be me, Kazim, Ringold, and Dylan Burns on the left. We got you, CTV, and then two others on the right. I don't remember their names.
Yeah, Admiral Gibbs. I don't remember who the other guy
Jebtan.
is.
Yeah,
Jebtan.
Jebtan, that's right. Okay.
Seems
Jebtan's
like
running
you all
about 5 minutes
agreed.
behind.
Wait a minute. Is
We're
this
not
thing
starting
working?
without our moderator. Don't worry.
Yep.
All right, let me make another announcement real quick.
Tell you what, it might be a little unfair. I just argued this topic on Jake's panel, so
Yeah, he
He
did.
lost.
On the right, the left, or anti?
I'll just do a debate ping.
I am anti-ice. Yep.
Not
Oh, then
debate ping.
so then you're bragging about losing a debate? I mean, what's that all about?
I don't know. I don't think that was the impression of anybody who went into that debate, but
Yeah, it's the impression I got already. So
you didn't even watch it, girl. Come on.
What kind of ping should I do? Should I add everyone again?
why can't I hear?
People know what's happening. Oh, what happened with CTV? What happened with me? I can't hear nothing. Oh, okay, he's
I hear
muted.
you.
Sorry, I was like, what?
Yeah, he's muted.
So what got you guys into content creation?
Oh, I don't make content creation. I'm here to debate.
Gotcha.
no.
Just in
Yeah,
it for
I
the
mean-
love of the game.
There you go.
Yeah.
Go
I
ahead.
started doing stuff around. Thanks, Jake. I started doing stuff around the election. I found out that you could join like these political TikTok panels, so I started doing TikTok debates, and then I slowly bled into the Twitch politics. I don't know where Twitch politics went after. I don't know how to refer to this community, but whatever this
Fair
community
enough.
is.
Yeah,
Twitch
as far
polls
as
good
me, dude,
shorthand.
I was doing.
Go
Yeah.
ahead.
No, I was gonna say, as far as I go, like, yeah, I started making content online, like pre-recorded videos and stuff like that, just on politics and everything like that, especially in probably like in 2003 or something like that. So I was doing that, and then I found myself weeding into the debate sphere stuff. I don't even really consider myself much of a debater. Like, I don't do it often,
Ooh.
but yeah.
Righty, exciting. CTV, you're making
I
a
mean, I've debated
comeback.
before.
Oh, sorry.
No, I was gonna say I have debated before. I've debated Destiny a
Really?
couple times, but
That's
Yeah,
that's a
but,
big boy to debate.
yeah, he's a big boy to debate. Yeah, it was a fun one.
Well,
I mean,
good
if
on
you
ya.
say so.
I think
He's a good debater.
he's good in many ways that I am not. I think I'm good in many ways that he's not. I don't know who overall would be like better. I don't really care that much. I try to look at them more as discussions these days than anything. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. You know, you need only show me. So that's how I go about it.
But yeah, I mean, we'll see how everything turns out, man. We're just waiting for Actually, let me message Gibbs really quick.
Yeah,
Gibbs,
sure.
Tan, and the moderator, and Dylan, right?
I saw
Yes.
Dylan in the chat a second ago.
Mace is going to be a tiny bit late. So we got some time. So you guys can chill. He has to get out of work first and then hop on and moderate. As much as I think that I might be able to pull off moderating and debating at the same time, I'm not going to attempt that tonight.
Yeah, that's hard to do, man.
No, yeah. I was kind of just
It's
doing that.
annoying to do.
Yeah, it's very. Oh, it's so annoying because you're like, well,
It's
Yeah.
impossible to do because,
Because-
unless you're doing like a community room, right? Then there's not already an established hierarchy. If you're inviting people in for a debate panel and you're a part of that discussion, your authority goes away real fucking quick whenever I'm trying to make a point. You know what I mean?
nah, I could do it.
Yeah, it comes,
I think I
it
could
comes
do it.
down to like if you're trying to make your point, and then there's going to be a point where you're trying to make your point, where you're then going to try to exercise said authority, and I'm going to tell you to fuck off.
Oh yeah, then I'm gonna drop you because I'm the moderator.
That's fine. And you can do that, but you're the one that's going to lose more, because then the reputation that's going to come from that, right, is that you can't do the job, and you are more willing to exercise your authority to fulfill your pride, right, and your ego, than it is for you to stay in the point. Because when you're trying to exercise authority in a debate sphere, right, through your point, and then attempt to use that, you have to be willing to accept the fuck off from that, because it's not something that should be getting used during a good.
Uh-oh.
Oh boy.
Okay, he's back. Yeah, I got it. I'm just screwing around. I would never try to like in any official capacity.
I'm just highlighting the point, bro. That's all.
Yeah, I
I
know.
mean, you used to have a Discord CTV I go on to on occasion. And you wouldn't do it at the same time either. So I mean,
Right.
yeah,
I
I
mean,
get
and
you
that's
understand
why that's why I'm making the point, right? Because it's
Yeah.
for all the youngsters out there that might be thinking that, like, oh yeah, I'm just going to do this and it's going to be real fucking simple. No, it's not.
God, what
Not
was that
simple
like
at
5
all.
years ago now, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You want to know?
I've been feeling like maybe I'm getting closer to actually kind of coming back, but
Let's go.
I don't want to.
Do it and then do it twice.
Yeah, like when if I come back around and I'm doing it this time around, right? Like it needs to be done in a way that is not so invasive into my life, right? Like because I'm running a business now, so I got other shit that I got going on. I'm running 3 trucks, so
That's fair. I
There's
got a lot going
little
on
debate
myself,
resurgency.
so I get it. I'm trying to finish up clinicals to get my psych NP finally.
Fire.
Oh, sucks. It's basically working another job, but you have to pay to work the job. So,
well, that's what makes it a hobby.
yeah, I guess usually that's what it ends up turning into.
I mean, if it's not making me money and it's costing me money, it's damn sure a hobby, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I consider crocheting a
or-
hobby, and
like that on your taxes.
or she's a very expensive obligation, right?
what'd you say? Sorry.
I said, or she's a very expensive obligation.
What is a very expensive obligation? I'm not sure I caught that.
Could be a wife, girlfriend. Yeah.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Sorry, that went completely over my head.
They're never as funny when you have to explain them.
I'm so sorry. No, that's my bad. I killed it. I stabbed it. Stabbed it dead. Well, it's good to see you.
There
It's
you
just
go.
like old times, right?
Well, there's Mifa,
Hello.
and then there's Zelda.
Hello.
Oh my god.
The
You own
babies.
small dogs, man?
I got 3 dogs, and then Link's over
Does he
there.
look like a small dog
okay, you got a
kind of
big dog.
guy? Yeah.
Yeah.
Those weren't small dogs, were they? They didn't look small.
Well, the
Yeah,
the first
me-
2 were. They're pretty
Yeah.
small dogs.
They're
Mifa and
medium
Zelda.
sized.
Mifa's a miniature pincher, and then
Hmm.
Zelda's a half Jack Russell Terrier, half miniature pincher,
Gotcha.
and then Link, he's a cattle dog.
Gotcha.
Nice.
Yeah, that last dog was pretty big. I guess when I
He's
think
about
small
40
dog.
pounds.
Oh, nice. I guess when I think small dogs, I think like Bichon Frise or like Maltese. Like that's what I like, petite dogs, because that's what I grew up with.
I can't understand people that get a dog that takes a shit bigger than them. You know what I mean?
Like Great Danes or some shit like that?
Great Danes, I mean, Rottweilers are kind of the same thing. Like, I mean, like there needs to be a specific purpose, right? But if you're getting one and they're like around the house kind of deal, and you have a Rottweiler and it takes a shit bigger than a shit you can take, what was your philosophy there? I just don't understand, because this thing is not going to shit in the same toilet that you're shitting in, right? It's going to be shitting out in the yards, planting landmines everywhere, right? You need some property for this thing. And you see people all the time, they're in an apartment complex, they got a Rottweiler, they got a big breed animal. You're like, what in the hell were you thinking? Every day you're picking up like 6 pounds of shit and putting it in this little bitty bag. I just don't understand it. Dylan,
One sec, I'm
how are
trying
you,
to
brother?
I'm trying to help
Hello.
Admiral Gibbs get up here.
Now that you're here, the 2 most important people that are going to be on the panel are officially here. So.
How,
Rude,
can I ask?
by the
Can I
way.
ask? Thank you, CTV. Can I ask you a question about I can see like all the people in the audience. Can I just like click? Oh, I think I can click that down. Or is there any way that I can get rid of that so I don't have to have? half
Actually, I have the same
screen filled up by
question.
that.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's pretty easy on my phone.
Yeah, I can see all of them. Even Admiral Gibbs. Are we allowing that man in here?
He's my
What's
favorite
wrong with
person,
Admiral Gibbs?
man.
I don't know. I'm inviting him to speak, and it's something's happening. Absolute degenerate Gibbs, that guy. Yes.
Is there no way to get rid of these other people, these audience members?
Did you want them gone?
I find as an elitist, I find them all
Oh.
repulsive.
I think you press the
And
X
I
in the
think-
top right, and it goes away.
You mean
X
doesn't
in the
that just kick
top
me out of
right.
the? That just gets rid of the call.
That gets rid of the
Yeah.
call.
Get me out of here.
Oh
Yeah, well,
no,
yeah, if you
I
X- if
actually
hit
I
the
don't
X in
know.
the top right. That's how you get out of Discord.
Hold on. How do you hide that? That's a good question. I don't know if you can.
Yeah.
Well, on my phone, I can hide the list, but it still doesn't like free up any more of the screen. It just
Yeah, it doesn't
hides
make it
the
big.
list.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's not like it's going to make
And-
the
and due to
video
the
screens of the
dimensions-
other people any bigger either.
We can
Due
try.
to the
Well,
dimensions of the call too, I can't like crop it out really without cropping out
Mhm.
CTV and other people. So it's like it's kind of hokey.
Okay. We have two problems we need to figure out. One, we want to get rid of the chat on the side, right? So let's try to figure
at the
that out.
bottom.
And then at the same
Well, I
time, well, you guys want the people gone at the bottom as well? I'm not sure.
That's
Well,
my biggest
here's-
concern. I
Okay,
don't
wait.
care about the
Yeah,
chat
so the
as-
people
I
at the
just-
bottom, you click the little arrow next to the audience. It's in the bottom right, like on my screen. I'm at the
Yeah.
bottom
it-
right,
it
so it's under
gets
my.
rid of them, but there's still an audience. Like there's no.
This
like,
is
half the screen
this is
still
the
black.
difference. This
Yeah.
is the difference between having this in a
Oh.
voice call versus having it on a public stage, right?
Hmm.
Typically, the
Yeah.
stage isn't used for this. This is more like you're trying to make
This is more
Discord-
for like a Discord calling
Twitter-
show. I think.
Okay.
Well, you're trying to make this like X does this, right? Like you're trying to make it like it's an X thing where they've got the call and they're listening and da da da, but you're trying to include video because X doesn't do that, right?
Okay.
That's
Well,
like
and
kind of what I see you're going for.
okay.
Well, I
Fair
think a call-in
point.
section is included, right?
The call-in section, I mean, this was going to make the call-in section pretty easy, but it's fine. We can just move it to a voice channel. We'll just move it to a voice channel. That'll make everything much simpler. I think that'll just fix all their problems. So, unfortunately, guys, if you are in the audience right now, I am going to be moving to a voice channel. There is a call-in section. We will have to figure out how to manage that later. But for right now,
Who's streaming?
there's still a chat in the side. We can use the chat to like pull people up for the call, right? Or no, because they're not listening to the call. I don't know. I'll figure it out. For right now, we'll just do a separate voice channel. All right, I'm ending the stage. I'll invite you guys in the channel that we were in. Okay.
Cool.
Okay. I'll see you in a bit.
Great.
Sorry, guys. Sorry for the jankiness.
get in.
There we go. Okay. I just made this a private voice channel. Thank you guys so much for your patience. We're just going to do it this way. And then I will figure out how to do calls later. If we get to that.
Yep.
Okay.
Better for you?
Yes, it definitely is.
Okay, perfect. We'll do it this way from now on.
You know, I knew if I
Okay,
just
much
waited
better.
around long enough, people would put me where they wanted me.
Okay. Mace says that he is leaving work now. He's going to be leaving work at
Fair.
8.
My camera's not turning on now. Why
8.
is that?
Your camera is on currently.
Is it? It's not showing on for me.
It is showing for
It is.
us.
Oh, now
Oh.
it is.
Well, now it's off. Oh, there you go.
Okay.
Okay, so
Maybe
we're
it's
just
just
waiting
takes a-
on
There you go, mate. No, not yet.
we're just waiting on our our moderator / host. So we're just chilling until then. I'm sorry for the delay. I think that we might have to just take out the audience call section just because like I didn't plan to be jumping ship over to the voice channel. So we'll do that some other time. No. They can sue me for false advertising. It's fine.
No, I don't think they can if you attempt it. You attempt it.
Light echo,
Am I
by the way. Oh,
showing?
okay.
You're showing.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
Still not showing for me. I don't know. That's all right. It's hard to be humble.
Okay. Well, how is everybody tonight? Doing good? Jeb 10, we didn't hear much from you yet.
Beautiful.
Or
Yeah,
Admiral
I'm good.
Gibbs.
I got back from
Yeah,
Doing all right. I got
Admiral
this
finally
morning.
got in.
Sorry,
Yeah, I
what'd you
feel
say?
like
No, you're good.
I got in the other one as soon as y'all left. I guess there was not. It didn't allow. Only allowed a certain amount of people in.
Oh, maybe. No, I don't think so. I've had that before. I don't know what was going on
Thanks.
with it, but I think from now on, since this is what is preferred, we'll just do it this way, moving forward. So, but yeah, thank you guys once again for joining. I did put this together for the most part, but Mace will be hosting and moderating. So, thank you very much for joining. Wouldn't be possible without you guys here. And I just really appreciate having y'all here. So we're gonna have a fun time. We're gonna yell a lot, maybe, but well, it'll be fun.
Cast here, I don't know. I feel like it's going to be a very calm, respectful, polite discussion. I think.
I think I'm gonna bet you $100 that it's not.
I think I'm going to refuse to take that bet.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Polymarket bet where you bet on
Polymarket,
somebody streaking during the Super Bowl and you're the one that's doing the streaking.
Yeah, I heard about
Yeah,
that
you know
shit,
what?
bro.
I'll put $1,000 on it. It'll be toxic. Okay, I think I know how to make a lot of money.
Pretty much.
We shall see. Hey, the
Halfway through,
toxicity is not going to be
Dylan's
coming
gonna
from
put
me
his
for sure.
sunglasses on.
That's funny, dude.
I'm never toxic, famously.
Oh. We'll see.
Nobody's ever had any
Okay.
problems with me ever.
Take
I'm
your
not too
word.
sure how sarcastic you're being there, but we'll see.
Hmm.
It's my first time meeting you.
Oh, fair enough. No,
Mhm.
I'm joking around, of course. Like, I think if you don't have a couple of haters, you're doing something wrong. Personally,
Alec Gunter was the one liberal to storm the Capitol in 2024.
true. I did do that. Real quick, chat.
I got
Am I
some
echoing?
news.
Somebody said I'm echoing. Please tell me in the chat if I'm echoing.
I mean, I just heard you say that 3 times.
I am
Yeah,
echoing.
I hear you fine.
No, he's making a joke.
No,
Oh,
you
shut
joke. Here, you sound fine on our end.
You can't do jokes tonight. No humor is allowed on the left. You guys forgot.
And I don't know on the left.
I'm
What the
allergic
fuck
to
are you
it.
talking about?
Yeah,
Well,
That's-
so
that's-
Stevie,
you didn't
one
know
of my
that?
favorite left.
I don't even know who's representing one side. The one thing I know for sure, right, and y'all should take note, right, is that obviously CTV is the conservative main boss, and Dylan Burns is the liberal main boss, right? So recognize these facts to start. We'll organize the teams as such, and we're gonna have a really, really fun time. Okay.
I'll be honest with you. First of all, I don't know who the fuck CCV is. Second of all, he ain't no main boss of fucking Bupkis. Let me tell you that. You know who's the main boss? My left nut. That's who's gonna be the main boss here. If you're gonna tell me that shit, get out of here with this guy. Wow.
Okay,
bro.
I don't know if you're
Oh,
representing.
bro.
I don't know if you're representing the conservative side. Or
I'm
not.
representing the
Fact that you
golden
point out-
gods, baby. The golden
Hold on,
gods. I'm just
listen.
kidding.
Hold on, listen, right? I don't know if you think that you're somehow the expert or the manifestation of like screaming into the mic, and somehow that's going to like bypass all the logic and reasoning that's going to come back behind that. But stay tuned, brother. You're going to get a lesson in this tonight. So
Yeah, I'm
the
gonna
fact
get
that
a
you
lesson.
point out
I'm gonna
your-
get a
hold on.
lesson. Oh, okay.
See, and we ain't even got to the point yet, right? So like the point is that the fact that you point out your left nut first,
Because y'all ain't ready
is
for the right nut. That's
is-
right.
is an indication to the way that you lean, right? So
Yeah,
it
that's the
seems
weaker
to me
nut.
that you lean left. You might be on the liberal team tonight.
Nah, fam, let me tell you something. The reason I used the left nut was because that's the weaker nut. And y'all can't handle the left, so y'all definitely can't handle the right. That's the joke. Get it? Come on. Deep meta jokes here.
Yeah,
Sounds
you
like
have to
we're
really
predicting a
explain the
left-wing
joke for it
victory
to be
here.
funny.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. This is 2 times the last 20 minutes we've been explaining jokes. But
we're gonna be getting started in about 10 minutes, just so you guys know.
Oh,
10
goodness.
minutes.
Thank you for your patience. I know I told you to be here early, but you know how it never works out.
Nah, fair
Who's
enough, man.
streaming this anyway, or is this just like we're just getting together randomly?
No, I'm
Yeah,
streaming.
discuss.
And
Think about
Platinum
it, like,
Politics will be
almost
streaming as
everybody is,
well.
I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
just a
Dylan's live
private
as well.
conversation between us.
No, there just definitely needs to be an audience, right? I don't, there's always going to be fun
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. No, there's an audience.
Okay. So long as people are making money, that's the whole
We
point.
bring
right?
in one select viewer who gets to watch all of us debate.
Yes.
they gotta pay the big bucks, bro. The big bucks.
Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
the raffle prize winner. They get a one-man audience to the show.
I figured out how to solve our economy problem just today earlier, by the way. So you know the one thing that is inflation proof and has gone down in price and gone up in purity? Cocaine. We need to get rid of the gold standard and we need to have the cocaine standard. That's what we need to do. That'll solve all our economy problems.
Unironically,
Sounds
tracking
pretty
the
solid.
price of cocaine is a good way to track the health of the economy.
I know this is deep inside knowledge you're getting right now.
Yeah.
Inside knowledge. Hold on.
Yeah, don't
Yeah,
worry
that's
about
what
it.
I was doing economic research earlier before the panel.
Yeah, that's right. He knows.
If you need something to fill the air, ask them about who has the best crab cakes or the best barbecue in the state. An interesting
Somebody's
question.
trying to start a real fight. Somebody's trying to really like goad some shit.
Bet it's CTV.
I like LP steamers. I like
wait,
chicken
wait.
roots.
Well,
What
consi-
state do you think I'm in, and what state were you referring to? Because I felt like you were talking more about Maryland there.
I don't know about Maryland.
Yeah, he
but
was
I can
talking
tell-
about civilized country, CTV. That's what he was talking
Uh,
about.
Okay,
I'll
it's
tell you,
fucking wild, dude. It is fucking wild down here in Florida. There's nothing civilized happening down here.
Yeah,
right?
that's
I
what
don't
I'm
know-
saying. Maryland, civilized country. We need to build a fucking wall around Florida. Like, I don't know, man. The Mason-Dixon line. We need a second wall.
tell you
I
something.
don't know
There's a
about
reason why
wall around-
Texas has won the last world championship and the last 3 world championships in barbecue. World, not just America. The world. Get some.
Okay, so now we're toting fat people as our. We want it. Like,
Oh, you
come on,
trust
give me-
the skinny
give me a
chef? I
sport.
don't.
Give me a
I don't
sport.
trust.
Give me something.
I mean, I don't trust the skinny chefs. Do you?
Food's never really been like a big thing for me, honestly.
What are
But
you,
then
gay?
again, I mean, as you can see, I weigh about 160 pounds.
Must
you
be.
know, so-
That's the only explanation makes sense.
CTV, the pinnacle of culture.
It's all water weight.
This guy said he was going to be the
Yeah.
final boss to conservatives, and he's gay. No, I'm just kidding. It's got the log cabin Republicans are making an appearance tonight. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Still,
Admiral Gibbs,
Still
I gotta
married,
say, it's
right?
you got some interesting drip going on.
Yeah, I see. I'm from Texas, but I'm from the Great Value version of Miami, Corpus Christi originally. I live in San Antonio now, so I represent my Queen of the South heritage as Hispanic. You know, we represent we look like flashy, but on that bullshit.
There you
Cool.
go.
Yeah, he was in the brocade on brocade on brocade last night.
Come
The
Yeah,
whole
today we're
Did
going
you say you're
paisley.
Hispanic?
Yeah, mi padre donde en Durango, como se
Those are
dice,
very pretty colors. They remind me of
ilegale.
the bi flag.
Bro, you look seriously Irish. Okay.
Well, you can make all the exceptions you want. I'm like 100% Spanish. No, I'm 98, and I'm like 2% Basque or some shit, and like that's
Well,
Neanderthal.
I'm having to look at you on a look. I'm having to look at you on a window on my phone. It's literally probably like a 1 inch by 1 inch, like fucking, So like I see red hair, right? Obviously, like
Cortez, redhead. You might have heard of him. Hernan Cortez, redhead.
Yeah, maybe.
How about De La Vaca, also redhead? I don't know if De La Vaca was redhead. I'm lying. But Zapata, the guy that made the Texas flag, Texas national flag, was a redhead.
Maybe.
Yeah. What's his name?
I guess maybe
Carleno,
there's
the fucking
more.
boxer.
I guess
Canelo,
there's more
that's a good
styles
example.
of redhead than I realized.
Yeah, there's the glorious conquering redheads, the Spanish, and then there's the pussy Irish that fucking only know how to drink because they only know how to lose.
Okay, I have a question. So, like, the French are known for two things: one, losing
Surrendering.
wars, right? Surrendering.
Wait.
Two.
Important question. I'm sorry. Really important.
That's
question.
okay.
How much time do we have?
How much time?
Yeah, before we start.
Oh,
You need to
sorry,
take a shit,
about
Dylan,
5
or what?
minutes.
Okay, I'm gonna go smoke.
Okay, cool.
Hmm.
So what was my question? Okay, the French. They're known for throwing in the towel, and also like they're internally though they're known for the revolutions,
I was born and raised in Corpus,
right?
so that
like I don't know
Texan
how
is
that like
fake to
aligns.
me.
Yeah.
That's actually a good point there.
I'm just saying.
What do you mean?
What was the last part of that?
Like they're internal, like externally to the external world, they give up all the time, but internally they're like always fighting. Like they have revolutions and shit. Like those are the two things they're known
The
for,
only
and I feel
people
like
that
they
can
contradict
lose
each
A
other.
war to the French are the French. That's why.
Oh, you know what? Good point. It wrapped back around. Okay, it's like an Ouroboros.
The only fight they'll stay
Well-
in is when they think they can win.
Well, it's important to understand that French history does include Napoleon, right?
What happened
So-
to Napoleon? Did he become emperor of Europe, or did he get
Yeah.
whooped?
Well, I don't know, like all of Europe, but like most of it, right?
Yeah, you're only as good as your last win, and his last win was before Waterloo, and
I mean, how much of his history do you know, though?
I'm pretty adept in Napoleon history. I
mean,
like
'cause,
I
I
like
mean,
my
that's-
generals.
He's a hell of a figure from history, that's for sure.
He's also a cuck, but hey, it's French, so I guess it goes hand in hand. Being a good general, being a
Well,
cuck.
yeah. I mean, he's, he's
I
brilliant.
fucked your wife, and then somebody's fucking mine.
Brilliant in war, but can't handle the bedroom, right? It's like, I don't know. He knew where to penetrate in some places.
Yeah. It's true.
Just
boy.
not in others.
Yeehaw to that one.
Jake, we gotta go play. We gotta plan here after this weather leaves to go do this fucking border thing. By the way,
Yeah,
And then,
I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
we gotta organize that.
Yep.
Border
There's a
thing.
thunderstorm coming my way, by the way, so I should
Yeah.
be fine though. But
It's hailing right now. I might lose power. The illegals. This is unironically a true statement. 3 of the last 4 times someone's taken out transformers been illegal. And the time before that, it was some like 90-year-old woman. But every
Oh,
time
shit.
it rains, they fucking hit the transformer out front of my house. So if
Look
I just
who's
disappear,
here.
Hello.
What's up,
How is
Mish?
Have you brought that particular problem to ICE's attention?
Doing good. I'm gonna run to the bathroom
Don't
real
worry.
quick, Mace. Okay.
they're well aware of
Yeah,
the
you're good.
problem.
Good.
So the moderator finally came in, right? Yeah, this
Yes.
gentleman
that is
over here.
me.
All right. Nice to meet you, bro.
Nice to meet y'all. I've heard of a few of you guys. Rinald, I've seen you in my shorts feed before, for sure, 100%.
There you go.
So,
Thank God.
I think this will be a pretty good debate. I just got done with an 11-hour work shift, ran home as quick as I could, and now we're here. We're live. We're ready.
Back to
Live and
backer.
live input. So I guess just before we get this started, who is pro ice and who is anti ice?
I'm pro ice.
Pro ice. Jake's pro ice.
I mean, I'm generally critical of ice, but I'm anti-abolishing ice.
Okay.
I am anti-ice.
Anti ice. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we could just cut it out. We could just cut it out. I feel like it'd be better to focus on the panel as a whole anyway. So
Sorry, Chad. I was muted for that whole thing. I was just explaining what happened. Don't worry about it.
Well, now I can see myself. So, good.
Yippee.
we are now live on Platinum Politics. So I guess are we ready to get this started?
Yeah, let's rock
Yep.
and roll.
All right. So, hello and welcome everybody to Platinum Brawl. If you do not know what this is very similar to a previous series we have on the channel called Platinum Panel. This might take its spot, it might not, but that's besides the point today. Today we have a panel of a bunch of very awesome content creators who have opinions on ice. And let's see how this debate goes. So the first prompt is: since Trump's presidency, the funding of immigration
Wait,
and
real
customs
quick.
enforcement has. Oh,
We were supposed to do introductions for everybody first.
oh, okay, yeah. We'll start with Admiral Gibbs since he's first one on on my screen. So Admiral Gibbs.
Oh yeah.
introduce yourself.
Yeah, first of all, before we start, even the intros, if you see me do this or you see me do this bullshit, just ignore it. I'm not trying to get your attention. My camera has an AI and it hates me, and I don't know. I'm Admiral Gibbs. Someone said they're the final boss of conservatism. They can be, because I'm the golden god of conservatism, and I'm here to tell you why ICE is necessary, especially whenever we have 20 to 22% of arrests happening here.
Gibbs, you're plugging in channels right now. Just right?
We're plugging channels. Oh, well,
Yeah, plugging
anyway.
channels.
Well, so good. I'm going to get to that. Just trust me. So we're going to be talking about that as a base Texan, and I'm excited. Find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs. Woo!
There you go.
Awesome. Next up, we'll go ahead and give Alec, if you want to go ahead and go, so we can just go down the rows.
Sure, sounds good. My name's Alec Gunter. I put this little panel together for the most part, but I told Mace to pretend like he did it. So he's going to be hosting and moderating tonight. He's a very good moderator. He's good at what he does. So thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Like I said earlier, this panel wouldn't be possible without all of you, so thanks. I'm Alec Gunter on YouTube and Twitch. I also have my own website, alecgunter.com. I go live Tuesdays and typically Fridays. It varies, you know. I don't have a set schedule. I march to the beat of my own drum. So, but I'm a left-leaning politics influencer, a debater, I guess. I've been doing more debates lately. Going to be trying to do a lot more after this. So, hopefully, we have a fun night tonight.
Awesome. Next, Dylan Burns, if you'd like to introduce your channel and everything.
Sure, my name is Dylan Burns. I mostly film war documentaries on the front line in Ukraine, but I also just filmed a documentary in Minneapolis where I filmed ICE activity, spoke to locals, filmed Jake Lang come to town and all sorts of stuff, spoke to local police officers, interviewed them and such. So this should be an interesting panel.
Yeah. All right, Jake Var, if you'd like to go
Yeah.
next.
Happy to be here, man. I'm Jake Var. I'm the host of Project Vealpod on YouTube and Rumble. I do political content, obviously, right wing perspective. I am familiar with Gibbs, with Rinyal, and Burns. Rest of you guys, I am unfamiliar with. So really happy to meet everybody here on the panel and looking forward to getting into it.
Awesome. All right, next up, Jebtan.
Yeah, I'm Jebtan. I don't really have any stream or shows I host. I just talk shit on Discord and Twitter at JebtanRIP. But yeah, small government conservative, anti. I generally considered anti-Trump. I voted for him in the past, but didn't in the last election. But still on the Republican side of things, just not MAGA.
All right, Kazim, is that how you say it
Kazim
correctly?
nailed it. I am
Alrighty.
a leftist AI developer by trade. I don't really stream, don't really do anything like that. My my goal here is just to debate, so that's why I'm here.
Alrighty, Rinyold.
Yeah, I'm Rinyald. I stream on YouTube and TikTok. I do debates. I'm a liberal. Find me at RINYALD.
All right, and Wolf, aka I forgot your channel name. It was something veteran. Oh,
I am
Hold on, one
critically
second,
thinking,
CTV.
but
Let me say that correctly for you. That's the critically thinking veteran, the last hippy dippy goddamn champion. Sorry, continue.
I mean, it's true, right? So I am critically thinking veteran. I live here in the great state of Florida, the great free state of Florida. I run my own business now. Thinking about getting back into Twitch and streaming. As soon as I can figure out a way to make it work for me instead of me working for it. Already been getting involved in making videos on TikTok and on X. So if you'd like to get together, you can find me on X at Polk County Lobo. Main name critically thinking veteran. I am a Make America Great Again conservative. Voted for Trump in the last election as well as Grady Judd. And happy to be
The old
here
heads
tonight
know.
so that
The old heads know CTV. If you're a
obviously
real
the
old
correct
head.
opinion can be heard.
all right, awesome. It's very nice to meet you all. I'm only familiar with Rinyold, Dylan, and Alec, so I'm ready to hear the opinions of everyone here on this topic. I feel like, especially these days, it gets very heated whenever it comes to topics about ICE. I've seen that within the server and just on the internet generally. So I'm ready. I'm ready for this debate. So I guess now I can go and say the first prompt. Since Trump's presidency, the funding for immigrations and custom enforcement has increased by several magnitudes. ICE presence has caused a lot of controversy, with many defending their activities and others scrutinizing it heavily. There have been calls to abolish ICE completely as an institution. Please tell us whether or not you believe ICE should be kept or abolished, and give your reasoning. And I'm just gonna pick a random person. Kazim, I want to hear. We'll start with Kazim. Oh,
Can't
you're
hear.
muted still.
He's muted.
Still can't hear.
Still
You're muted
muted?
on Discord.
You're software muted, not hardware. There you go. Now
Now
you're
you're
hardware
hardware
muted.
Am I good now?
Yes.
Good. Yeah.
As you can tell, I don't do this for a living.
No
The
problem.
founders had a word for what ICE is. It's a standing army. Hamilton promised in Federalist 17 that the feds never want police powers. In 25, he admitted once forces are raised, pretexts just multiply. In 84, he said no Bill of Rights, and he was wrong on all 3 points. In Brutus 8, an anti-federalist paper, we see when a government has so many resources for obtaining money, how can it be restrained from oppression? The answer is it can't. That's why they demanded the Bill of Rights, to bind the government, not hope it behaves. The Fourth Amendment, warrants from a judge required for any search and seizure. The Fifth Amendment, no persons deprived of liberty without due process. You have case law like Payton, you can't enter a home without a judicial warrant. Scalia even said that aliens get due process. This is all settled law. Nothing new here. 80 or 75 billion via reconciliation. Party line, no filibuster, 11 billion base appropriations. You end up with an almost $86 billion budget for a 4-year period. That's more than 50 states worth of police spending combined. ICE is the only DHS agency that is shutdown proof. The TSA stops, FEMA stops, ICE runs through 2029 no matter what you do. This is Brutus's infinite purse made real. 400 judges, 44 of them Trump appointed, ruled 4,421 times that ICE is detaining people illegally. 96 court orders broken in Minnesota in 1 month. 600 people released in Chicago for no probable cause. Releases have dropped 87%. The deportation to release ratio has gone from 1.6 to 1 to 14.3 to 1 in 11 months. Recently, career ICE attorney Ryan Schwenk resigned 2 weeks ago. He told Congress the first day at the academy, supervisors handed him a secret memo to read and return, no copies. Teach recruits to enter homes without judicial warrants. The training was cut from 584 hours to 240 hours. ICE is teaching cadets outright to violate the Constitution and cloaking it in secrecy. That's a quote from his deposition in the Senate. I build AI systems for a living. One of the ways that they're doing this is through Palantir's Immigration OS system. They paid $30 million for this piece of software that'll take your Medicaid records from over 80 million patients, your plates, your phone location, your facial recognition, any input they really want to give to it that they have access to, which they're getting more and more access through Flock and other services, and that they're just able to print off your location with a confidence score. Know your house address. Is that something that the government's supposed to do? I think not. No warrant, no judge. The Fourth Amendment says papers in effect. This searches all of them without a boot hitting the ground. Cato found, as in the Cato Institute, in 2025 was the safest year on record for ICE agents. But agents have shot 33 people, killed 9, 5 of which are citizens. DHS claims that there is a 1,300% assault spike. NPR checked, it's only 25%. They're just lying. They've lied multiple times. Congress created ICE in 2003, abolishing the INS for less reason than we have now. $86 billion. Military weapons, secret memos, 4,400 ignored court losses, AI surveillance the founders would have shit the bed for, and made the Bill of Rights to prevent. Hamilton was wrong. Brutus was right. Get rid of it.
All right. That was a great opening statement, and I'll go ahead and pick out. Okay, so who is anti-ice or pro-ice rather? Who wants to? We'll go ahead. We'll say Jake. Jake, you can go first.
Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, I'll just start off this. Yeah, we shouldn't abolish ICE at all. This whole idea, like, remember the whole ICE raids were happening under Bill Clinton, even Barack Obama. It's nothing new. Okay, they were going down to Home Depots before Donald Trump. The difference is that they weren't as, of course, invested into so much money as you mentioned before in the prompt. We have put more money into ICE than we have before in the past, but that's because, well, under Joe Biden, we've had around 10 million encounters at the border. Probably estimated between 5 to 6, 7 million people that stayed within the interior of the United States. ICE's job is to hunt down these individuals, and they are prioritizing rapists and criminals first. And this is I think this is very important, according to our opponents here, that they want to abolish ICE because they, the last statement that was said earlier that, well, they killed some U.S. citizens. Alex Purdy comes to mind, and so does Renee Good, who were resisting arrest. Of course, this is a totally different out of context thing. We shouldn't be abolishing ICE when we have an immigration issue within the United States interior. And this is why I say, yeah, we should definitely keep ICE on the record and not follow what the liberals want by completely abolishing or defunding ICE, just like they wanted to defund the police. They're pro-crime at that point, and I'm not. So I'll end it there.
All right. Next up, we'll hear from Jebtan. You had a more moderate position on air, correct?
Yeah, I think there's a lot to criticize about ICE. I think currently, right now, ICE is functioning poorly. They're trained poorly. They're equipped poorly. I don't think the funding was a bad idea. I think where the money's going is the bad idea. It makes sense that they would have, if you're going to have, an immigration force that has to enforce your immigration policy throughout the entire country, you're probably going to need resources comparable to 50 states worth of police forces. Um, at least temporarily. And there was a border crisis just preceding the actions that they started taking under the Trump administration. So, yeah, it does make sense that they have a lot of money. I don't have a problem with that. But the fact that money doesn't go to better training is absurd. Their training is obviously awful. It's putting them in danger, it's putting other people in danger. It's causing them to detain people illegally. It's bogging up our courts with a bunch of cases against them for detaining people illegally. It's just costing so much money and so much public good faith that I totally understand why people want ICE as it exists to not exist anymore. The issue is someone brought up abolishing the INS. INS leaves, ICE comes in, ICE now does this stuff, and now they're basically just treated as the INS again. So, what did we really accomplish in terms of this public trust by abolishing the INS? When things go bad again, we're just going to abolish it again, and then it's going to come back under a new name? Are people going to, like, obviously the INS also split duties, but this, we would be abolishing it, and then we would have to replace it with a body that does the exact same thing, but hopefully with a nicer name and prettier uniforms. Like, unless you're willing to bite the bullet, which it sounds like some people on here might be, that we should just not have a deportation enforcement force at all. We shouldn't have people going around and deporting people. We should probably give amnesty to immigrants, and we should maybe have a small force that just sort of keeps people, assists Customs and Border Patrol or whatever. Like, unless you're willing to bite that bullet, that there should be nothing like ICE again. There should be no federal immigration enforcement that will go and deport people who are here illegally, even those who commit crimes. I just don't see the value in abolishing ICE versus allowing it to be reformed, because it's not a fundamentally broken concept the way that the INS was. It's not a fundamentally dysfunctional body. People just have issues with how they're acting now under one president, and under the next president, it could operate completely differently.
All right. Next up, we'll get critically thinking veteran. What's your opinion on ICE?
Well, Jeb 10, first, you only need 50 states worth, bro. It's not all 50 states don't border, foreign, right? Some of those states are inside the United States, so they only need border state money. But to get back to the point, though, right, is unless you're for open borders, there needs to be some federal institution that is enforcing immigration law. What is disingenuous is anybody that is using these statistics to try to justify any actions being taken by ICE whenever you've got left-wing idiots out there, creating more problems than there needs to be. We all understand that there was a lot of people that were led across the border that were not supposed to be here. It's already a huge task for the federal government to be rounding these people up. And then for those on the left that then try to use the chaos that they are causing, right, and the statistics then as a way to push their narrative is completely what I expect children to do, right? So whenever there's some real adult conversation happening with regards to how you're going to do what is required of the federal government, it's like its primary job, which is enforcing the federal border for the states so that the states aren't doing it themselves, right? It's its entire one of the primary duties. So I'm not an open borders guy. Anybody, like I said, doing that, it's acting like kids, and I'm ready to have an adult conversation when we're ready to get there.
All right, Rinyald, you're up next.
Yeah, I think there is such an internal rot in terms of internal immigration enforcement that there needs to be widespread change to the point of unrecognition to ICE and our immigration processes. In furtherance of mass deportations, we've seen the normalization of ICE ignore constitutional rights of detainees and potential suspects, lying about U.S. citizens they've murdered or attempted to murder, the purposeful bypassing of traditional training requirements, and a system of hitting quotas rather than actually protecting when necessary. I often say the strongest argument against a lot of our systems is what Donald Trump is doing right now. He exposes a lot of the weak points of a lot of our institutions. We should not have a federal police force that can be weaponized against people that is driven by Stephen Miller's quota system. At the moment, until we can have a good faith executive who can actually say that he won't use a police force as a secret police force as a means of voter intimidation, or until we can have an agency that will actually respond to court orders, ICE is doing more damage than help. Whether abolition of ICE looks like transferring the HSI's current duties to CBP or reform to the point of unrecognition, something has to be done.
All right. Admiral Gibbs, you're up next.
All right. Yeah. So, I offered this many times before the election. I came on these panels. I only came into the political debate space because of immigration as an issue. I own a ranch. My family owns ranches near the border. And the coyotes would come and they would destroy our ranch. They would destroy our property. They'd eat our cattle. And I came on these panels and I said, hey, this is a fucking problem. And you know what I was told? Fuck you, rich landowner. Right? And now, if you know anything about ranching, you know we don't make a lot of money, right? It's not a fucking hand over fist thing. So I decided I'd get passionate about this and do some research. So I decided, I'm pretty pro-immigrant. I own a leather company. We've gotten over 30 Guatemalan citizenship since we've hired, and I've gotten at least 2 people from my ranch citizenship the right way. And guess what? All of them are Republican. Why? Because they did shit the right way, right? They think that illegal immigration is evil because it empowers the cartels and it empowers human trafficking. It's really bad, and there's multi-layers of this. I'm sure we'll get into this. If I live in San Antonio now, I lived in Corpus. The cartel runs the city. They own half the city, and I'm not talking about just the drugs and shit. They're doing the legitimate businesses. They own this shit. It's a problem. There's a reason why 20 to 22% of arrests are happening in Texas, while 2% are happening in Minneapolis. And there's no riots here because we have actual issues. There's a real problem. And when I came on these panels, I offered, hey, if you give me the most secure northern border, most secure southern border, I will even grant amnesty for everybody that gets here between now and a year. They get amnesty. And you know what? Not a single lefty would take it. Right? Not a single one. And then when Trump offered something after Abbott shut down the border, not fucking Biden, Abbott shut down the border, Trump, they offered, hey, we will do all this, yada, yada, and then we'll give you all the things you want. But Schumer shut it down because he didn't really want to fix the issue. He didn't want to fix the issue. No one cared about immigration until Abbott sent these people to Martha's Vineyard in Chicago. Suddenly it's a problem. Well, guess what, folks? It's been a problem for years. I've had at least 8 friends get killed. I've had several friends essayed and murdered because of this by illegal aliens that are in part of the cartel. And, I sit here and I come on these panels and I hear, oh, boo-hoo, you're so unempathetic. But it's a real fucking problem, and nobody here has the balls to fix it except for Trump. Trump's sitting here doing the hard thing, and he's putting ICE out there and getting the job done. And if it wasn't ICE doing it, it should be the Border Patrol. Either way, it needs to be handled. We need this problem fixed. And y'all are going to say, well, what about Consuela, the woman that works at the motel? Or what about Juan, the guy that works at the farm? Well, guess what? He's fucking me. Juan is fucking me directly. I have legal aliens that I've helped get citizenship work on my ranch.
How does he do it?
The
Who knows,
C&J
man?
down the road, they have them like
Who
30,
knows?
40 legals, and they pay them under the table. Oh, they get busted. They get busted once a year. What do? They pay a fine. I can't afford to pay a fine. I can't do it. It's bullshit. It fucks with wages. It hurts legal immigration. It's all around bad. And here's the real kicker. The Democrats, there was no great party switch. The Democrats only want illegal aliens here for slavery. The same reason that the same group of people said, who's going to pick our cotton, are the same ones that's going, who's going to pick our crops? Who's going to clean our toilets? Who's going to get us elected? Who are we going to funnel money to for our elections? That's the Dems. They're evil and they're slavers. And guess what? We fought a civil war over it. We might have to fight another one if they don't stop taking advantage of my people.
All right. Next up, Dylan, we'll give you the floor.
Sure. I am also doing my taxes at the same time as this. It helps me. It's therapeutic. So first off, I just want to say, to Gibbs, fuck you, rich landowner. To just establish that right off the bat, of course. Secondly, I think that ICE as it stands either should be abolished or reformed in such a manner, as I think was said earlier, that it would not really be the organization that we describe it as today, or as it's being implemented today. And the fact that a president can use it in this manner means that a president in the future could use it in this manner. And so while it is true that, with the next presidency, I might have a, some administration that runs ICE much more akin to what I would like. At the end of the day, one administration later, and that could change on its head. The main concerns that I have, and this is from talking to people in Minneapolis, St. Paul police officers from the Twin Cities, like different people who have dealt with ICE in the neighborhood, is number one, there doesn't seem to be any culture of accountability. There seems to be a feeling that you can just kind of get away with shit. Seems to be not only what the locals have felt, but also seems to be how this is playing out on the ground. There have been multiple ICE officers who have gone out and shot Americans, and then afterwards, after shooting Americans, they get repositioned to other locations, even if you say they might have been in the right to shoot them legally speaking, as in they can't be put before a court and sentenced guilty. That doesn't mean that they did their job well. Nobody can tell me that shoving that woman to the ground, spraying Preddy directly in the face, bashing him over the head with a can of pepper spray, dragging him to the ground, and all these were like de-escalation tactics. None of these people are removed from their positions. None of these people are suspended from their positions. They're able to continue in their positions. Now, this, as was said earlier, sorry, I'm getting somebody donated money and it's yelling in my ear. I appreciate the $20 though. This is not just a case for Alex Preddy. This is not just a case for Renee Good. This has been the case for other instances. Maybe it isn't shootings, but there also have been other instances of police abuse, unlawful detainment, and it touches undocumented citizens and American citizens. Now, this is true that it's not completely new that ICE has unlawfully detained people, but there's been a massive surge, and that comes with new people coming into position who don't know what they're doing, who now have had their training cut down to 42 days. 42 days of training. People thought it was 47 days because President of the United States, but no, it was 42. That's not enough training. The areas that they've cut was weapons handling and constitutional law. Those are the types of things that they cut from the training schedule, which I think if you're going to be funneling money into ICE, you should be concentrating on training. If you're going to be massively expanding this effort to touch each corner of the country, you should be training these people more. The whole country is going to have their attention on these mass deportations, something that many people didn't even think could get functionally done within the Republican Party. But that's something Stephen Miller wants to pursue. And if you're going to pursue a policy like that, and you're going to be nabbing people off the street, whether it's a Target, whether it's at Home Depot, these people need to be properly trained in constitutional law. They need to know what the difference between an administrative and a judicial warrant is. They need to understand that escalating the situation, even if it feels good, it doesn't necessarily benefit you. There needs to be some policy to get rid of the fucking masks. Nobody likes officers who don't show their face. It reminds people of a secret police style moving gang where they come out, grab people, you have no clue who anybody is, and then people disappear. And that's not just happening to undocumented immigrants, it's also happening to American citizens. And that view is never going to be a good look for ICE, and it's something people shouldn't have to deal with. There's no way to build public trust in that manner. Not to mention the fact, the amount of lying that has taken place. You can never rebuild trust with Minneapolis. It's just impossible. You have lying about the Renee Good case, that she was a terrorist trying to go run over this officer. Oh my God, I don't even know how he survived. She was engaging in domestic terrorism. Then you have lying about the case where the two people were shot in the leg, where the ICE officers on the scene ended up lying about it. Then we have the case where Alex Preddy is shot, and they lie about that immediately afterwards too. This means every single instance where an ICE officer fired their gun and hit somebody in Minneapolis has been lied about either by officers on the scene or by administrative officials. And when I say administration officials, I don't just mean one or two. I mean basically every single person in the president's cabinet. There's nobody with good judgment here. And if they think that they can treat certain laws like the privacy of one's home, carding Americans on the street for their ID, I still can't believe that for a second, even if they reeled this back, that they were asking for American citizens to walk around with their goddamn passport and ID if they're walking anywhere near where ICE could be raiding. Newsflash, ICE could be raiding anywhere. They don't announce where they're going to be raiding. So if everybody has to carry an ID or a passport where ICE could be operating, then you have to carry a passport through every single state of every single inch of the country, because anywhere they could be operating. You don't know. They're escalating operations. This isn't how the American people are going to build trust with law enforcement. This is how trust with law enforcement is going to be crushed. It has to either be reformed to the point where it's not recognizable as ICE, or it has to be done away with, and you have to start from scratch. And it's not just, ICE that you have to deal with. You have to deal with the problem of, we had a conversation of it was going to be the worst of the worst. Now people are finding out that their neighbor of 25 years who hasn't done anything wrong is also being included with worst of the worst. The majority of the people who were deported from Minneapolis are not criminals outside of the fact that they committed the civil offense of entering the country illegally. That's the major crime. So if you're going to have a discussion about these people being rapists and murderers, then anybody could characterize any other group of people this way. I could say all Trump supporters are terrorists, all Democrats are communists, any XYZ. If you take that type of discussion from the campaign trail and actuate it in policy, it's always going to fail.
All right, and I believe Alec is the final one to give his opening statement.
Ice bad. I think I don't understand the draw to ICE. I don't understand why people defend them. I don't understand what it is they do for me. I'm not going to come at you with like a bunch of facts and statistics and stuff. I'm just going to tell you what I've seen. And what I've seen from ICE does not impress me. Not even a little bit. Like, all they seem to be doing is black bagging people, throwing them into cages, and basically just letting them die there or suffer and be tortured. Like, just last year, I think I was just looking up the statistic, 38 people. Make sure I got that right. 32, my mistake. 32 people died in ICE custody. It was a record, and that was under Donald Trump. 32 people dying in ICE custody is simply not acceptable. Nobody should be dying in ICE custody. The whole point is that we keep them safe, and supposedly the whole point is that we keep them safe and get them out of the country, right? So if they're dying in ICE custody, then ICE isn't even doing their jobs, frankly, at all. Like, they're technically removing the immigrants, I guess, from basic society. But if that's their job, then frankly, I don't want them around. I think that immigrants, both undocumented and otherwise, have been nothing but like a positive for the United States. If you look at the statistics, over 50, I think at least 50% of all of our farm labor is done by undocumented immigrants. It's like close to 50%. So if you just Thanos snap all of those people back to Mexico or wherever, right? Like, what are you even doing then? Like, you're just taking the food out of your own damn mouth. You're biting the hand that feeds you. So that's just one aspect of this. And again, like I said, ICE just has not impressed me. I've seen what they're capable of. They wear masks. They don't even want people to know who the hell they are, which is ridiculous to expect from officers of the law, supposedly. Like, I have no reason to respect them. I have no reassurances that they will care about me or my life if I ever get into some kind of confrontation with them or somehow. As we've seen demonstrated before, they will simply kill you. They will just kill you. And I don't think that people like that deserve to be walking around, waving a gun around and calling themselves officers of the law. I think that's ridiculous. I think we need to abolish ICE.
All right. Thank you all for those opening statements. Before we get into the open discussion, I just want to let everybody know in Platinum Politics, we are doing this a little bit differently. We're not doing it in our usual stage. Alex said that there was some issue with the stage, but
we can talk about it.
We're still doing the debate. Yeah. But go ahead and check out all these guys' channels. And for everybody watching and everybody else's audience, come check out Platinum Politics. We are a debate platform that seeks to be as unbiased as possible and allow great discussions to happen, like this one, I hope is. But for now, I'm going to go ahead and set about a 30-minute timer, and I will open the floor.
Hey, one thing that I want to address really quick, Alec, were you making the argument that because people died under the ICE detainment, would you say 5 people? 5 people under
32
Trump?
last year. 32 last year.
32 last year?
Yes.
Okay, 32 last year. Under Biden, it was 26.
That is also
during his whole
unacceptable.
administration, right? Oh, so okay.
Yeah,
So I
but-
just want to be consistent here on where you're going with this. Also unacceptable. So did you want to abolish ICE under Biden as well?
Yes.
Well, I mean, understand too that Alex started this off by saying that he didn't even understand the function of ICE. So, like, his opinion to begin with is already null and void.
They've
Well,
done
hold on,
nothing
I
for
would-
me.
I would like to make 2 points. First of all, I think it's kind of weird to compare the amount of people that died in ICE custody over the span of 1 year of the Trump administration to 4 years under Biden, when there was more people coming to the border and more deportations. That seems like a weird thing.
Well, it's because the
second-
ICE wasn't doing their job technically. Under Donald Trump in the first year,
coming in.
75,000 detains. Okay, what was the full detainment of Biden under his full years under ICE?
So the difference would be the type of deportations that were happening, right? So Joe Biden
We're talking
wasn't
about ICE
relying as much
specifically.
on
On
well,
ICE,
yeah, I mean,
but-
if you include
Yeah,
the
exactly.
border
So it would make
if
sense
you
how-
include the border patrol thing as well, that's going to be it's still
Well,
going to
I'm
be
not.
like
That's the
incredibly
thing.
disproportionate toward Donald Trump.
Sure, but I'm not. I'm
Yeah.
not comparing the border patrol. Border patrol and ICE do 2 different jobs, right? So
Yeah, certainly, but in terms of like
certainly.
in terms of the people that are dying in custody, I'm pretty sure even if you account for the amount of people that died in CBP custody, it's still probably biased towards the Trump administration. No,
Why did these people die? Anybody ask that question?
it's a lot of different reasons. It could be because like they're not even guaranteed
What do you mean?
guaranteed
No,
a
I don't
bed in
want to hear. I
immigration
don't want to hear.
detention.
I
It
don't
could
want to hear.
be
Stop.
Squalid
I don't want to
detention that's been
hear.
attested
I'm
to
not
by
listening
multiple
to
Congress
could
people.
be. I'm
Well,
not listening to
dude.
could be. If you don't know, keep your mouth shut. It's
Squalid-
that
want me to look
simple.
at the
Hold
Squalid
on,
detention.
let's calm down our voices here. Let's calm down our voices. I'm just saying 75,000 detained under Trump compared to Biden's entire administration, which was 36,000. Okay, didn't even come close under his whole 4 years. So you got to compare the numbers before you say it's not fair to compare 1 year over Trump's 4 years over Trump's 1 year. So of course Trump is working overtime with ICE. We can
Well, I
see
mean, you
that.
could also point out the fact that our our detention infrastructure is not ready for the amount of ICE detentions that are happening right now, right? Like I
True.
said, ICE is arguing that we don't even have to guarantee these people everybody a bed, right? Like it's pretty crazy the amount of people we're jamming into these ICE facilities. No,
That's
So
not
if
true at
ICE
all.
is
We
really
have, we, have,
for the-
we,
if
have,
ICE
we have facilities that are literally not being used. I can figure 3 in San Antonio. They're overflow facilities. In fact, Doge tried to shut one down recently, not too long ago, last year, because hadn't been used in 6 years. We have the facilities. Also, I want to point out one thing though, because Mr. Gunter here, is that your name, Gunter? Yeah, Mr. Gunter here. He activated my trap card. He openly admitted the thing that I said in my opening, which said he wants slavery. He's like, who's gonna pick our crops? Who's gonna do it at this lower wage? Who's gonna do this shit? That's
I know.
terrible.
Wait,
Why do
hold
you hate
on.
Hispanics?
Hold on. You
Why do you want us to be
mischaracterized.
slaves? No, I'm not mischaracterizing. This is what y'all do.
Yeah, you
Y'all
did.
come in
When
here
did-
and y'all pretend that the
Wait.
American people can't pick crops. We can't do it at fair wage because we are undercutting the legal immigrants who would probably be the ones that would come and pick the crops as migrant workers for the most part. And then instead of paying these people a fair wage, you think these people should pick the crops and get unpaid unfairly and have worse living conditions.
Said
This
that.
is slavery.
I
That's
never
slavery.
said-
Why?
I-
we want
I know,
amnesty.
no, you didn't say that, but you said who's going to pick a crop? 50% are illegals. That's a problem.
Pay them
That's
fair.
a major
They're-
issue.
okay, here's the thing. They're trained for it at this point, right? And they're
Yeah,
good
so are
at it.
slaves.
So pay them
So are
fairly
slaves.
and give them pay them fairly. Give them fair
Oh my
working
God.
conditions and
You
livable
can't- you
wages.
can't-
Literally?
Yeah.
You
Pay
can't,
them
you
like
can't do
Americans,
that if
Gibbs.
they're undocumented or illegal. Yeah,
Easy.
pay them like Americans.
Okay,
They didn't
then
come here fairly.
I have a
Oh,
great
yeah,
solution for you then.
legally.
Ready? I have a great
Yeah,
solution
yeah,
for you
yeah,
then.
This is the pro-democrat slavery position. I didn't know we were in 1865, but this guy,
doesn't
I'm
matter.
going to defer to Dylan.
this
He
guy,
wanted to say
yeah,
something.
this guy is advocating for the 1865 Democrat position. I see they haven't changed.
my
in 100
God.
years.
Isn't it? We're advocating for amnesty. Wouldn't that give them the same protections as
you're
any
not
other
advocating.
You
illegal
want all
You're not
25 million
advocating for
illegals
amnesty.
amnesty?
I-
Literally the
Like, what?
second half of this debate, Gibbs.
You're not advocating for amnesty. I've sit here on many panels. Now I'm not saying y'all
I'm
specifically
not.
because I haven't debated y'all. I've offered amnesty as a potential compromise many times, and it was rejected. But now y'all want amnesty because Trump has sat here and said, nope, you're gonna get the stick now. And here's the crazy part: you're saying, oh, pay them fairly. Okay, so you want these people who came here illegally, have been undercutting Americans and legal migrants work pay. Do you want them to suddenly get amnesty and get a reward for breaking the law and have been enslaved for the whole
My
time?
man,
Why?
you're
Why do you hate
boxing
Hispanic people?
shadows.
So I'm not sure. I'm not
I'm
sure
not
if you
boxing
know
shadows.
what the
This is a fact.
The second proposition we're arguing for is amnesty. So literally every single person on here is going to be arguing for amnesty. So I don't know why you're
Understand
pretending
that.
like the
I-
Democrats
listen, hold on,
won
hold on.
Wait,
I
wait,
understand.
Not to
slave
mention,
labor
that's
when we're
just the
arguing to give
opposite
them
of the
legal
policy
status.
of
Do
the
you want
actual
all
organization we're
35
talking
million
about.
illegals to be legalized? Is that what you want?
Yes.
You're totally fine with that?
Yes, blanket amnesty, yes.
But you want them all.
Yes.
Okay, well, hold on. We can talk about amnesty, but let's talk about
yeah,
first.
majority. Yeah.
All right,
Okay.
everybody,
I'm gonna-
everybody,
Here's my
let's
compromise.
chill out.
Here's my
Let's let
compromise.
Dylan
A third.
See how
I'll
he's
go for a
one
third. Can we
extreme,
take a
bro.
third. Take a third. What about 2/3? 2/3? Can we take 2/3 of them to board? Okay.
Yeah,
Look,
that's
let
a
me
good
say a
one.
few things. I want to say a few things there. Number one,
3/5 a person.
if you look at some of these cases where people have died inside of ICE custody, some of them are pretty hazy, and we still don't know the specifics of them. There are problems with overcrowding. While it is true some facilities are open, other facilities are overcrowded. And so it depends where operations are picking up, where they're able to detain people. For example, if you're talking about Minneapolis during the height of the surge, you're going to have a lot more crowding than, say, in the middle of Oklahoma, somewhere where they might have a facility, but they're not picking up the people that they want to be picking up. As for the people dying in ICE custody, one case that did scare me was where a son of somebody who was detained by ICE was in ICE custody. He approached officers saying he needs this heart medication. He needs this medication to live. Please give it to them. They tell him they would give him to him. They don't give it to him, and the man dies. Now, when you have these many escalations of detainments, while you cut training and you have overcrowding at these facilities, you're not going to be able to do the proper checkups on people if you can't even get them the space for a bed. And so, yeah, there is a problem with overcrowding. It just might not be overcrowding at the facility near you.
Yeah, and then they're not using old facilities. They've apportioned, well, not a portion. They've made available $45 billion to make new facilities happen. They even tried to do one here in Oklahoma, and it failed
That's
because the
nuts.
city told them to go screw themselves because it's insane. Like these are interurban places. You're talking about putting prisons, and we're talking about putting enough prison capacity to like outpace the FBI's prison capacity by 5 to 1 every year. That's a crazy number you're talking about. You're talking about going from having a couple 100,000 inmates in the whole federal system to having millions. It's not feasible. That's already a ridiculous, crazy number. And you're talking about adding more bureaucracy on top of that. The big problem that you're really looking at is the asylum claims. We have 3.7 million of them in the backlog right now. And instead of actually handling them, actually signing the legislation that came through like 2 years ago to handle all of this,
Oh, you under
Trump was
Biden,
like,
you
let me
mean?
make it a political issue, and now we'll all have to deal with it in 2 years.
Well, handle it poorly, right? Because I don't think anyone in any other circumstance, especially a circumstance under Trump, I think if Trump was saying, just let my border patrol agents who report essentially directly to me, give them authority to become immigration judges and grant asylum claims or not grant asylum claims. It's a terrible piece of legislation. It would have been a terrible thing. It would have been it would have been a massive increase in power for the exact groups of people
Then
that
why
you're
was it
complaining about
bipartisanly
abusing
signed
power
off
right
on?
now. It was not. It was not.
It was
there
right
were,
up until the final minute when it was shut down by
There's
Trump.
no. Okay, so I want to be clear here because this is said all the time. There is no proof, zero proof. There are 3 people who were co-authors of the bill who said they had the votes to do it. There is no proof that they had the votes to get it passed, and then that suddenly changed at any point. There's none. So you have a couple people who co-authored the bill. So their incentive of co-authoring a bill they wrote bipartisan into the name of is to sell that it was a bipartisan piece of legislation. But also, I don't give a fuck if it was, even though it wasn't, because what did I just say? What I said was a material issue with the bill. So even if every single person in both chambers of Congress said they wanted to fucking get this
What's the
done,
material
it would
issue?
still be
Run
dog
that by
shit.
me again.
The material issue is saying, hey, Border Patrol agents, you're now immigration judges, and you can grant or not grant asylum claims.
That's insane. Do they have legal degrees to be able to do that?
No, and that's what the,
And what
that's
are we
what the
talking about
legislation.
here?
Because the legislation was allowing them to do that. The legislation would have allowed Border Patrol agents to grant asylum claims. That's what Biden wanted to do. Biden
I
wanted
don't
the
agree with that
president to
part.
be able to
That
snap
probably
his
wouldn't even
fingers
that
and do
wouldn't have
whatever
survived
he
muster,
wanted.
just like in a bunch of other parts of the bill probably wouldn't. But the
Dude,
point is that
Did you not hear him when he said that that was being pushed through by Biden?
Yes,
the
this was
Wait.
in the bill. Like,
Wait, let's be clear. When we say push through by Biden, can you remember the circumstances of this bill being
Yeah.
introduced? Is they were trying to pass Ukraine aid. Then Trump said, no Ukraine aid until we deal with the southern border invasion. 2 totally different issues, but this is politics. You connect different issues all the time. That's how stuff gets blocked in
Yeah, which
Congress
is
all the
awful.
time.
Yeah, of course.
You know, and then under those conditions, that's when this bill was made. Of course, it was an imperfect bill. This shouldn't have been the conditions under which we were negotiating immigration policy.
Which by the way, Burns,
I
that
mean,
happened literally in the
again-
last
See,
year of the
actually, Dylan's
administration where he
100%
was
correct
trying
on
to
that.
get elected on here.
It also doesn't materially change my issues with the bill. My issues with the bill, there's just no evidence or even reason to believe that part of the bill wouldn't have been in there if it wasn't being balanced against Ukraine aid.
It never
Like,
made it to the floor because
in fact, it would have
never
been
got
more
that far.
aggressive.
Yeah,
It
the
only made it to
Republicans
one
killed
chamber.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, but the issue is that's not the only thing. What I'm saying is that's such a glaringly, obviously stupid thing that nobody here knew or brought up that makes me think maybe we shouldn't be having a conversation based on this bill that people aren't that aware of the contents of, because it was awful. People talk about that
It was
bill
bad.
like Trump just blew up this easy solution that we had to just fix the border.
A solution.
It was a dog
Same
shit.
thing
It was
with
a
the
dog shit
cosmetics,
bill.
Eric.
Okay,
y'all's
let me
narrative.
ask
Yeah, it
this
was.
then.
Even
Let me
Destiny
ask
used
this
this argument
then.
against me, bro.
What was Trump's
It was a dog shit
alternative? What was his alternative?
Yeah,
Well,
what's
the
what's the alternative?
Republicans had an alternative. While Biden
They
was president, the
didn't.
Republicans had an alternative that even Fetterman liked, and it actually involved
Even Fetterman.
reforming some of the asylum process.
Fetterman.
And
Trying
who
to
shut it down?
codify.
Jeb,
Well,
who shut that bill down?
I mean,
Who shut that
the
bill down?
Democrats don't even consider shutting it down because they never entertain him in the first place. Even when
Yeah.
Trump was president in his first term, the Democrats were shutting down anything with any border wall funding, even though there was, I'm pretty sure, a pretty clean bill that
Where's
was
the border
500
wall?
immigration,
Why aren't we
it had
talking about
500
everything.
immigration judges.
Wait, can I,
500
It had-
immigration judges for the amount of border wall funding that Biden did anyway.
It had more than the other bill, by the way. All the things Jeb's talking about is absolutely true. The bill under Trump had more of all the things that the most recent bill had, but larger numbers. And they shut it down. Schumer shut it
500
down.
immigration judges.
Yeah, so
Okay.
I don't want to sit here and hear this high horse
funding-
about
yeah, I
amnesty,
don't-
all this
because-
shit. Like that's a problem. Also, Dylan, you're
No,
absolutely
it was a
correct.
token.
We shouldn't have combined the Ukraine and the border shit. That was bullshit.
Yeah.
They're totally unrelated issues. I don't know why. That made me mad. On top of what was already in the bill, which is
I'll
dog
tell
shit.
you why. The reason why is
Well,
because
yeah.
the president wanted to be able to control Ukraine policy while not being in office,
That's
and this
fair.
was a way to legislatively deadlock it. That's why.
Well, I mean that's true. I'm not going to argue that, but I mean,
Now
just
the bill
unhinged.
was
our
dog shit,
point.
but they
Might
should
I
have
add,
been- they
it's
should have been
just
separate.
unhinged.
There.
It's unhinged that you guys listen to him when he's not in power. That's crazy to me.
Wait,
Well,
can I ask
we
something?
don't
Wait,
listen
wait,
to
wait,
him.
hold
I
on.
don't listen
I
to him.
objected
We
to
listen
the-
to
I
him.
objected- hold on. I objected to the bill as a Texan long before Trump even said anything. Literally the day I read it, I was like, this is terrible. Jeb and I went on, how many panels did we do on that bill? Jeb, like
Again,
15,
what's the
20?
alternative?
Yeah, I
Like,
went on a
it
lot.
was, like, and people are like, oh, Trump hates it, you hate it. I'm like, no, bitch. I hate it because it's dog shit. Like, that's why I hate it. And then I would go through point by point, and they'd be like, you know, and I don't think we need to have a point by point over this bill. It's like 5 years
Well,
old now.
Gibbs,
Like,
you-
but
that's
like,
because they all
The
got
point is they
TDS,
never
bro.
wanted to fix it.
Here's
They
the-
never
here's
wanted to
Trump,
fix it.
that's
They
all
wanted
they
to do what they're
hear,
doing right now.
right?
I wanna
Can
know
I
that.
ask
It's
you a
not
question
just
about
TDS.
ICE?
Like this was
As a
thoroughly
defense guy?
reported this way. I'm not going to write them all off as having TDS, but it's important to actually understand that that bill was not this easy, great solution. It was
Never
not.
said
No,
it
the
was.
point
I
is,
wanna ask
that
about-
that's
I wanna
why
ask
they don't
questions about ICE.
remember. Right,
Yeah,
but that's why they
ICE.
don't remember
We can bring it back to
that
ICE.
Jeb and Gibbs had the position that they had is because they want to lock everything in with Trump, and they can't see past the nuance of an individual having their own opinion and having read the bill
I
themselves.
immediately copped that it was a shit bill. I immediately copped that.
Okay, so I want to ask about ICE as it stands right now. Let's go through like a checklist of things that ICE does and whether they should or should not do that. I think because this will be the key areas as to why people think ICE should be abolished or should not be abolished, right? If they're doing something that's clearly illegal, unconstitutional, and we can't stop ICE from doing it, well then it shouldn't exist, right? Because we all agree the Constitution is the foundation of the republic, etc. Blah blah blah, liberalism, yada yada. Anyway, I want to ask number one: should these cops be wearing masks? Does it make sense that there's a certain part of the federal executive branch going out there, their law enforcement on, they'll be able to throw that shit out there, of the DHS, that they can go out there, not be able to identify themselves, be masked up in communities they're not a part of, and grab people off the street that people, obviously community members, won't know the circumstances of what's happening. They'll just see masked guys, many of them in civilian clothing, by the way, grabbing people and throwing them into a van. One example that I saw in Minneapolis that really scared me was two women but in a car. Oh my God, I have car trouble. Somebody help me. Somebody help me. Then this man walks out from his front home to go and help them. And then all of a sudden, a bunch of mass agents swarm, take the man, throw him in the van, boom, gone. Now he's in some facility states
Dylan,
away.
That doesn't sound like a
behavior-
criminal to me,
that's so
Dylan.
weird.
That sounded
Dylan,
like a
that's so weird
well-to-do
that you-
neighbor.
Dylan, that's so weird that you want to kind of frame this in a way to where like everybody in the neighborhood doesn't know who the fuck ICE is. They see the
Well, they
see
know
the news,
who
Dylan.
ICE
Okay,
is,
they
but they
definitely
don't
know
like-
what's happening, and they're trying to obstruct justice. That's actually what's happening right here. And the reason why
don't
these ICE
always
agents
know
wear
what's
the
happening.
mask is
That's
because
what-
they're getting doxxed by leftists that are on your side to try to harass their families.
my
So this is
side.
why ICE
Okay,
agents have to wear
sorry,
the mask at this
okay.
point.
Police.
It's
Okay,
for their
Let me-
fucking safety,
Okay,
just like
they
your
don't
BLM
have-
riders, just like
how-
all these other folks were wearing masks
How do we
as well to
get-
conceal their
Hold
identity.
How do we
Dude,
guarantee
Well,
Fifth
wait,
Amendment
a
rights if you
BLM
can't
rider,
identify your
a BLM
accuser?
rider
So
is
this
not
is
given a
so
gun and
well.
the ability to go enforce laws by the state.
BLM riders were the
They
ones that
don't.
contribute $20 billion worth of collateral
Okay,
damage.
so
What the fuck are
okay,
you
I have a
talking
question
about?
for you.
I'm telling
from the government.
Jake,
They get to be
Jake,
held to a
I'm
different
saying,
standard 'cause
look,
they're
Dylan,
private
I'm just
citizens.
making the point that the ICE agents are wearing those masks because their families are being attacked
Jake.
by crazy leftists.
Jake,
Okay,
which
I wanna respond to
department
that. I
of?
want to
Did you
respond to
say-
that.
what-
Okay, fine.
Can I be
Okay.
sympathetic for a moment? I want to respond to that. That's a direct question to me. Okay. Number one, when you say they always know what's going on, ICE rolls up quick. They roll up fast. It's confusing. You don't always know what's going on. The whole point is surprise.
Why are they doing that though?
They're doing that to try to catch people. But then when you're
Yeah, like-
masked
like
up and
rapists,
you're
like
not clearly,
criminals.
wait, let me finish. Let me
Or
finish.
somebody who
Not
left a
all,
woman in
most
her
of them are not
car.
rapists, but
Calm down, Jake.
a lot of times they come up no official ICE clothing. They're literally dressed as civilians. They have masks on. They
And there's
pile
many
out
other
the
that
van,
have
and
ICE
they
on
grab
there,
you.
and people are still
Jake.
attacking them.
Whether
Okay,
wait,
Jake.
wait, that type of no, it does matter. The idea
Okay.
that somebody can enforce laws against you while you have no clue who they are, you can't look at their ID, you have no clue if they're from the community, not from the community. That does not only
Well-
poison relations, but it also turns people.
Well, they're wearing
against
masks. Isn't that a dead giveaway? Like that's
Jake.
your whole point here is that they shouldn't be wearing masks.
Okay, so
Really?
they're like Antifa. They're like Antifa.
Yeah,
Okay, they're like
True.
Antifa now.
I was
Okay,
wearing the mask.
They're
Jake.
like
No,
Antifa.
they are.
So
They are kind of a little bit like Antifa.
So
They're
then
both
you would
standards
agree.
for the
Okay,
faith.
so
little
then
bit.
would you agree
Just a
that
little bit.
riders and Tifa shouldn't be wearing masks during those protests neither?
Not
Oh,
law
They aren't.
enforcement.
They aren't civil
Wait, let me
servants.
answer that
They aren't
directly.
civil
Let me
servants.
answer
They have
that
no
directly.
obligation.
I'm
to
asking
use
Dylan,
their
do
rights.
you
hold on,
believe-
hold on,
Right.
hold on, hold on,
Please.
hold on.
I love
Dylan,
my
you
anti-fascist.
have to-
Let
I
Dylan
wanna-
respond real
I wanna-
quick.
All right,
Listen,
all right,
listen, Jake.
Let
Okay,
Dylan-
hold on.
let
Before
Dylan
we get,
respond.
Okay. I think that they shouldn't, but of course they have the right to because they're private citizens. When you're an officer, you're held to a different standard because we give you a gun. We say you can enforce the law. We say you have the ability in some select circumstances to choose who lives, who dies, who goes to prison. And because of that, they should be upheld to the standards of accountability, people being able to look at their face. It also builds public trust. And ICE has no public trust.
Well,
can I-
yeah,
I
no
have
pub-
here
here's the
real quick.
deal.
Nope.
Here's the deal, right? Like you're completely
Oh,
forgetting.
as
and
for
Jake,
the doxing, go after the people who attack ICE officers and get violent,
Right.
stab them. try to do
yeah,
any
the
of that.
people that are
People,
showing up to
right,
ICE
people-
facilities shooting at them too. Yeah.
Yes,
They-
they
okay.
arrest
So when
them.
you're sitting there
How
saying
many-
ICE,
The one guy.
no, you have
wait,
crazy
was a
leftists.
nihilist?
These are the
Wearing
same
a
people that
mask
killed
is
Charlie
not
Kirk that are
the
trying to kill
thing.
ICE agents, bro.
You mean
If
nihilist?
I think
not
it-
so
nihilist?
crazy.
Hold
Last
on.
thing I want to say, and then I'll be quiet for 30 minutes. Jesus, fuck,
Alright.
you all need to talk at the same time. If this is true, these guys are so crazy. These leftists, they put on their masks to do all their stuff. Whether or not they wear the masks, the crazy people who are going to do that are going to do that regardless. Without the masks, they have an ability to build trust with the rest of the public. If they're going to go throw a bomb at ICE, you just said they shoot at their facilities. They're shooting at their facilities despite the fact that they wear a mask because they know where the ICE agents are. They're at the Whipple building. They're over there. You know where their offices are. So I think
Yeah,
the
but-
mask.
okay.
the
So a pretty
trust
good
will
idea to
be
wear a
different.
mask if they're trying to kill
Okay,
them, as well
so
as
here's
going
the
after the
deal.
families. Wouldn't you say, Dylan?
Masks
Like
is
that
the
kind of makes
building.
sense on
Jake,
why they're
Masks
wearing
is the
masks
building.
to see their
Jake,
enemies.
identity.
Jake,
Yeah, exactly.
Jake,
Dylan,
Jake,
come on.
if they know where the building is at, are you going to put a mask on the building? Like ICE officers wearing a
Jake,
mask isn't going to
Jake.
prevent a
Jake, I'm
That's not,
facility
that's not
being
my
shot.
argument. That's not my argument. My argument is that with their identity in the open, they're able to dox
Oh,
their
this
family.
is such an elementary
Okay,
Okay, well,
argument.
then why would you
Nobody
bring up the
understands
shooting?
the
Nobody
law.
showed up like an ICE officer's house. It was a
Because
detention
Because
facility.
I'm
right?
saying
All
that
right,
how
all right,
crazy
it's
these
getting a
people
little
are. They're the
chaotic.
same ones
It's
that
getting a
killed
little
Charlie Kirk.
chaotic.
They're insane.
Moderator,
They're on your side of the
moderator.
political aisle.
Let's all
I do-
relax.
Moderator.
What are you talking about?
Let's all
The
relax.
That's why I
actual
brought it up.
reality is
Moderator,
the
start muting
cartel,
people.
right? Like
All
there's
right. All right. Let's calm down. Let's calm down. This isn't going to be a good debate if we can't hear each other. I believe
Let's see TV go.
Rinyald was trying to respond to
Not only
Jake.
that, Dylan won $1,000. He bet that it was going to be toxic, so you should be happy, Dylan.
Let Ringo
Also,
respond, but I want to
apologize.
hear what
What is
CTV
your
has
name,
to
Mr.
say.
Moderator?
But
I
let's-
apologize.
Let's let Rinyald respond, and then we can continue from there.
What was your name, by the way,
I
real
think
quick?
Gibbs was just
Sorry.
asking what your name was. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my apologies. It's like I can't see it because I have the streamer mode up. I apologize, Rinyald. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, you're all good. Moderator, what's your name?
So yeah, moderator,
Mace.
your name, Mace.
Mace. Yeah, the only point that I was making is that like the only situation that you were able to bring up of like articulatable harm harm that these ICE officers are facing is like shooting an ICE detention facility. But unless you were going to like
No.
put a mask on the
I brought up
facility,
doxing.
then Yeah, but why did you bring up the shooting of the facility? That was going to happen
To
regardless.
prove the point that these people are insane, that not only are they doxing them, they're actually going to the facilities and shooting at them as well.
The
Yeah,
mask
but
has
let me
nothing to
jump
do
Two things
with
in.
can be true at the
facility.
same
Let me
time.
let me
Brignola,
jump
what are
in
you talking
here. Hold
about?
on. Hold on. So here's the thing. You talk to any police officer anywhere in the country, especially federal agents, border patrol agents, anybody. They're going to tell you that when you take this job, you understand that people are going to target you for the uniform you're wearing. They're going to find you. They might even follow you back to the station. They might even follow you home after the station. This is something they're consistently worried about. They always deal with. Every time there's a BLM or Antifa riot, what do they burn down? A police station, right? They're all the same conditions apply, but only one of these groups for some reason gets to wear masks. We generally understand that the other ones don't do that, and there's a reason why they don't do that, because they're interfacing with the community. Yes, the far left should have started out treating ICE like servants of the community, both in the sense of accountability, but also by not doxing them and being crazy about them. But we can't say then we're going to have ICE act like essentially enemies of the people that they're trying to serve, that their tax was serving, because people were mean to them on the internet. Because there aren't any stories of an ICE agent's home actually getting shot up or their family actually getting harmed. So we're talking about people being mean to ICE agents on the internet right now is the reason they're the one federal agency that gets to wear a cosmetic only mask. It's not because they have to wear a gas mask or anything. Obviously, those are exceptions, but this is just to shield their identity from the public they're supposed to serve.
And there is stories of ICE officers illegally entering civilians' homes, American citizens' homes. So,
correct.
You know, that's why people want accountability. That's why they want to see their face, because when they see that, there's the same arguments being used right now. And I understand it comes from a place of wanting these ICE officers to be protected, but this is used by secret police all around the world. This is used by police departments in Russia and Iran and anywhere where it is the police have an authority they probably should not have. One of the first things they do is mass up the officers so they don't face public retaliation, and nobody knows what their names are. And that, to me, has
Well, the
all
attacks
of
on
the tinges of authoritarianism.
Okay, well, the attacks on ICE officers compared to the previous administration is up by like 2,000%, Dylan.
Nope, 25. There's only been 25% increase in the number of charges filed in federal court for aggravated assault against federal police officers.
I'm not talking
This
about
is a
aggravated
lie.
assault.
They
Man's-
lie
I'm
as much as they breathe.
I'm talking about actual
Man's got his
shootings.
facts on point.
Come
What are you
on,
talking
man.
about?
Like, what are you going to do about
Okay.
what I just said? NPR
Wait,
said it, not me.
They're in uniform
Well, even
when
if
they're
it's
being
up
shot.
by 25%,
nuts.
that's still a high number,
Okay,
bro. What are you
Jake,
talking about? Even if I
Shut
drop
up,
the
what?
25%,
That's national level news that you would hear about like
Okay.
immediately.
So
What
okay,
instances?
so don't you think that it's up? Being up by 25% is still a problem, bro?
Jake, do you
That's
remember
still a big
what?
problem.
Jake,
Just
compared
answer
to
my
what
question
else
really
is
quick.
like
Would you
compromised?
consider
I'm gonna
that to
agree
be
with
an
Jake.
issue?
Can I be
All
like,
right, all
let me
right.
agree real quick.
4,000
Let's let
400
Answer my
Kazim
question.
respond
Would
to
you
Jake.
consider that to be a?
Called a fascist
All
on my own side.
Hey.
I want to agree with Jake a little bit. Let me do it. Let me reach across the aisle. I agree that a 25% increase is a problem, but you said earlier that the increase in deaths is also from an increase in operations. So the increase in attacks on ICE officers is also going to be in part contributed to by an increase in ICE operations. So you'd also have to agree with that, no?
I would agree with you on that. That because the ICE agents under Trump are actually deporting, detaining illegal immigrants within the interior, you're going to lead up to a lot more individuals attacking that. I could see that for sure. But at the same time, we do see a lot of lefties that are going after. Again, the left is the one that burned down the BLM riots back then, the Tesla burnings, the Chaz takeover. So these guys already have a history in his first administration already rioting, bro, and
Okay,
attacking
Jake.
facilities.
Okay.
We have the same thing now that Trump's in his second term. We see the ICE agents getting attacked, the LA riots. Every time
Define
Trump gets
attack.
into office, you lefties lose your fucking mind and you burn down everything around you. I think
Define
that's
the
the
I would-
problem.
problem.
I would like to
Established
reach across
that
the
they've been
aisle too,
attacked
real
about
quick.
25% more, and you just own that could be from operational persistence.
I would also like to reach across the aisle real quick.
Well, you didn't even ask the question. Dylan did. Do you think that's a problem?
So? What?
Well, hold on.
It's a
I
problem,
would-
though.
Okay,
You
so
can't
you
contend
agree
with your
with
points
problem,
of
but you're just like, you know what?
Hold on, I would-
Trump bad, so it's okay. Trump
Jake,
bad, so
Jake,
it's
Okay,
okay.
wait, but let me
Great.
Hold on, hold on.
I want
Let me jump in. Okay, I'm sorry.
Can I
Let me
just-
just read.
I'll-
Yeah, go ahead, Dylan.
Trump bad, so
Just
25%.
very
No big
quickly.
deal.
Look, my problem with this philosophy isn't that I want ICE officers to be targeted at their homes. I think that's a horrible standard to set for anybody to be targeted at their homes, right? That includes the homes that they're entering illegally. But at the end of the day, these officers sign a contract, get $50,000. They sign up for this, right? If you're an individual citizen, you don't sign up for an ICE officer to walk up to you and card you as an American citizen when that used to not happen. You didn't sign up for all these things, and having people come up to you with masks is immediately going to make you oppositional. I'm telling you right now, there is no. Let me just say,
What if they wore Spider-Man masks?
Jake Farr, let me be clear. Let me just say this very clearly, and I'll be very clear. Last statement. Jake Farr, I am probably one of the more moderate people you'll talk to on the issue of immigration enforcement. When I do my documentary, a lot of it's going to be talking about how, protesters have treated police officers, stuff like that. I'm going to be concentrated on that. Okay. But as that moderate person, I will tell you, I will never obey orders from a masked police officer ever on principle because I don't believe it's right. And there's a lot of people who are going to feel that same way, and it's going to be poison from the base.
I actually want the country is okay with this when they're deporting, rapists and shit. Go ahead, Admiral. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I want to build a little bit of a bridge here, because I mean, Jake, you and I know I'm pretty on the same position. But however, I'm a little confused, Jake, because I actually agree with the sentiment that Dylan just said. I'll be damned if some masked fucker is gonna come up and tell me show me the papers, bro. Like, I'll be damned.
What if it was Spider-Man? Would you be okay?
I don't give a shit if it's Jesus Christ himself. If they walk up to my house and they say, "Show me their papers," I'm gonna fucking be like, "No, bitch, you show me your papers," right? Like, same thing.
Come on, man.
I will call it. Yeah, hell yeah, bro. I'll call anybody a bitch. God's got a sense of humor. Secondly, I'll tell you this: have you seen the faces people make when they have sex? He's got jokes. All right. Secondly, I want to go into this as a pro-Texan 2A person. When Santa Ana came down and said, "I'm gonna take these fucking cannons," what did we tell him? We said, "Go fuck yourself." We shot him, right? Who do you think is a pro 2A is going to come to your guns? It's going to be the mask cops. It's the SWAT team, right? So you can't be pro 2A and pro masks if you're a conservative. Yes. So I don't like doxing either, but stand by your business. And honestly, if they go attack these guys that are not masked, that gives us free reign to be like, look, they are terrorists. So I think the mask thing is just enabling the left's complaints. But finally, the reason why we have to do the masks, or they're trying, not what we, but they have to do the mask. It's because they are getting shot at these facilities, which is a real problem because they're getting concerned. Yeah. They're going to get doxxed. These people don't believe in borders or ID. These people don't believe in borders ID, but now they have checkpoints set up in random city blocks. Suddenly they just understand it. I don't know. It's a problem.
I don't know why we keep acting like a mask is going to prevent shooting a facility. They know where the facilities are.
I don't know why we're acting like a mask is a huge deal because you're afraid of fucking Spider-Man.
Why do you think police officers have to identify themselves to you?
For the record, I shouldn't be arrested by Spider-Man. If someone came up to me in a Spider-Man costume, I wouldn't let them arrest me.
Yeah. Okay.
But Jake, why do you think police officers do have to identify themselves if you ask them to? If you get pulled over by a cop, you ask for his card, he's got to give it to you. Why do you think that's the case?
Yeah, it's their right to know exactly who the person is that's detaining them. Yeah, I can agree with that. And I know
So take the masks off. I feel like it's not that hard of an ask then. That part should be easy.
It is, and this is why Jake's arguments falls apart. Jake's argument falls apart because you're asking citizens to be okay with other citizens being masked while they're conducting what's supposed to be legitimate law enforcement operations, right? But that's not what's happening, right? What's happening is that these immigration officers need to have their identities protected, not specifically against these leftists, which we know will do the doxing and do all this stuff, but because they're specifically going after some people that are involved with the cartels. And that is a legitimate threat that would be much harder for the federal government to defend those families, right? That's why you're
the cartel wears masks and they dress like the military. The cartel wears masks. But the cartel wears masks and they dress like military. We literally in Laredo not too long ago had the cartel pull up literally in police uniforms and mow down people. This so you're telling me, how am I supposed to know what the difference is between the Zetas, who are basically paramilitary, or I don't know, what's the New Jalisco, right? Well, how am I supposed to tell the difference between that and ICE? If they pull up and they got masks on. I have a real problem with the mask thing. However, I am pretty pro everything else ICE thing. That's really my only complaint about ICE. Is the masks.
It's a combination. See, for me, it's a combination. How many civil rights infractions are they allowed to do? So far, they're up to about 4,500. Do they get to just keep going till they hit 100K? Are we playing a high score game? Is this an idle game?
Well, considering the amount of people that came across the border or inside the country illegally, you can expect those numbers to be high. If there wasn't so many people here illegally, you wouldn't have that
tell them from the top, hey, guess what? You can just go out and basically do whatever the fuck you want.
I'm sorry. There's a perfect organization that can be created where the numbers
why-
are
why
going to
should
be
I care
perfect
about it?
across the board, right? The problem is that your side is unwilling to accept responsibility for the fact that those people
Oh,
are here
immigration.
illegal
I've already,
anyway.
again, I've already
And
talked
because
to
you're
this, dude.
unwilling to accept that, right?
No,
We end
immigration.
up in this
Oh,
conversation where you think you're supposed to justify some shit when there's no actual stance to be able to justify a thing. You're
I
just
have a
buying an
great
illegal voting
solution for
base.
making
That's it.
sure that they're not here illegally. It's called blanket amnesty.
Blanket amnesty.
Yeah, just give them legalship. Cool. Amazing.
Now,
Kaz, I
it's
have a
easy.
question
what,
for you
what
really quickly.
categories would you
I have a
afford
que-
that to, Mr.
Well,
Gunter?
I got a
that
question for
again?
you. What were you saying?
Oh,
What legal categories of immigrants would you afford that to?
what legal
'Cause I wouldn't say
categories
all
of
of them
immigrants?
myself. Yes.
Well, I just think that it should be far, far easier to get citizenship than it currently is. That's all. So,
Agreed.
like,
We're litigating
a couple
that.
of
I
papers
think
to
we're
fill out,
litigating that
a
in a little
background
bit, right?
check. Like, do a background check. If they have a bad background check, fine, deport them. Sure, I don't care. But like, you know, at least like, I get background checks done just because I'm a healthcare professional. Like, we can't just like, I don't know. Like, that seems simple, right? Like, just
And it
do
also
it,
wouldn't be
and
hard
then.
to go the next step and do background checks in the country of origin in a lot of cases. So that's not every country, that's not every situation, but it wouldn't be at all difficult and would actually be an economic boon to both
We're
countries
just
to be able to do that for every country that we set it up with.
I got a quick question for you, for Alec and as well as Cass. Whoever wants to answer it, really. If you guys are for abolishing completely ICE, which is okay, that's y'all's argument. What are you going to replace it with? If there's people in the
We had
interior
the
of the United
INS
States that are
before.
here illegally, what are you going to replace it with exactly?
We had the
problem with
INS
was it was
before.
overly bureaucratic. It was
Okay,
incredibly
fine, but
bureaucratic. It's why
the
we
point
have
is,
all these weird
Yeah,
weird,
but
goofy loopholes. It's why we
Sure.
have all these weird, goofy statuses that don't really help us. Things like humanitarian parole. It was useful for after the Iraq War, not very useful now. T visas or trafficking victims. There's a certain level of ambiguity there, but we're only talking like 5,000 people a year. So all these different statuses, you add them up, and it becomes three really like standout ones. That's visa overstays, unlawful entries, and dreamers. Now, my big concern is with the unlawful entries. That's where your real problem is. Those are people that willingly walked across the border and stayed.
yeah,
Those
so
are
you like Trump's,
those are the three
you know,
components that are bad, and we should
yeah,
get rid of those.
you do like Trump sealing at least the border, right? As far as border encounters under Biden was like 20,000. Under Trump, nowhere even near that number. It's like in the
I don't
hundreds.
think
Yeah,
it's
for the
So you do
first
like that,
time,
at least.
for the
I don't think
first
like that.
time, more people are leaving the country than entering. I can't imagine why that might be under a Trump presidency. He must be doing a great job.
So again, my question is, do you at least like that border encounters? Do you like that? That's my question.
Not necessarily.
Is that a good thing?
I
Why
don't
would you like
care
that?
if people
No,
want
no, no.
to. Okay,
I'm
okay.
asking
Just let me
kids.
ask you something.
Dude,
What's
I
wrong
just
with
wanna
people
ask,
wanting to come
this a
to
good thing
our
or is this not,
illustrious?
guys?
What's wrong with people wanting to come
trying to
to our
answer.
illustrious, beautiful country? What is so wrong with that? Fewer border
Well, we want
encounters.
them to
We want
come
more people. We
legally.
want more workers. We want more manpower.
what?
We like. What are you
You know what?
talking about?
It's
More
not
people
we
is
just
good.
eliminate borders altogether and just
Legal
become
port
one
of
world,
legal port of
one world
entry.
government. Is that what you want?
Those have been closed
Just
down.
eliminate
Hey, you
all
don't want to get
borders
into
and
what
then
I
do
want.
like the
Trust
United
me, you
States? How
can't
about we
handle
do
what
that?
I want. There's no way
Because-
you can handle
well,
what I
because
want. That's
I'm
not for
asking you
tonight.
the question. Do you just want to eliminate the borders completely? Is that what you want?
You
That's
don't
what
want
you're
the answer
describing
to
right now. How
you
about we
don't
just
want the
eliminate
answer
all
to that.
borders?
That we're not having that
I do
discussion
want the
tonight.
answer. That's why I'm asking you.
We're talking
Yes
about
or no?
abolishing ICE.
Yeah, well, you just brought up how what's the matter of everybody kind of coming in, whatever. I'm
Yeah,
asking
what's the
you, do
problem?
you want to just abolish the border? while
Okay,
we're
what's
at
the
it?
problem with somebody going from like Indiana to Ohio? Anything?
Because they're
No?
both fucking U.S. citizens. There's nothing wrong with that. But again, answer
Oh,
my
okay.
question.
So it sounds like as
Are you
long
okay
like
with
okay,
eliminating all borders?
okay. Well, yes,
Come on,
actually,
Tim Pool.
eventually,
Are
yes.
you
That is my goal. Yes,
eliminating all
eventually. Not
Yes,
tonight,
okay,
not
eventually.
tomorrow, but eventually,
one
yes.
world,
Does that
No
help?
borders. That's what
Does that help?
Imperialism.
That is
or
my
how do you
eventual
eliminate
goal.
those
Yes.
borders?
Is you agree with them? Yes.
Do you want to like
I don't
conquer
care.
the
Guys, I'm
countries
sorry,
to
guys.
eliminate the borders, or how do you?
But that's not what we're talking about tonight. We're talking about abolishing ICE. We can start there.
Yeah,
The
but if
border
you abolish
border
that-
Just to
border
be
abolition
clear,
is
just
way
to be
far down
clear.
the line. Way far down the line.
And just to be
We're
clear,
not even
the reason
talking about
why
it.
encounters in and of themselves.
Wait, I would love, Jake. I just want to throw something out there. See, me and Alec, we have different positions. I don't think borders should be abolished. I think that's stupid, right?
Yeah,
So
it
I
is
think Alec's
dumb.
position
Most
is stupid.
of it is
Fine,
stupid.
wait, let me finish.
Yeah.
We both agree, though. He probably thinks my position is stupid too. We both agree, though, that what ICE is doing when it comes to masking is something that looks authoritarian, something that poisons the image of the community. And something that's interesting is when I went to these protests in Minneapolis, I'd meet little old grandmas with signs that said things like "Rein in ICE," which was fascinating to me. That's the most moderate, like kind of like, could we please regulate our boys a little bit more? And I remember talking to
Mm-hmm.
her about it. She said, I just think they need to act with a little bit more dignity. That was this old woman's position. She drove 60 miles out there. That woman is now in the same camp as the person who wants to abolish borders. That's what ISIS behavior has done.
Yeah.
That's
Did
what
you
things
ask
like
her?
masking has
Did you
done.
ask her what she meant by dignity? What does she mean by that?
She meant like they should be well, it was like a 1-minute interview. It was going from person
Oh,
to
okay,
person.
okay.
But
My
it
bad.
seemed like
Maybe
they're
just
yeah,
acting
it's not
legally,
detail.
right? Maybe just have ICE stop violating the fucking constitution like it's nothing, right? Like maybe have ICE agents that aren't willing to break into private property without a judicial warrant, right? Like I feel like
You think
that's a
they're breaking
super
the
easy ask.
Constitution by
No?
wearing masks?
Huh?
Yes.
you think
How,
they're
how do you
breaking-
how do you exert your Fifth Amendment rights with when the person that's accusing you is not able to be addressed in any meaningful manner?
Well, they
Oh,
will
so-
still
so
be
the
able to
question-
be addressed. Obviously, like people know their identity within the facilities of ICE, right?
Do they?
So, yeah,
Well, yeah,
if
but
they know
then
their
you-
identity,
but
then they're
then
just
you're
gonna have
relying on
badges. What are you
ICE.
talking? They do have badges, so they know who's who,
Well, then
even
what-
with the mask.
the
bro.
mask?
So
If
you
they have
could
the badges,
easily
what's the point
still.
of the mask?
You could,
What's the point of the
no,
mask?
You do realize after the Alex Purdy death that happened, the two individuals that shot Alex Purdy, their faces were all on the internet. We knew their identity, regardless of that. What are you
Despite
saying
the
Why
about?
mask up?
Because
Good.
they
It's
could
gonna be
And that's
closed
and that's
anyway.
good,
Do it
right? And that's good,
Because
right?
of the doxing. That's
That's a
why they
good
wear the
thing.
mask, Dylan.
But if they're
They
doxing
gotta
away,
protect
then why-
You said
themselves.
they have their badges out.
Let me accept
Didn't
that
say
ICE
they had it
officers-
out.
I'm accepting ICE officers get doxxed, that they get shamed on the internet. Some people even go as far as posting their addresses. That hasn't led to
Some
anything
go
yet.
far as like
But
literally shooting at facilities.
shooting at facilities, but them getting doxxed isn't going to change that. They know where the facilities are. I can show you where.
I'm
they
not.
are.
I'm not
It's on a
arguing
map.
that it's going to change that. I'm
Right.
saying these are all the problems that
But
we
let me just
have.
say,
This is
if
why
we're gonna
masks
get
will
rid of
help.
it,
Are we
mitigate
gonna-
some of this
Let me
stuff.
finish the point quickly.
Are we
chat,
going to
please.
acknowledge
I
that
said
he keeps
chat like
bringing
you
up
guys are
this?
chat. I'm going crazy. But no, let me just quickly say, if what you're saying is true, that getting doxxed is all horrible. I agree. And the people who
Yeah.
shot Alex Preddy got doxxed anyway. I agree. That shows that even if you have the masks, this thing that's damaging your position within the community, hurting your image with the little old grandmas to
You still
Alec
haven't
Gunter
addressed
to
the
me,
cartel stuff, though.
why keep the mask if they're going to get doxxed anyway?
Address the cartel.
Well, again,
Okay,
the
I
reason
will.
why they wear
Sure.
I want
masks
to
for
answer that. Talk about the cartel.
Address the cartel.
I don't
Sure.
want to answer your
Hello,
question.
They're
cartel.
in the
Who wants
police
cartel?
force.
We can move to the
That's
cartel,
part
but I
of
can-
the
I can
job is to deal with the
I'm asking
cartel.
You, Jay, Dylan just made this point. Address the cartel.
I would like to
That's
address.
me.
The family,
Let Dylan.
American
Address them
citizens
directly,
that are
Dylan.
enforcing immigration
did, I
law
said hello.
from a
I don't-
foreign entity.
Do
What's
you
up,
think that the
cartel?
El Paso
wait, let me
police
just-
who used to do the
Funny.
detainers at the
Well,
border
he's talking
got,
to
got that
he's talking to
privilege?
Dylan.
To be clear, I think that of course they put their lives at risk when it comes to the cartel, but it's not just them fighting the cartel. A lot of it has to do with drug enforcement. Do they get the mask up? No, they don't. Why is it just ICE officers? Are we going to expand masking to now drug
Because ICE
enforcement?
officers are the ones going inside homes.
Now ATF officers who could go to your house, take your gun, are going to be masked up as well.
DEA
See how far this goes?
kick
I
down
don't
doors
like
too.
it, man.
The DEA don't get to wear masks. They kick down doors. The SEALs and Rangers that they deputize at the border whenever it gets really bad down there, they don't get to wear masks.
How many
Yeah,
no
they're
one
not
gets to
saying
wear
that.
masks.
First of all, the Rangers
Donald
aren't
Trump.
worried
The
about
reason
masks.
why is
I'll
because
say
of
that.
Donald Trump and the
Okay.
left.
Fuck with
This
the
is
Texas
what
Okay.
Rangers.
after that.
Here's why our
my God.
officers don't wear
You can give it two
masks
legitimate
because
reasons
they
that you
have
still, like in one instance you're supposed to be protecting our people that are enforcing the law, and you're just throwing them up to the cartel for nothing.
it's
right?
their
Like,
job
I
to
can get
protect
on- I can-
us, dude. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Yep.
no shit, and we have a duty
Well,
to
you should also
them
let
as
them do
well,
their job.
as they're
You should also
serving
let them
us.
do their
We
job.
shouldn't be-
Are you
we
kidding me?
should-
Do
look,
we have to protect the officer?
No,
what are you
the
talking
fact of the
about,
matter
man?
is these immigration
We have to
officers
not
are
let
going
them do
inside
their job?
homes
What are you
and
talking
inside
about?
communities in a different way than what that other law enforcement officers do. You can critique her, and I've been listening to all your critiques about the organization, and sure, there's always room to improve, right? But there hasn't been any argument been made as far as this question is concerned that actually has me go, yeah, we should move away from the position of them having masks. I still think that their privacy, right, with regard to foreign entities that would potentially do them harm, should definitely be considered, and it shouldn't just be so laissez-faire overlooked as if their safety doesn't matter as American citizens.
I
So
didn't
does the
say that
DEA
doesn't
safety
matter.
not
That's
matter?
not how we protect
Why
it.
would- why would that
Okay,
not-
They
before
protect themselves with
somebody
the level
responds to
4 plates that they
CTV,
wear.
I just want to throw out here that we are about 5 minutes left with this topic, and after that we will switch to the second topic of this panel. So
Yeah,
whoever
CTV,
wants
does
to
the
respond to
DEA's
CTV, go ahead.
Can we take
Sorry,
a quick
does the
intermission
DEA
after
safety
this?
not matter, CTV?
The
No, it
DEA
does.
does
They're
mask
in-
up for
they-
certain more
They are
so.
enforcing a different type of law. The difference being, right? It's immigration law versus drug enforcement law. I'm sure that when immigration officers go in and there's drugs sitting there, they probably shoot DEA a call. They probably shoot ATF a call if there's weapons there, right? And
Do
then
you
they
think the
go
cartel
handle that
has
shit
it out more
specific.
for ICE or for the DEA?
But do you
I
think the
think
cartel?
I think
That's
specific.
actually a good,
Listen,
that's actually an interesting
Hold on,
question,
hold on.
Jeb. I would wager it's
specifically, I
probably
think
equal
they
now.
I
would-
think it's almost
immigration would be
certainly the
more-
DEA.
No, you
I
would
was
you
asked
would
the
think
question,
that
right?
originally.
I
It
asked
probably
the
used to be
DEA
the
operates-
DEA.
question. I think I was
DEA
asked the
operates on
question.
foreign
Was
soil.
I
They're
asked the
in their
question?
neighborhoods.
Was I asked the
yeah.
question?
DEA by a
I think
mile.
I was asked the question. Was I asked the question?
Sure.
I think
You
I
can
was asked
answer.
the question, right? Right,
Yeah.
I was asked the question. Okay, cool. So, Jeb, repeat the question because it took us a minute to get back control of the room.
Yeah, so after you confirmed that the DEA safety does matter, we were going down that path, and you said, well, they're not doing immigration enforcement. But what do you think the cartel has more of an interest in stopping? ICE, who are just sending people out of the country, or the DEA, who are coming to their country, kicking down their doors and raiding their drug facilities? Who do you think the cartel wants to hurt more?
It's both now.
Well, I think
equally.
specifically if they have to be able to maintain a network on both sides of the border. So specifically, I would think immigration because that ensures their network on the other side where it's away from the homeland. So in with that in mind, right? If I'm the cartel, immigration would be the target specifically because I would be trying to put fear into people even trying to get involved in the organization, right? Because then if I could do that, then I would stop the recruitment effort, right? But because it's harder for them to be able to, say backdoor side, in the shadow, affect the families like the cartel likes to operate, right? Because of the mask, it prevents them from being able to do that openly and on a mass scale, which if it was the other way, they would. And that's where it's different from where the different types of law enforcement get involved because immigration does go further in, right, with a lot more, say, like they're looking for bodies. And that would be the other thing, too, is that, like, if you're trying to ensure your network, you would ensure workers, right, to be able to do things versus material things, right? Because the material things you can move from one place to another, but you can't always get more bodies, right? So I'd be trying to protect workers.
I want to Jeb, to your point though about which is more. I would say until like marijuana took off, it was definitely the DEA. But now I would say immigration is probably equal to them because at least here in South Texas, right? They're not necessarily ICE isn't doing what they're doing in Minnesota and Texas. They're going after like legitimate businesses that are tied to the cartel. And they're taking out the middle management. They're taking out shot callers. And like I'm just gonna admit I know some pretty high up cartel people. I've lived here a long time, and these guys are all fucking out of the country now. They're just out of the country collecting checks while the middle management people are at risk. And yeah, I get that. Like, okay, the idea that ICE needs to cover their face, protect them. The DEA does wears masks for certain raids too. That's a thing. But like the idea that they are not affected by immigration when immigration has become a bigger moneymaker than marijuana now, I would say it's equal. Because literally the sites you're talking about when you go DEA go there, you're talking about like the cartel and shit. The cartel shit when you're like talking about Toke. But no, it's not because you're talking about when the DEA goes.
Even no, stop. Let me tell you why. Even if it is equal, like you're saying, that makes my point. DEA should also be wearing masks then. If ICE has an excuse to wear masks.
They do wear masks. Yes, they do.
Don't. I confirmed it just now. Even when going after dangerous cartel leaders, they have done maskless raids.
They have done maskless raids, but they absolutely have. They also have. They absolutely have.
You don't have warrant for the raids they're doing, man.
That language
How is that not a
alleviate the
much
possibility
bigger
of them
issue?
having done them, right? That language just means that they've done them.
But they don't
maskless.
broadly stop being retarded on purpose, okay? ICE wears masks everywhere they go all the time, even when interfacing with regular American citizens on the street. If you can point out 3 or 4 DEA raids with a mask, that is still not the same thing.
Yeah,
and
but
they
have
still
an
never
internal
thought
memo.
that the police needed to do this.
I agree. They should always mask, but the DEA does use masks. I googled it just now. The AI says they use them regularly, and I can think of several examples. Like here
the AI
locally,
said
where
it.
the
Don't worry,
DEA
guys.
use masks. Like yeah. I mean,
No,
sure, I trust
they
you.
do not
I
broadly
trust my
wear
own eyes. I've
masks.
seen the
Going
DEA.
around wearing
Listen,
masks.
I'm actually on your side on the mask thing. Listen, as a conservative, I agree masks are bad. We shouldn't mask up at all. But otherwise, I'm on the opposite side. But this is a dumb argument. We're arguing really about the masks. Like that's the big thing y'all are
Yeah,
talking
why-
about?
Yeah,
Like,
because they,
let's
they,
talk
they,
about
they,
the
they
Indian
had Indian
more
constitution they
about
should be
the
abolished.
Fourth
That's their whole
Amendment
argument
Like,
here.
like we have
That's
real
not
fucking
our whole
problems here.
argument.
Y'all want to
That's what
argue about the
people
goddamn
don't understand.
mask?
No, no,
Like,
he had more reasons. This was the first of many reasons, and we just got really tied up in it. But
Yeah, and then we got
Dylan's about
immediately
to go
tied
down
up.
the list.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
was. But
Oh, I'm
last
sorry,
thing
we
I'll say on
wasted a lot
Matt,
of time, but yeah.
that's perfectly fine. I'm happy that we at least got to the bottom of this thing. One last thing on masks before maybe we can move on. I think we're going to switch topics probably.
Yeah.
I want to respond to what Gibbs said about certain raids. Let's say we accept that in certain raids. For example, let's say we're going to go take out El Mencho. I would be accepting of somebody wanting to mask up so their family, so their children aren't literally burnt alive by the most dangerous cartel on the planet. I could accept that. But when you have Customs and Border Patrol doing sweeps through the neighborhood wearing masks, that's a little different because Customs and Border Patrol are now interacting with regular people. I'm not a threat to Customs and Border Patrol. Somebody stops Gibbs on the road, he's not a threat to to the country. If this is high-level terrorists, people who are proven threats, and you're going after them, and they've shown that they can go after you, I can understand that. But normalizing the idea that any Joe Schmo cop under any amount of threat or public scrutiny could put on a mask at any point and then hide their identity, like hide their badge number. Is that something we're going to start saying too? That's perfectly comfortable. That's perfectly fine. And let me say, when I was interacting with ICE agents, I saw a lot of times them turning on the body cam a little too late. So when you have these masks, it also gives you a shield of unaccountability that a lot of people, even if it isn't true and they could still be held accountable, the mask makes them feel unaccountable. It makes them feel
All
like
right.
nobody can see what they're doing.
Time is up for this topic. Thank you all, everybody. We'll do closing statements for this topic. We'll probably give you guys about 1 minute each. But keep in mind, you will have plenty of chances to give a bigger opening statement at the end of this.
Closing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we are going to start the closing statements for whether or not ICE should be abolished. And we will start with, we'll do CTV.
All right. Well, obviously, as I stated to begin with, I wanted to make sure I was here so that the correct opinion was heard. You've heard everyone else argue around all of the things. No one else seemed to be as concerned about the safety of our ICE agents being American citizens whenever they're doing a job where they're rounding up people that are not legal citizens and then not trying to understand the obvious dangers to our people when it comes to doing that job. And then also, right, not tying together the fact that the leftists that are out on the street become more of a problem than they already are. They did a good job arguing it separately, but there was no tying together, right? We would have gotten to that in the next 10 minutes. That said, happy to have been here with all of you to have the conversation and looking forward to the next topic.
All right. Thank you. Next up, we'll do Dylan.
Sure, I'll try to keep it short and sweet, as I understand we're on a time schedule. Look, I like I said before, I think it either should be abolished or reformed to a point where it's not really considered ICE as it is today. I don't think the masks are a good idea. I've already expressed my reasons why. I think ICE has shown many instances of illegal entry and officers, in some instances, being seemingly trained to even possibly ignore whether they need a judicial warrant in certain stance where they certainly would need a judicial warrant to enter private residences, which the founding fathers did say was one of the chief evils against personal liberty, was the idea that a officer of the law, a soldier, some agent of the state could enter your home without the judgment of an independent magistrate or dumbed down judge, right? So I think that these things, firearms training, I think legal knowledge, constitutional law, that's where the money should be going if you're going to be training these officers. If you want to get a bunch of new people recruited for any type of immigration enforcement, you don't cut down the training schedule to 42 days before masking them up and saying, good luck, go get them. You would want to make sure that they know what they're doing. You would want to not fire a lot of the senior staff that they did fire and have them train the incoming people. The people who are whistleblowing currently could have been training new agents, but it's getting so rotten to the core. And this is the main thing. The public trusts the show shot that you just need to wipe the board and start over.
All right. Thank you, Dylan. Next, we'll do Jeb. You go ahead and go.
Yeah. So my closing is kind of the same as my opening. I don't think we need to abolish ICE. I think we should reform it heavily. So I guess in terms of endpoints, I may not even disagree that much with Dylan and Rin, um, because they're sort of opening up this avenue of, well, if we reform it enough to where they don't recognize it as ICE anymore, then it's good. Because I think there's more to ICE than what people see on the outside as like the trademark ICE things. And I think if you got rid of the trademark ICE things to Dylan or Rin's satisfaction, it could still be much more useful than abolishing it entirely, because there's a whole administrative infrastructure back there. There are desk job workers. There's a ton of stuff there that if you abolish and start a new agency, you just open one, a really big fiscal can of worms, but two, why not go back to the abolish the police, right? Why not go to the memes of like abolish the IRS, abolish every agency then that gets like sort of fundamentally hated by the public, now the go-to is going to be abolished because it worked with ICE. And so instead we should show that America has the capability and will, have enthusiasm for reforming consistently all of the agencies under the executive branch, because they should be consistently reformed.
All right. Thank you, Jeb. Next, we'll do Rinyald.
Yeah, I think that, again, I said this in my opening, there is just kind of this internal rot that happens with a lot of the ICE leadership, and it kind of comes downstream from this constitutional theory that the president can just use the executive agencies to basically do whatever the fuck he wants to. Like, the fact of the matter is that, like, the majority of the ICE leadership, I don't even blame, like, the people who are too stupid to be normal cops, like, going out and, picking up brown people. Like, I don't blame the ICE officers in and of themselves. They're, getting money, and that is what it is. The place that I actually play, where I actually place the blame is like the lack of, accountability that we've had for the, like senior ICE leadership. Like the fact that Greg Bovino came out and said that we don't need probable cause for arrest, we need reasonable suspicion. And the Trump administration argument in court against that was that he's stupid, he's not a lawyer, he doesn't know what that means, right? Like the idea is that there's so much like rot in this, there's so much like problems with all of the leadership. I asked about the administrative warrant thing, like the skirting around judicial warrants in order to enter private property. And the response I got was, do you think the masks are illegal? Like the idea is that there's so many like rampant constitutional violations. Again, like reform to the point of non-recognition, I would be able to accept. But right now, all I know is that like a secret police force like this cannot be in the hands of somebody like Donald Trump.
All right, that was exactly a minute. That was insane. Next up, we'll do Jake.
Cool. I'll try to keep it short and sweet. Yeah, the opponents kind of a lot of their argumentations were kind of ridiculous here. And I will tell you this: I'm going to try to be nicer in the next exchange here in the segment here. But if I do hear something as stupid as just abolish all borders and just make it a one world government, I might have to get a little bit more aggressive here, because that was the most retarded thing of the night. I think Alec, that was you, bro. Sorry. But
They don't see the
going on here,
vision,
yeah,
man. They
no
don't
way
know.
that
They
we'll
don't
ever
know.
fucking abolish ICE. That's a horrible idea. We need a police force or a force here to actually take out people within the interior of the United States, especially after Joe Biden letting in something around 5
Not
to
even Dylan.
8
Even
million
Dylan doesn't see the
illegal
vision.
immigrants in the interior after 20,000 encounters at the border average through his 4 years of office. So that's just something that is just completely needed, guys. I know you have an issue of how they act mean, etc. They're wearing masks, which is also just kind of ridiculous. I will say this: I know Jeb, is it Jeb? Yeah, Jeb was making the argument like it needs to be reformed. You know what? And so did Dylan. I would say, you know what? I'm fine with it being reformed as long as we get the same fucking results from it. Because under Biden and under many of the other administrations, we didn't get that. So if we can reform it and still keep the same results, I'm totally fine with that. And I'll leave it at that, man.
All right. Next up, Kazim.
The entire thing's bankrupt, morally bankrupt, constitutionally bankrupt. They've released a shadow memo, basically the same thing that took Enron down, one of the highest levels of corruption we've ever seen in our history. And they're basically doing the same thing in our government to tell them that they can violate our rights. It's unhinged. The legal theory that backs all of this up has been shot down 4,400 times. That's an insane number. Anything that you've seen for like the the election, that was like 65. This is what, 75, 80 times that. So it's just a crazy idea to think that this is at any point a constitutional organization that's designed or built or enforced by the Constitution. At this point, they've violated more rights than they've enforced laws. I don't really see a way back. If there's a way back, I haven't heard it. Nobody's presented any kind of constitutional, anyway, reason why it's valid.
All right, Admiral Gibbs, you're up next.
All right. Yeah, I mean, this has been very enlightening. I got to be honest. I'm very disappointed with how this goes. I think green reform needs to be done. We need to streamline shit. But, like, you know, the fact that we sat here after I even tried to grant to the lefties that masks bad, and we sit here and argue about masks for another 15 minutes is a real problem because this really gets lost this year. You know what? I'll even grant that we should probably take ICE out of Minnesota. I don't give a shit about Minnesota. We have real fucking problems here, and y'all are going, ha ha, this is so bad. Listen, I just we didn't talk about the legitimate businesses the cartels own in these cities. We didn't talk about how they're taking advantage of the loopholes where, oh, you just land on our land and suddenly you get to go through all our trial and you get like caught and release, or you got 2 weeks here or whatever. We didn't talk about none of that. We didn't talk about people that are literally dying down here. Like, cartel killings happen every day.
As
like where I
opposed to
live.
just
This is a
being
real
spit
problem.
out
We didn't
here.
talk about that. Instead, we talked about masks. This just
As long
shows
as
to
you
show me that
spit
when
out
these
of a
people say they
vagina
want
on the
reform,
land, you're
they don't actually
fine.
want reform. Mr. Gunther here, he said the same thing I said they were going to say in my opening. They said, oh, who's going to pick our crops? Like, this is a good thing that these illegals are being basically wage slaves. They're fucking American ag over. And then we're going to give them amnesty? Cool. You know what? I'll grant them amnesty. Let's just grant them amnesty. Let's get this over with. But right now, they're being wage slaves.
Purposefully
It's a problem.
mischaracterizing my
They're
argument
being
again.
abused.
It's
We're
like they
having
have
sex
short-term
trafficking and
memory
masks.
loss.
We didn't talk about none of this. We didn't get into any of the nitty gritty. Instead, we argue about Max. And honestly, I know that people weren't intentionally being bad faith with us, but it seems bad faith to me when this is an issue that we deal with daily. I deal with coyotes coming and destroying my ranch regularly, once a month. I deal with cattle being killed, being eaten by these people. I deal with all
This
this shit
seems
all the
bad
time. We didn't
faith
talk about none of it.
because
So
of
I hope we
my
talk about some of these issues in the
circumstances.
next section.
All right, and finally, Mr. Alec Gunter.
Yeah, my position hasn't changed. Like I said, I see ICE doing more harm than good. I don't see how they've improved my life whatsoever. I don't think that the work that they're doing is at all good. Like, it's like, again, when we have that many people dying in ICE custody from like lack of medication, for instance, you know, like, or like, again, with this whole, like, okay, when I said 50% of the farm labor in this country is done by undocumented migrants, I am not saying to treat them like dog shit. I am saying to give them fair working conditions, because that's already the work that they're doing. A lot of them are probably going to stay, if not most, and do that, even if they have the opportunity to do something else. And it just doesn't make sense to me to give them the fucking boot. It doesn't make any
Why
sense.
can't we have
and I
open
don't think that
borders?
ICE does good work.
They were better than Barnes and
and I
Noble
don't
and
think that even
Amazon
the
back
work
when
that
it
ICE
was the
claims to do,
booksellers
they're even
anyway.
doing, frankly. So fuck ICE, abolish them. I don't care.
All right. Thank you all for doing this debate and this topic. We will take a brief intermission before we get into our next topic. So
how brief is brief?
5 minutes.
We'll say roughly 2 to 5 minutes. So
Okay.
Yeah, we will catch you back whenever we are ready to start the next debate.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Mace.
To be clear, Mr. Gunther, I don't think you're coming at this from like a negative, malicious standpoint. I just want to make that clear. I don't think you're being malicious with when you say this, and I don't
No,
think you're
it's all
advocating for
good.
slavery. I think that's kind of what's happening. But we'll talk about it later, I'm sure.
Sure.
I just wanted to say that I was not trying to be like, he loves slavery, like, you know, even though I kind of.
No, it's even better, Gibbs. He's based, okay? He's a leftist who is advocating for eliminating the minimum wage. Now, he's only wanting it to be
we'll dive in.
eliminated for brown people, but maybe we can move him to maybe just abolishing the minimum wage
Yeah,
for
that's what I was
everybody.
saying.
And then
Yeah, you guys got
everybody
on the mark.
can, every
Listen,
man their own strawberry picker, you know?
I'm sure we'll
really,
dive into it. I just want to say I didn't think you were being malicious whenever you were saying these.
I
things.
know.
wanted to
I
make
don't
clear
think
so I know I
anybody
can
here. I honestly do not think that the overwhelming majority of people on this planet want bad things to happen to people. I just think that people reach very interesting conclusions sometimes. That's all. Anyway, I really have to go to the bathroom, so I'll be back in like 3 to 5 minutes. Okay. So, just real quick before I go to the bathroom, I do want to say I know that I was quiet for most of that. I want to apologize for that. I was looking a lot at like, you know, moderator stuff because like I organized this thing and I was, you know, I just wanted to make sure that things were going smoothly. So, it looked like Mace is doing a good job. I need to trust him. I will be more active in this part of the debate. I will do my best to be more active without being overwhelming about it. I was just stating a literal fact and statistic. Most farm labor and other hardworking jobs are just occupied by immigrants. A lot of Americans just don't want to even do some of these jobs. Oh, I know. Trust me. Trust me. I'm aware. Anyway, I really have to go to the bathroom. I will be right back. Also, thank you, Sake Tanuki, for all the subs. I really, really appreciate it. Okay, I'm back. Let's get back to it.
Mind past the one point and understand how there are
Universal
multiple things
lines.
happening at the
Who's this
same
guy
time,
talking to?
especially whenever
North
you
Korea
start
Titanic
getting
Lines.
hammered.
He's talking to me or Ringo? I don't know.
It's really all they're good at.
I
Titanic
hope you
Lines.
don't care.
I'll be honest, that's why we got
Says
stuck
I'm
on
bad
it.
at
You stuck to
articulating
the
myself.
one thing and you failed, and it took me coming along and
crazy.
saving you by bringing up the cartel before the
talk-
right side of the argument was going and actually making a comeback. You
Well, I
were
know.
not.
Oh,
All right,
Oh,
all
sorry.
right,
I
I
know.
know.
all right,
I
everybody.
know.
Me, okay, I wasn't too
All right.
sure.
I know that you're not talking about bringing up the
let's
cartel.
see-
I
let's
brought up
see
the
who-
cartel.
It's so
who-
great, I couldn't
who is
understand
actually-
it. Such great articulation.
CTV,
Couldn't
where
understand
can
it.
I change parties?
That's crazy.
Yeah, draft
All right.
Gibbs
I
and
just-
Jake over to us, and we'll
I
go.
I
think-
just think it's
I think we should
hilarious
get
that
into the
he
next
brought up the
part.
cartel when I
Agent,
brought up my
hold on.
opening. I brought it up my opening, CTV. I brought up the cartel, not you.
He brought it up in relation to
I'll
Mass.
join CTV.
All right. So we're gonna get ready and start this next prompt of this debate. We kind of touched on this topic a little bit in the first section. But I hope maybe we can, since we did do that, maybe we can get more of a discussion rather than talking about masks for 45 minutes. I'll go ahead and read the prompt.
Dylan.
The presence of undocumented immigrants in the United States is an often discussed issue. Concerns range from dangerous actors hurting citizens to a shifting cultural landscape. However, many defend the presence of these migrants as largely honest, hardworking laborers who deserve legalized status and fair working conditions. Please tell us whether or not you support the legalization of most or all of the migrants or not, and if so, why? And we will start. Who hasn't gone first yet? Alec hasn't
I
gone
haven't gone
first.
first.
I haven't.
Jake hasn't. Dylan hasn't.
Yeah, you put me last both
Uh,
times.
I haven't.
My bad.
Okay.
We'll let Jake go first this time, and Alec, you'll be second. So Jake, we'll go ahead and like time this maybe like 3 minutes for an opening.
Okay, sounds good. Yeah, as far as the idea of, well, they're not all bad people, I can agree with that, and most people aren't. I totally understand that. However, at the end of the day, the actual situation here is that they crossed the border illegally or they don't have legal status, and I think they should still be deported. I know individuals that have been here for 15 years, having illegal status, never even bothered to actually get citizenship. I think those people should also get deported as well. So my stance here is that if you're trying your best to kind of actually get in here legally, like actual legally, and you want to assimilate to the United States, I could be fine with that. But at this point, because we have so many illegal immigrants in this country, I think it's the right thing to kind of deport all of them and kind of mitigate a lot of the issues that we have here. Is that these illegal immigrants is, you know, we have a fuck ton of them right now. So yeah, I would say from my status is, yeah, deport them all. Don't really give a shit, and I'll leave it at that.
All right, Alec, 3-minute timer starts now.
Yeah, I just don't understand why people would want to deport them all. Like I said, most of them are here honestly, just doing work. They're just workers, like the rest of us. They're just people like the rest of us with families and goals and aspirations and things that they want to do with their lives. And they will do the work if we take the time to invest in them. This is more of an argument for generalized welfare, but I think that if we simply make conditions easier for people who are here undocumented to become documented, you know, we'll solve a lot of these problems that we're having without the need to get rid of anybody. Like, I don't think that we're so overpopulated that we need to worry about culling people. Okay. Like, we haven't hit that point. I think the more people, the better at this point. That's more bodies. That's more labor that we can put forward, you know, just like the rest of us are doing. And I'm in favor of blanket amnesty. Honestly, blanket amnesty. Let them just keep working for us. They're doing good work and they should continue that work with fair pay and safe working conditions. That's all.
All right, CTV, you're up next.
Yeah, so like Alec is just he definitely has like the worst ideas. And anybody that thinks that's a good idea, you have the worst ideas. Uh, and to Gibbs' credit, right? He's already made this point, right? Alex just looking for the slaves, right? I mean, geez, Alec just hammer him on that, right? You got it, bro. Besides that, right? Uh, we are not going to be in a situation where it's okay to have people in our house that shouldn't be there, right? You wouldn't be okay with that. I'm not okay with that. Nobody else that lives in this house is okay with that, right? So we need to have the law enforced. Doesn't matter how long 15 years, like Jake said, you've been in the country. I know people myself that's been here for a while. If you ain't bothered to assimilate, be a part of the culture, be a part of the country, then go back to where it is. Obviously, you feel comfortable, and that's it. Send them home.
I'm American, but okay.
All right. Rinyald, or no, we'll do Kazim. Kazim hasn't gone in the first.
Could you repeat the prompt for me again? I'm so sorry. I'm dumb.
Oh yeah, of course. Let me get to it. The presence of undocumented immigrants in the United States is an oft discussed issue. Concerns range from dangerous actors hurting citizens to a shifting cultural landscape. However, many defend the presence of these migrants as largely honest, hardworking laborers who deserve legalized status and fair working conditions. And tell us whether or not you support the legalization or not.
Am I good?
And Kazim, your timer is started.
Yeah, there's 22 million people living in this country that are mixed status, or households rather. 5.5 million of those people in there are going to be children. They're U.S. citizens. They live with an undocumented parent. You don't really have a solution for this, and if you do, I'd love to hear it. I've yet to hear the right come up with a solution for this that isn't just mass deportation.
Families can be deported together.
It not while I'm
Opening
talking,
statements, by the way.
man. Huh?
So these are opening statements, by the way.
I know. I'm positing it as
Yeah,
part of my
that
opening
was
statement.
at CTV saying you shouldn't interrupt the opening
Okay,
statement.
thank you.
Sorry.
I'm going to go back to it then. That would involve putting about 10 million people in the country into economic hardship. This would increase the homelessness issues. It would also cause problems with the median income of those households, dropping them by about a half. You're not deporting criminals. You're just orphaning kids to get some political wins. They pay about 100 billion in taxes, 25 of that into Social Security. They're literally paying for your grandma to continue to retire. The Cato Institute has said that immigrants contributed 15 trillion nearly in fiscal surplus over the last 50 or 30 years. That's half a trillion a year on average. And it's actually a much larger number now. The rate has gone up. There is basically no current path to citizenship that is legal after Trump's air quotes nixing all of them. I believe that there's a couple clear ways that we could make this happen. The same way that we have affidavits to get background checks or do background checks, we can use that for immigration. We can do that on both sides, from their country and in ours. Specifically for the people that are here, we give amnesty to the people that are not criminals and not stayovers. And that would also include people that are under that. The disagreement that we're going to have is that would also, for me, include people that are here overstaying visas and only basically exclude illegal crossers.
All right. Next up, we'll do Jeb.
Yeah, I generally would not give amnesty to most illegal immigrants, and there are a couple of reasons why. I don't want to incentivize for future illegal immigration, which you absolutely do by just giving amnesty, because if that's what you did last time, you loaded up on illegal immigrants. That's what you're going to do next time. Now, there are caveats. One is I would be potentially open to large groups of them getting amnesty in exchange for some sort of state service. So, like, if you want to join the military, become a citizen, as we've done many times before, go ahead. or potentially saying, okay, we're going to give nonviolent, like dreamers and maybe visa overstayers, a chance at amnesty. But if you get amnesty in this way, instead of self-deporting and coming back the legal way, you're essentially for a decade going to pay like a flat 10% income tax as your sort of penalty for having come here illegally. And that's going to just be enough to where it's going to incentivize people to come legally, but you still don't boot out people who have been here for 20 odd years. And if they have been here that long, they likely make enough money to where that flat tax isn't going to like ruin their entire life. So,
Right. Next up, Dylan.
I just want to quickly say that if I could just report all these potbelly sandwiches as tax exempt, I would be a rich man going through all these documents. Okay, number one.
You absolutely can, by the way.
If it's, I can. It's just if I could stay outside of prison. Now, the first thing is, I look at this from just an ends perspective. I understand by somebody ignoring American immigration law, they have said something about respect for the law versus standing in line. And that this is something that really gets on the nerves of conservatives from a law and order perspective. I also understand that our immigration system is unbelievably backed up. The amount of time that it takes to go and see your case, go through an immigration judge. If you have a child in Mexico and you're trying to see an immigration judge for any number of reasons, it could be asylum case, could be anything, and you are trying to go through that system legitimately outside of the United States, it could take you 15 years. Your child could literally grow up in Mexico, in this area where you're trying to maybe flee for gang violence or any other number of reasons that could be completely legitimate, but because of how backed up the system is, it's not going to go through. This is a direct incentive towards people to take other alternative routes where they will justify to themselves, of course I'm an upstanding citizen who would like to do this the right way, but I don't think I could do it the right way in the best interest of my family and my children. And look, South Americans are largely conservative people, more conservative than me, to be completely frank. And you can see that from recent election results, where Latinos pivoted quite largely for Trump. So while I understand there could be anxieties about this idea of, oh, the Democratic Party wants this to fill their base with loyal voters, the idea that they're necessarily loyal voters is a huge, huge assumption. And depending upon how you speak to these new communities, which could be 2/3 amnesty, could be 3/4 amnesty, it could be determined by some metric that we would have to figure out. I understand if somebody just jumped the border yesterday, that keeping them saying, okay, you're in, that low of a standard isn't going to work. But going through a mass deportation scheme will not only be expensive, it'll be disastrous for the economy. And we have to find some way to acknowledge the fact that we fucked up our own immigration system to a point where a lot of hardworking people chose to go around it because they didn't feel that they had an alternative. I'm not saying to get rid of borders. What I am saying is we have to acknowledge this reality to deal with the situation, to make some sort of deal, and then lock down the border like a lock. You have drones on the border. I don't fucking care. Lock it down like a lock. If the system is effective and people can have their case seen, then I don't care. I would want drones on the border. I would want more patrols on the border. I would want to go after the coyotes. I would want to protect American ranchers. But our system is so flawed that it's going to incentivize a lot of hardworking, good people to go listen to those coyotes and take a death march through the desert. So I want to avoid that. I want to avoid the death march. I want to avoid the disaster for our economy. And I want to avoid these scenarios of 5-year-olds watching daddy get snatched up because we decided 25 years is not long enough to be in the United States.
Dylan's a great
for
guy,
hardworking
and
person.
the 99% of his positions I agree with. This just happens to not be one.
All right. Next up, Admiral Gibbs.
Yeah, I echo a lot of what Dylan said. I like, and actually Kazim, I think said this right. He's like, what do we do? What is the solution? I don't necessarily have the solution.
I just mean like the border
problem
patrols. I
is
think they're
it's
silly.
multifaceted, right? We need a secure border. I think that it's been secured mostly by Abbott here in Texas. I think that Trump has tried doing stuff along the other borders. I think the border security issue has been I don't
This
know
guy's a
if it's
card.
resolved, but it's close to it. As for the integration,
I
I
can
agree we
barely
need
understand
reform.
him.
I'm going to tell you 2 stories real quick. They're anecdotal, but I have this friend. We call him Juan too, because there was 3 Juans that work with us. He's from Guatemala. The guy was a legal alien when he first came here. He's a legal alien now. He works 3 minimum wage jobs. He owns a Porsche. He's got a fucking 140K house that he just bought cash, and he's got a fat American wife. This is the American dream. I'll take 100 of Juan too than over fucking 10 of these libtards that don't want to work. Right? Like I want more people that want to come here and work. That's cool. I like my Hispanics that want to work. They relate to me. I like to work. So when I'm sitting here looking at this, I go, yeah, we do need reform. We need to get some kind of reform. Amnesty? No, we can't do amnesty because these people,
He looks
even the
like a
ones that
man
are
who
like
puts in a lot
law-abiding,
of hard
they're still
work.
paying taxes to the cartel for their trip here, or overtime. They won't pay them, and then the cartel will call them up randomly, and be, hey, we need you to open up this hotel room at this date at this time, and they have some sort of loyalty, or the cartel has some sort of hold. This is an issue. I don't know what the solution is because, yeah, it's bad. Now, as for devastating the economy, well, guess what? To Mr. Gunter's point about, 50% are in the ag field, that's a terrible thing. That's devastating the economy. The reason why beef price is so high, because ranchers can't compete with the corporate ranches that are fucking us with the illegals working there, right? That's a problem. Legalized slavery is fucking American beef industry hard. Now, if you want to dive into this, I could go point by point. I've owned a ranch. My family's owned ranches for back to the Texas Revolution. I know what I'm talking about. It's devastating the American ag industry.
If only somebody
by
had a
not having fair
solution.
wages, using slave industry. It's a problem. I can see he's laughing. That's fine, but he doesn't know. He's not a rancher. He's not an ag. It's just as simple. This is a real problem.
I'm not.
Maybe the argument he could have made would have been the hospitality issue, like hotels. Yeah, they'll be devastated. But I don't give a fuck about the rich hotels. I care about the 98% of family-owned ranches, which is 98% of American beef produced is by family-owned ranches that are getting outcompeted by 2% that are hiring illegals. This is a problem. It's devastating the beef market. It's devastating ag, and y'all think this is a good thing because y'all want to go, hey, we like slavery. Who's going to pick our crops? This is the same argument from 1865. Crazy work.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I love slavery, guys.
All right. Has everybody gone? I believe everybody.
Nope.
Not Rinyald? Okay, Rinyald,
Not
3
Rinyald.
minutes starts now.
Famously, I love
When
slavery.
looking at proposals of how to best deal with immigration, I think we need to do a cost-benefit analysis. It's clear to me that pursuing mass deportations, despite the estimated economic struggles they will cause, the ballooning deficit that they will contribute to, the reduction in social trust they will bring, and the rights that they will violate is foolish when 9 times out of 10, the benefits of mass deportation are either incoherent and not true, or better solved by an amnesty program. Amnesty would certainly remove the poor working conditions of illegal immigrants, raise GDP, make native workers more competitive with immigrant labor, and provide a more humane solution that adheres to our natural rights. The biggest concern I hear from the right that I may be sympathetic to is the problem that immigration poses a threat to national security. Mass deportations as a solution simply requires the creation of a police state. Amnesty would simply make it incentivized to report yourself. While there may be problems with amnesty, mass deportations are obviously a worse pathway, and the status quo under Biden and Obama is obviously worse as well. I think a basic proposal based off of the IRCA would be pretty good in the sense that applicants have to submit proof of continuous residence, pass background checks, demonstrate basic knowledge of U.S. government and English, and pay fees. Those who have been here less than 5 years would enter a probationary period in which they would get amnesty after 5 years stipulating good behavior. And those who had not passed the 5-year period would not be, have not passed that 5-year period would not be susceptible to government assistance. I think that that's a perfectly fine proposal. I think a lot of Republicans would be willing to get on board with that. It's preferable to mass deportations.
All right. Now that we've got all the opening statements out the way, I'm going to start a 30-minute timer. I may extend it like I did with the last one, but the floor is now open.
Yeah, I mean, I think there should be a
Touche,
penalty
gentlemen.
in the amnesty program, but because the one thing it doesn't cover is incentivizing people to continue crossing the border illegally. We're never going to be able to stop it. But if they know that our go-to solution now that we've agreed as a country that deportations are immoral or less efficient than amnesty, then they can pretty consistently rely on us giving amnesty whenever the immigration problem gets big
Okay.
enough. So I think it's better if people go through that amnesty program, they have to pay, again, a sin tax for 10 years. Like, you're just going to pay a fee.
Who are you worried
I would
about
be open
crossing
to that
illegally?
theoretically, but
Huh?
Who specifically, like, are you like, what groups of people are you worried about crossing illegally?
I mean, visa overstayers are, I think, the most common. There's
Visa
people who just
overstayers.
cross.
That's
Not
who you're
anymore.
worried about.
It was visa overstayers. It's not anymore.
Those are the
though, but it
people that
was
worry you,
Illegal-
like
illegal
like safety
crossings.
concerns or what? What are people who
No,
overstay
what are you
their
talking
visas
about
doing to our
worry?
country?
I mean, the entire South America is pretty
Again,
bad.
they drive. They put downward pressure on
Caravan.
wages in the sectors that
They put pressure
get
on
to,
wages. How?
when you are able to have your wages stolen by your employer, right, and you can't report it because you'll get deported, you are effectively having a lower wage, and that employer is now going to hire more people who can have that lower wage than people who can have a higher wage. So the only way for the higher wage people to get those jobs now is to have an effectively lower wage as well. That's called
Then-
downward pressure on prices.
Can,
That's how
can
it
I,
works.
can I,
they would get
can I ask
amnesty, right?
everybody a couple questions to kind of baseline?
No, he's saying, why am I worried about future immigrants coming at all? He's trying to make an argument that what is the downside of illegal immigrants coming at all anyway?
You just seem scared
if
of
you're
people
just-
from another
questions I wanna
nation.
ask as a
That's all it
baseline.
sounds like.
I
mean, I think
I'm
we could.
definitely
It's
not.
just a,
Okay,
it's just a couple
well, it
yes or
sounds
no
like it.
questions.
Yeah.
Sure.
So the first one, does anybody agree with Biden's policy on immigration?
No.
No. Does
No.
anybody agree with the previous administration, the Obama administration's policies?
No.
Generally, no.
Generally, no. Okay.
He made good
Well,
statements.
hold on. Hold on. We should apply Obama's drone strike policy to people trying to illegally cross.
All right. Follow-up question: does anybody agree with
That's pretty cool.
trapping the Rio Grande like Abbott tried to do for a little
Big
while?
fan of that. Big fan.
No.
Huge
I
fan.
do, yeah. I think
It's
adding
disgusting.
like
Just
harmful
disgusting.
obstruction is good.
No, I'll tell you why it's not disgusting. It's because it actually prevents more people from being trafficked. I guess you like slavery. We already
Yeah,
talked about
it's
this.
called
But
deterrence.
No,
this
I
is-
just
it's
don't
called
like
drone
people being
deterrence.
maimed to death.
called
I think that
deterrence.
that's a bad thing to happen generally.
Yeah, well,
Dude,
you know,
I-
I mean,
I don't
if,
either,
I,
that's
if you
why I
break
think
into
they
somebody's
should-
house
Hold on, there's
and
a
I
follow-up
shoot
question
him,
to this, guys.
that's
Dude,
bad
shoot
too,
him through
right?
the razor wire
Do
and
we
he won't get
genuinely
named. It's
think
not like we're
that
chasing
the-
him with it.
Do we genuinely think that the cartels wouldn't have found a way around that very easily?
Well, that's not the point. We're
well-
talking about deterrence. This is why
Yeah.
many of the people that are crossing the
it's
Rio
not a
Grande, if you have a
deterrent if it
big
doesn't actually
deterrence
deter
that they
the
can't
thing.
actually go over that, yeah, they're more likely not to do it in the first place. Similar
That's
to
why they
what
have it
Gibbs
Why
did.
are they
If
doing
Gibbs
it?
had a gun and I knew he had a gun, I probably wouldn't break into his fucking house. This is called deterrence. Under Biden, this is why he wanted to reject that deterrence because he's fine with illegal immigrants at the time coming in.
Or maybe because he
Because
doesn't
see,
want
Junior, after the cartel hasn't found a
ask a
way
question
yet.
real quick.
The cartel's been really hurting on like getting people through the Texas border. That's the way they've gone around because the Abbott secured that shit. And like, yeah, some of it seems
I don't-
inhumane, but it's like but it's also deterrence. It's like effective. You know, it's hard to cross the Rio Grande when there's fucking death balls floating in there, right?
yeah,
With
logic,
alligators.
wow.
But yeah,
That's
But so
natural.
now they have to go through the desert,
pretty
the
logical,
Chihuahua
right?
Desert, which is
Why
much
do you
more
fear
difficult
these
to go
people so
through.
much?
By the
Why
way,
do you fear
I don't
them?
think that I don't think
Because
that,
I've
I
had
don't
my
think
friends
that
die my
trans-
whole life killed by the cartel. Like, I mean, I'm sorry you haven't had that. Well, actually, I'm not.
Okay,
sorry.
I'm
glad
sorry
you
that
haven't had
happened to
deal with
you.
that. Like,
I'm sorry that happened to you. Truly.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real problem down here.
Okay, you cannot let trauma
It's a real issue.
control policy. You
think
can't let
that
trauma control policy. You can't do it. It never goes
So you
well.
think that an
Okay,
easier-
it never goes
okay.
well.
You think an easier?
Yeah,
you
but
think
hold
an
on,
easier
God, son of a
humane-
bitch, like,
letting,
I'm sorry. It sucks.
That's not the argument. Rinyal, the argument is deterrence here. Do you believe that more people would cross the Rio Grande if they had razor wires in front of them rather than just say, you know what, I'm not going to do it?
doesn't even
That's potentially
generally,
dying.
It doesn't even generally it doesn't seem like that actually does disincentivize it. So my question is so there's a natural
doesn't?
disincentive to coming to the country. I would like to finish my statement.
Okay, go
there's
for
a
it.
natural disincentive to coming to the country illegally, right? You don't get the same
Which is-
rights as a citizen, right? That's just necessarily the
Oh, but
natural
you get free
incentive to
healthcare
not
from the
come to the
Democrats,
country.
yeah, in California. That's an
I
incentive,
could-
actually.
Hold on, Rinyal.
Incentives.
Yeah, Jake, let him finish. I want to engage with him after. Go ahead.
All right, go for it. Go for it.
I think a much more preferable situation to this is just offering a better pathway to citizenship, an easier pathway to citizenship, so because there's natural natural deterrence to not come here illegally. If it's easier to come here legally, I don't know why we would expect people to come here illegally en masse.
No, I will grant you that. I agree. We need an easier path to citizenship for people that want to come here and work. All right, let's grant that. Now, back to what you just said before that, though. But before that, I want to prove that you're wrong here. Shelby Park,
Wait, are we
for
kind of
example.
granting the whole argument here? Are
No,
we
no,
kind of
I'm
granting the
only-
whole argument? It sounds like you
hold
granted
on,
amnesty and a pathway to
No, hold on,
citizenship. I don't know.
hold on. Let me just finish.
Wait,
I promise.
Gibbs has always been for a better pathway to citizenship.
Yeah,
I think
I've
everyone here
always-
agrees on a better
Yeah,
pathway to
but
citizenship.
what I want to say is you say it didn't work. Well, it did work. I mean, I'm going to use Shelby Park as an example. It was one of the most like easy crossable areas. It went from 1,500 people a day to currently 3 people a month. Not a month, a week. 3 people a week. 1,500 a day, 3 people a week. Clearly, it's effective and it deters people, and this prevents human trafficking. Like, I don't understand why. Yeah, you could say it's inhumane, it's mean, it's optically bad, but the good is people aren't getting sex trafficked. Like the people, because it's too hard to do it. Like
So
that's a
let's-
good thing.
Let's say there's 3 doors, right? And I put barbed wire on one of the doors. I would expect less people to take the barbed wire door, right? But I'm probably going to just take another door, right? Is there any evidence that like these kind of things decrease?
I will engage with that. I'll engage with that argument. Okay, door number 1 is the barbed wire balls of the Rio Grande. Door number 2 is the Chihuahua Desert, and door number 3 is, I guess, fucking flying in. Like, I mean. Okay, door number 1 is still the easiest one. Like, you want to go across the Chihuahua Desert?
Door number 1
Fuck
really the
that.
easiest one?
Yeah, over the other
I
two.
mean,
Yeah,
generally, it just doesn't seem like this is how people react to these kind of policies. It seems like it's not a super good disincentive to be super inhumane to pathways. It doesn't seem like this actually does
the
a
issue.
successful job at lowering people.
How would razor wires be inhumane? How would razor wires be inhumane? They're just deterrents.
Hold on. Okay. Everybody, let's chill out.
Inhumane is so
Jake, I think you could
lame.
probably
Chill
intuit
out.
that out.
Let Jeb get his.
Yeah,
point out.
why the inhumane thing is such a side tangent? Let's go on the focus. You are using an argument that because Biden federally was not very aggressive at putting deterrence on the border, that Texas's deterrents were ineffective because when they were effective, which they were very effective, 74 to 85% they report, depending on the area, people just went around their deterrents into the places where Biden refused to put deterrents. And so that means the deterrents are ineffective. No. It's only putting the deterrents in Texas was kind of ineffective in the grand scheme, but for Texas, it was extraordinarily effective. So this idea that this just doesn't seem to pan out in the data is wrong. Where they put the deterrents definitely was effective. The only argument that it wasn't effective is that they went to the places where we didn't put the deterrents. So put more razor
Okay.
wire and more of the rivers.
It's
more
not
walls.
practical. It's not practical.
That seems pretty
Let
wrong.
me-
What are you talking about? Not practical.
Please. Oh my
All right.
God.
Jeb,
Come
who
on,
was that?
no.
Who was that specifically for?
That was for Ren.
Okay,
Brignol,
Ren,
yeah.
you can respond to that, and we can.
Yeah, I have a couple points. So the first thing is it just doesn't seem practical to do that, right? It doesn't seem practical to put razor wire along all of the nation's borders. That's the first thing. The second thing is I wasn't just referring to Texas policy and like under the Biden administration. It just seems like historically these kind of putting these barriers in front of certain ways doesn't stop the want of immigrants to come into the country, right? And with like political, like, you know, the way that politics works, it's not sustainable to this idea that we just put up a giant barbed wire wall. And I'm saying my ultimate
We got
point, which it
razor
doesn't even seem
wire
like
on most of the wall to border.
well,
be
it doesn't
clear.
even seem like the majority of the people actually disagree with my prescription here that it is preferable to have an easier pathway to citizenship. It seems like that does disincentivize illegal
No, they're
immigration
saying it's
more
not.
than like
It's
razor
not
wire
either
would.
or. It's not either or. You can
How
put
about we
razor wire
mount
and then have an
missiles
easier
onto the
pathway to
wall?
citizenship.
Mount missiles
Wouldn't
onto
that be
the
kind of a
wall.
waste of money though?
Mount
We
missiles
already
onto
have
the wall.
drones over the wall.
Okay,
It's not a
great.
waste
How
of
about
money.
more?
No,
Put
because
a
if
live
you give an
nuke
easier
over it.
pathway to citizenship, I'm just going to ignore it. If you're going to put a easier pathway to citizenship, you're not wasting money. That's not everyone is. You have this magical view that if we have an easier pathway to citizenship, no one's going to cross illegally anymore. We still need strict border enforcement, even if we
You would
have an
still
easier
need border
pathway to
enforcement.
citizenship.
I can.
You would
No,
still need
strict.
border
I can-
enforcement, certainly,
Strict
but
border enforcement.
I think it would be way
Daniel.
easier to just like. I think this just naturally follows. Everybody would want to go through the easier pathway to citizenship rather than going through the fucking desert in order to come
Unless
into
they
the
were
country.
You know what we should
interested,
do?
unless they were interested in the economic benefit of being able to side skirt regulations, undercut labor, or
Just
bring in drugs. Like
Immigrants
there are
themselves-
just
the
because they're not
immigrants themselves aren't
largely
gonna do that.
criminals
The
doesn't
immigrants
Here, I have a
themselves don't wanna
solution. Ready?
Undercut native wages. That's not what immigrants want to do.
Yeah,
I have a solution.
some of
Carpet
them
bomb the border.
don't.
Just
a
carpet
lot of
bomb
them
it.
don't. Some of them do, right? Just
Literally,
because we can't classify. Hold on, hold on. Just because we
I want to
can't.
undercut
I'm just.
native wages.
No, this is the thing you're doing. You're monolithing. You're saying, do you think illegal immigrants, the one group that all thinks the same? No. They're not all criminals.
It
There's
wouldn't make
still a
sense for them
lot
to
of
think that.
crime, that goes through the border.
Prove it.
A lot of people are not interested in saying, hey, here's my name, here's where I'm going to be, here's what I'm going to do, and I'm going to cross the border now. A lot of crime goes through the border still. You still need razor wire to stop human trafficking, drugs, people who want to undercut
all the
labor.
Why would you need
all the
razor
data
wire
we
for
have.
that?
Do you know what the
But not
data
only that,
says?
What do you mean?
The
So
data
they can't
says
swim
that
through the river. Are you going to build a wall in a river?
So
Are they
Rignall
human
obviously doesn't
trafficking
understand
people through
deterrence,
rivers?
but yeah,
yes,
but not only that,
that's literally what they were doing.
Okay, here's a
Is that
great
the-
deterrent.
swimming through
Ready?
it? Is that the case?
Ready? carpet bomb the border. Just carpet bomb it. Then we're good,
Yeah.
right?
What's
That's a great deterrent, isn't it? Nobody will want to go there
No.
after it's in carpet
No,
bomb.
not at all.
If
But-
we fear
yeah,
if they
this
fear a
is-
carpet
We got
bomb,
30
then that
minutes.
way
We got 30
nobody
minutes,
crosses the
guys.
border.
Yeah, this
Like,
is a
make an
stupid-
argument.
bro.
We have a half hour.
What are you talking about? This is great.
Well,
No, next to SAR bomb. How about that? We need to make sure people
No,
don't cross
you're
the border.
Just
So
inferring
let's
that we
make
would say
sure.
that that's a good idea.
Like,
We're saying
he-
no.
like-
Make an
Well,
argument.
where's the end
Alec.
point? It seems like there is none.
No.
As long as
Well,
nobody gets
Alec,
across the
wouldn't you-
border,
wouldn't you-
right?
To touch barbed
Alec,
wire. You don't
Alec.
have to go near it. It's not going to get you. It's not going to find you at your home and cut you. If you
Neither
go
will the carpet bombs. As
swim
long as it's
through
on a
the
predictable
water
path
you're
across the
not
border,
legally
you're
allowed to
good.
swim
It's on a
through,
predictable
you
path
won't
across the
get
border.
cut
Just
by
don't be
the
there.
barbed wire.
It's
not
don't
that
go near the
hard.
carpet bombs. It's the same thing. Just don't go near the area.
Well, no, Alec, not only that, when it
See?
came to the
We have a half
deterrence of the
hour.
United States,
I'm not even going to
under-
engage with this anymore.
I know
We
you
have a
won't
half
because
hour.
you know I'm right. I know you won't. All right.
Sure.
What would you like to say,
I was gonna
Jake?
tell you
The
this,
purpose of
Alec,
asking
Alec,
that
wouldn't you,
question
Alec,
is do the states get to decide whether or not the
I'm done.
enforcement is done by the federal government? You guys missed the entire point. Yes, exactly. So
Well-
why is Texas currently doing that?
Well, I'll tell you what
Because
Texas
they
is
are
doing,
allowed-
because
they're
we
the
fought
same-
two
hold on.
wars. We fought two
Because
wars. We
if
have a treaty with the
Texas
United
is-
States to
if
become a state. And
Texas-
we have this new Oasis
No,
River
Viv,
and the Rio
it's
Grande is
not
divorced. That's
about-
a big reason.
It's not about secession. It's
Now take
It's
it
not about
one-
secession. Nobody said secession. Nobody
the
said that.
state can't make the federal government do anything. The federal government can't largely make the state help with it, but the state can choose to do their own enforcement if they want to.
Yeah, that is also true. I would say,
Bingo.
look,
We
again,
fought two wars with Mexico to establish Rio Grande as
guys,
a border, but that's a whole
under
step.
Biden,
Okay.
under Biden, we had 20,000 illegal encounters at the border, guys. All right, so people are coming in. So of course,
Illegal
Biden wants to get
encounters,
rid
that's
of
not even a
wants to get rid of those razor wires.
just encounter numbers.
and that's an incentive. They,
Okay,
they don't.
so
Again, there's no
Dylan
deterrence
was
there.
raising his hand.
Under Biden,
so let's
Bro,
let
under
Dylan-
Trump, under Donald Trump, we literally had many deterrents on that. This is why now that we have under Biden 20,000 on average a day illegal immigrants. Under Donald Trump, literally in the hundreds, guys. Okay, so this is the deterrence that we're talking about here. Is that wouldn't you say razor wires, stuff like this, actually enforcing laws on the border would deter people from coming to the United States? This is why Trump is doing great on the border in general, guys. All right, it's
Can I
pretty
get a
simple
source for
math.
that 20K stat. Was that a day? Was that a year?
Apparently, the best
was a day.
deterrent is just
He
having a
had
shit
10
president.
10 million
Because
in-
that's why
in his
nobody's
entire,
coming.
4
Because it
years.
sucks
I
here.
mean, Shelby Park was 1,500 a day alone. By like, that's like a major.
I'm sorry,
issue.
it might have been it might have been 20K a month maybe, but it was somewhere
No,
around.
it was
1,000
20K a day. It was
Was it 20K a day?
Just Shelby Park was 1,500 a day, and there's other issue areas that had similar numbers. So yeah, 20K a day is well within reason, maybe
yeah.
more.
So you guys would agree that that's a good deterrent that we have Donald
Okay.
Trump that's actually enforcing the laws. Now we don't have to worry about the border. Now he's of course focusing on the interior of the United States,
It
which
also
you
could
guys
just
also
be
have a
that
problem with.
whenever immigrants see all of their constitutional
hear
rights being
Dylan.
flushed down the toilet by the Trump administration, why would they want to come here? If
Oh,
if
sounds like
if
another
ICE
great
is violating
deterrent.
people's rights.
Deterrence, yeah,
okay.
great. Okay, cool.
Dylan has
Violating
Yeah,
not
we
wanted
already
to
have
say
Constitution
anything
is-
on
is a
this.
we already
deterrence,
have
it's
like
not
40
good.
million illegals within the interior.
All right.
Violating
What
the
do you want
Constitution is
more?
a deterrence.
All
It's not good.
302,000 encounters on the southern
Okay,
border
Kazim,
in December
Kazim,
23.
we're gonna let Dylan speak because Dylan has not gotten to say anything on this. And then after this, I want to hear what critically thinking veteran wants to say too, because he hasn't had to say or hasn't got to say much either. So Dylan,
So
you
we're-
can go and start.
We seem to be mostly focusing on the border here and how to enforce deterrence. I'm not against deterrence, but I want to be careful that the goal is deterrence and it isn't just scary militarization. And what I mean by that is you can have a drone fly over in a desert where you've got nowhere to run. It's a fucking desert. And if somebody's passing that area, you can spot them, send out an agent, grab them, and that's basically it. There are many areas where you're not going to need barbed wire. And there have been instances where people have crossed rivers and then their kids get caught on barbed wire because after they cross the river, they don't know there's barbed wire. They didn't see it. So if the goal is deterrence, they have to see the barbed wire. They have to know it's there. They have to see the threat. But if the threat is somewhat hidden or obscured, if the goal is deterrence, fine. I understand deterrence, but I also think that we can probably achieve deterrence in many ways more humanely, or in when it comes to drones, just grab people. I think drones will really change the future of border enforcement. Definitely when we have one of the largest, we have a very long border. Putting a full wall across the entirety of it is just not really a possibility, and it's a lot less expensive if we want to put money towards things like training and how to handle a firearm properly, which apparently we need to do.
Yeah, listen, make the barbed wire yellow. I'm down for that, but you put it where you need to put it. It's cheap. It's easy
That's
to
what the death
replace.
balls look
It's
like, by the way.
yeah.
That's what they is that hard to see, Dylan? Just to be clear, you're pretty reasonable. Does this look like it's hard to see?
That honestly, I don't even know. That's barbed wire.
That's the death balls that they're talking about.
Yeah, the
In
idea that
Texas,
somebody's trying to swim and then they'll get caught up in that and then they might drown.
Yeah, one person died that I know of with these, but like this is the death ball. Is it hard to see?
So
I don't think the death ball is hard to see, but I wasn't commenting on the death ball.
Sure,
I would
I
also,
just wanted to throw that
I
out
was
there
talking
because-
about specifically barbed wire on where they cross the river and there's barbed wire on the other side of the river. They didn't realize there was barbed wire on the other side of the
No,
river.
I know you were fine. I was saying this is the thing that a lot of lefties, not you specifically, were complaining about were the death balls. They were like, "Oh, this is killing people."
Bright
It's bad.
orange
And I'm
is
like,
clearly designed to be as visible as possible in order to deter. At least that doesn't mean
Thank
that
you for
somebody
being
couldn't
safe.
try anyway and end up drowning, but that is obviously the purpose. Can I say one more thing quickly because I didn't get to talk much and you were all having just so much fun. I didn't want to interrupt all the joy. I understand the hesitation from Gibbs because Gibbs seemed to like somebody wants to work and make America better and help contribute. Fuck yeah. Gibbs doesn't have any problem with that. But the amnesty being a reward for the cartels, the people who are coyote, you don't like that. And I understand that. But I would say that those trafficked by cartels are also victims of cartels. And I think the better policy is probably to go after the cartels that are victimizing them in the first place. In fact, by saying we
doing
will
that.
deport if we are doing that, but we can
Yeah,
do that
so what-
and work with them. Well, number one, if we work with these people and offer them, for example, hey, you can become an American citizen. Name all the cartel people where they are, where they're hiding. We're going to go arrest them. If you want to go work at a construction company, fantastic. That contributes to America. That gets them citizenship.
Yeah, what if
and
they
that
don't have
brings
any
down
intel on that? 'Cause
And that
most of
brings
them
down
don't.
5 bad hombres. If you're trafficked by coyotes, wait, wasn't that Trump's word? Am I not allowed to say that? I don't know. Either
Yeah,
way,
I-
if they don't
I'll
have-
give you the
if
pass.
they don't- all
I
I'm
don't know. I
saying-
don't
all I'm
believe these
saying is
people that are
we
getting
can go
trafficked have
after
so
the
much intel on the cartel, Dylan. Like that's
Right,
Some
all
of
right,
them,
not even
I mean, if
smart.
you're trafficked by the cartel,
like
you have
big
to have
big
some
intel
knowledge.
to where they can tell the government to where
I
they're
just-
they're
I
located,
didn't say every
etc.
single person. I'm just saying that it makes more sense to work with trafficking victims and going after traffickers
Yeah.
than to make them both opponents of the federal government.
Yeah, or to make the states an opponent of the federal government, which is a big part of what this is and is turning into and has turned into over the last year. The reality is the Trump administration is not looking for amnesty for anyone. In fact, they've shut off a bunch of different classifications that previously existed for 20, 30, 40 years. There's no argument to be made that despite us talking about this, that the administration will ever make any step this way.
Well,
And the more that they step and the more that they push, the harder enforcement of the border, which is a separate problem from the amnesty, becomes. Now, yes, the amnesty does affect the border, and as Jeb Tan said, the influence of people coming to it. But at the same time, it is not the primary mechanism for why people are coming here. Just because it's easy doesn't mean it's easy. And when you say it's easy to do legally, it doesn't mean it's easy to go from Guatemala all the way up to America's southern border. That's a
Yeah.
huge motivation
Well,
that it takes to get there.
I agree with that. This is why we need deterrents in order for them to not make that trip in the first place. Because we do realize that when they do make those trips, I think it's like something like 2/3 of women actually get raped. Paying the cartels going over there. that
okay,
many people
okay.
Die on the way
Agree
over
that's all
there.
bad.
So
Agree that's all bad.
that's all
we don't
bad.
have
And
to-
but
yeah.
but that's
and-
what they're
and-
fleeing in the places they come from too.
Okay.
It's a cycle. It's not a lie.
How do the traps
I didn't say it was a
help
lie. I
those
agreed
women
with
not
you
get
on that.
assaulted? How do the traps help with that?
Yes. That's the big question you have to
Well,
ask yourself.
I
And-
just
and
said
when
the deterrence. Or are you asking him or me? I'm sorry.
You,
Well, I'm kind of
Jake.
expounding on what he's saying because Dylan
okay,
has
so-
the right idea. We have better tech than a bunch of buoyed fucking spikes
Okay,
out in the middle of the water.
fair enough on that. Fair enough on
Well,
that. Let me
the
let
thing
me
about
answer
the
Alex's
better-
dumb question. Let me answer Alex's
Go
dumb
on.
question. Okay, so the reason why deterrence works is because when those women realize
That's not what I
that
asked.
if
I
they
asked
get to
how do the
border-
traps help women not get assaulted? Let's make sure we're clear on the question.
He was
because
answering
when
it.
they know that there's a deterrence there, that they can't cross the Rio Grande through swimming, etc., that they could lose possibly their life, they're less likely to actually take that trip and not pay the cartel members to traffic them to the United States. Therefore, this is exactly what Trump did, where he was actually enforcing the laws.
Okay.
And now we have hundreds of encounters at the border compared to 20,000 a day under Biden. So yes, it works.
A
It's just
person
enforcing the
in the
laws. It works.
situation that
Not just
person is
enforcing the
in.
law.
You said that this person is going to. You said they're going to what? Cross the river and then what?
And
Like
they
without the
have
traps?
razor wires yeah,
Without the
it
traps.
Could be
Well,
that,
what
or
happens? They cross the river and then they you said they pay the trafficking
they get into
traffickers? Or
no. In fact, a lot of them get trafficked before even reaching the border. It's 2/3 of women.
okay. So then
Under the Biden administration, yes.
So then what's to stop these traffickers then from just sending the traffickees over and like making sure there are no traps? Like this doesn't make any sense to me. The traps don't help.
No, well, no, it's not. No,
They
it's not their
actually do
job.
this.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, this math.
We're talking about
statistically, the
deterrence,
traps
you idiot.
do help.
I don't understand how the traps
They
help.
actually
Like,
do
we're
this.
talking about
They actually,
deterrence.
hold on, to
The
answer your
cartel
question,
doesn't-
I have the direct answer for this. I'll turn it to you, Jake. I'm sorry. So what they do, I talked to a coyote a couple weeks ago.
Okay.
And this is what he told me. He goes, we Viva La Raza, we send the Venezuelans, the Guatemalans first, they get caught, and then we send our Mexican brothers afterwards. And like that's what they do. All right, sorry, Jake. I wanted
Can I
to say that
touch
'cause I
on
knew the answer.
the
I
better
answered his
tech
question.
thing?
I just wanted to
So-
answer that question. Really
So yeah,
quickly.
they send
Go ahead.
I want
decoys.
to touch
Like
on the better
it's still
tech for the border thing. Again, he's making an argument is separate to yours. He's not saying they're impossible to usurp. He's just saying it increases the cost, which might make less people want to do it. Anyway, with the better tech thing, I agree we have better tech. The issue is the better tech is really, really expensive. So if I have 100 miles of border I need to cover, right? I have a couple drones that are capable of watching, let's say 25 miles of that border in a way that can report to where we can get there in time. These are hypothetical numbers. I'm not claiming to know that that's the case. What I'm saying is if you have, instead of buying 2 more drones to cover 50% of that 100 miles, you could lay out very cheap razor wire, or you can put better, like cheaper obstructions
deterrent.
in 50
Why
miles.
not do both and
Because
do
it
it in a
then
humane way?
filters. Well, again, the razor wire is not
Well,
inhumane.
what's your-
I'm not
what's
buying
your
it.
de-
You don't
what's your
have to
definition
touch
of
it.
humane?
As long
Yeah.
as long as you can see it, I'm not buying this. It's an inhumane thing. If you can see the razor wire, it is humane. I get it. If you can't, that's bad, and they should make it yellow. That's going to be my answer. But what you do is 50% of that border is now covered by cheap things that they're just going to go around because just 25 miles, 50 miles down that way, there is no razor wire, there is no wall, so we'll walk around, and now you filter them in where you put the expensive shit that makes it easier to catch them. The deterrents work in concert with the expensive stuff to funnel people into hotter zones so that you don't have to spread investment across the entirety of the border.
All right, I just want to jump in here. We are getting close to about 5 minutes, 6.5 minutes left in this topic. I want to hear from CTV because I think he's the only one who I haven't heard from on this topic. So, CTV, you have the floor.
Well, it's
He also dominated the debate, by the way.
and the peanut gallery had to say something to begin with. Amazing. So the tech thing is like one part of it, but like the reality is that the cartel's going to keep doing what they're doing. Drones are expensive. They shoot them down with guns or RPGs or whatever it is that the cartel can get their hands on. They've now compounded and made this problem that much more expensive for us to try to solve, which is exactly why you need to have the physical barriers in place all along the border, unless, of course, right, you have a globalist agenda and you're ready to start dominating the entire world and making everybody live underneath our laws. Otherwise, we have a border. We need to go ahead and start as a nation. It's turning 250 years old this year. Start actually acting like we're not going to, keep expanding, and that we're going to be happy with this border where it's at, and we start doing the things necessary to control it in a meaningful way, not just trying to throw money at it, right, and just assume the problem's going to get better. From, all of the other points that's been said, like we're still back to the left just wants to justify slavery in a different form. So that doesn't change anything.
How does
And-
giving people amnesty justify
okay,
slavery? I don't
Yeah.
understand this. We're giving them legal protections. How does that justify any slavery?
How are they
Yeah, it's a
slaves?
stupid argument. I agree, y'all. I agree. It's a
You're
stupid
giving
argument.
them jobs. and
CTV. I
benefits.
feel like whatever you said, you would have agreed.
No, I mean,
would
like,
like-
I
Yeah,
get what
and
he's trying to say,
then
but
there's the other argument, right, where you're saying that they're not criminals whenever the first act that they did coming into the country was in fact breaking the law.
No,
From the
civil
start,
infraction.
they've been criminals whenever they've done that, right? If they
Well,
overstayed
CTV.
their visa, then they became a criminal the moment that they overstayed their visa and were not following the process.
So are you when
the
you speed. They
process
still
is
don't
there.
deport
You
you.
Well,
follow it.
every time they catch a
CTV,
check, the
I
tax
acknowledge-
evasion, the payment, it's
They
continuous
pay
crimes.
taxes.
Number one,
bro.
tax
You pay
evasion is
taxes.
one of the most American things you can do. Number
Thanks,
two,
that's true.
when it comes, I'm kidding, but when it comes to CTV's point about them, they broke the law. I understand, but we also need to think, what's the incentives for breaking the law here, right? If somebody, I'm sorry, the idea that
Free
I'm
healthcare.
so hungry, I'm gonna go take this gun and I'm gonna go
Yeah, but
loot this iPhone store, that's not a thing, right? If somebody's hungry, they can go shoplift food. That's something they can go do, right?
yeah, but Dylan,
So
they were incentivized
let
by
me- can I-
Biden
Ah,
putting it
mhm.
out there to come across.
yeah,
but I
but
didn't
through
get to
health,
finish-
through,
I didn't get-
through- yeah, through healthcare and free
Shut up,
schooling for their
Jake.
kids,
Dylan,
etc.
what are you
This is how they.
saying?
Okay, I guess I'm not going to amplify your argument, but go ahead. I'll let you get
Don't
destroyed. then.
amplify my argument because Dylan
Okay, I
was
won't, bro.
talking, and then
Go
you
for
just
it,
want
bro.
to
I
jump in
won't.
to interrupt and but blah
Go
blah
ahead,
blah.
Dylan.
I
Explain to
know
this
you
retard
think
that
you
your argument.
control the whole thing. You've been doing it the entire fucking time.
Come
but when
on,
anybody
come
else
on.
tries
I
to
guess-
talk,
Girls,
I
stop
guess you're
fighting.
pretty
Come
good
on.
at it
the way you
then.
just keep doing
Jesus
it,
loves
right?
you.
Like,
Jesus
you're
loves you.
not having a good faith conversation. You just keep running over
power
other
of the
people.
Son,
Okay,
the
bro.
God, the Father, Holy
Because
Ghost.
you have no
Yes, lad.
mic discipline.
Moderator.
That's
controlling
entirely
everything,
the
yeah.
problem. You have no mic discipline.
Moderator,
Okay.
please.
That's
I
the whole
mean,
problem, Jake.
he's right. I
And
am the
it's-
most entertaining guy on the panel.
All
That is
right,
for
You're
sure.
not
all right,
entertaining.
all
I
right.
wanna-
You guys
All
can
right,
bounce later.
That is true. That is true.
I want to throw out there. There are specific states
Okay.
where you can get benefits as an undocumented person, but the vast majority of people are not entering for those benefits. They're entering for work opportunities, which are going to vastly outpace their local opportunities in their home country with more stability, more money, and a lot of them are going to end up taking those funds and sending them back in remittances. So the motivations these people have are not the same that somebody who commits a crime like murder or theft. These are people trying to find a better life for themselves through committing the crime of illegal movement of human from one border to another, not murder, crime, rape. These are the vast majority of the people that we're dealing with. There are
the
murderers, there are
incentivation
rapists,
gets-
there are criminals. Those people I don't want in the United States unless they're in a jail cell. But when we talk about the majority of these people, they are hardworking people, and I think that we give them another opportunity if we can in the United States past a certain point. If they've been here for 2 years, I can understand saying it's 2 years. How deep can your roots really be? But a lot of these people, we're talking about 25 years. One last thing I want to talk about. This is the main thing I want to talk about before we got off of it, off on a tangent. Number one, the drones are less expensive. I'm sorry, but they cover a lot of area. I understand the idea we have in our head is of like Reaper drones. I'm not talking about Reaper drones, okay? We can get fixed wings drones, which could absolutely do reconnaissance missions at a pretty low rate. I know a guy, if the government needs to know somebody to go do this. And then you can get smaller, lower range DJI drones. We can do monitoring. And I want more of this because it is more humane generally than putting out like different, for example, I don't like the idea of people going out and pouring out the water to disincentivize people, because if they get there and they're thirsty and they're already there, then they could die. Whereas a drone can pick them up, we can put them in a contained setting, and then we can give them water. So I think this is not only less expensive, but it is also more humane. And also the coyotes could get caught in this method. The coyotes, when they see the barbed wire, they abandon the kids, they abandon the innocent people or the people being trafficked. They abandon the people then. But the drones, they can spot them before that point. Now, a lot of
No,
times,
sorry, yeah, when I
there's only
say-
so much you can do. But if you coordinate
Yeah.
that with the Mexican government, which Trump has the leverage to do, you can get some real work done against the coyotes.
Yeah. When I say expensive shit, I'm not just talking about the drones, because I know that you guys know this when you say drones, but drones obviously comes with the caveat of you need the drone, then you need the vehicles stationed and ready to go get the drone and the people in those vehicles and the place for those vehicles to fill up. Like, you can have fewer trucks to go pick people up and they don't have to drive as far if you know you can funnel people into hotter areas and focus your investment on certain parts of the border. Because obviously with the send the drones thing, there's implied infrastructure there where once the drone sees someone's got to drive out there. You got to have someone close. You got to have a truck for them to drive. And
I was specific
whole thing.
about, I said deserts when I talked about my drone. I talked about the terrain settings where drones would be most effective. In a desert,
Oh,
there's
okay.
nowhere to run, literally.
Mhm.
So it depends on the area, of course.
Sure.
Yeah, so the incentivization gets put in whenever Biden is telling them to come across. The biggest thing that has done to stop and slow down the border crossings has been Trump saying, don't come across the border, right?
I think it's
the
just
federal
Trump's
government will
presence in general here.
carry
Like
that
people don't like
if
him,
the
so they
federal
don't come
government
here.
will carry that consistent messaging, right, then we can carry this forward moving forward, right? The physical barriers still need to get put in place. The drones, that's fine. Surveillance is great. That way we can direct forces where they need to be, right? And we can operate a little bit more efficiently. But it doesn't stop the need for the physical barriers to be there.
Yeah, because
feel like
the whole
maybe
point of
we're
giving the whole point of being able to give amnesty is that it is a shutting door and you make new pipelines. Rebuilding the pipelines and decommissioning ICE are the same thing. You can't have this absentee approach to the border while also trying to offer amnesty. It doesn't work because, as Jeb
Well,
Tan
I'm not
says,
trying to
creates
offer
a
amnesty.
it
I
creates a
think that the
deep
people,
incentive. I'm trying to
We
find middle
know.
ground, my
Trust
guy.
me,
I know
we
you're
know.
right.
I feel like
Chance.
I
well,
feel like we've kind of
I
walked
think that the
past
people
like
that
the
have been here for, 20, 25 years have had more than ample opportunity over the years to interact with the very system that they say they want to be a part of, instead of just being a burden on it, to where we're all sitting here as citizens trying to have a conversation as to whether or not we're going to let these people that have been illegally occupying this land this whole time, right,
They
to
feed
be able
you.
to stay here as citizens with the same rights as the rest of us, simply because they waited us out. This is no different than squatters' rights.
They
Right?
feed
To
you.
hell
They
with that.
feed you. They feed you.
I
I
just
don't know
want
what
to
to tell
like
you.
I feel like we as a panel kind of walked past the initial proposition, which was like, should we give amnesty? I feel like we walked past that because a lot of the people here agree, even on the Republican side, which I appreciate. But like border enforcement, like what the particulars of that looks like, if it's like reconnaissance drones, if it's razor wire, if it's whatever, I feel like that kind of looks past.
This is
the
reminding me
initial of,
why
like,
I don't
what
really do
we think
debate
that an
prep very
amnesty
much, by the
program
way.
should
I
be
don't
going
need it
on.
anymore.
It seems
These
like
people are so fucking
I
stupid.
think,
kind
yeah,
of
the
walked past that. I would
conversation
like to
just
know the
migrated.
justification for that.
Yeah, my point was they're linked. You have to do both. You can't do one
Yes.
or the other. If you do
they
one
may
or the other,
be.
you end up with the same problem that he was talking about. By the way, it's 15,000 a day, not 20,000 a day.
Literally
That's
talking
being
about like
generous.
fucking deporting the people who
If
feed
you
you.
don't
numbers
want
right.
that
That's a
problem
great
of
idea,
people
man.
coalescing at the border, which is a problem, no matter which side
Mhm.
you're on this issue, you have to have proper border patrol, proper border enforcement. And you have to have those things linked up and making sense and working in the same direction, not just two separate things that exist in the same place.
Sure, I mean,
would li-
certainly. Go ahead, Gibbs.
yeah, I would like to get in here real quick, just because I'm pretty pro immigration reform. I'm pretty pro strongest border in the world. Like, right, like. However, this is the issue I have with the amnesty thing: is how do you determine who's getting the amnesty, right? And I'm going to use Trinidad Agua. Hey, big scary Venezuela, like, ooh. And Trump really fucked us when in the debate when he said talked about Aurora and their problems with Trinidad Agua. I don't give a fuck about Aurora. Who knows if that actually happened? I'll tell you what I do know, and I have the sources to prove this. Is Trinidad Agua took over a low-income apartment complex here in San Antonio, right? And long story short, they basically had it condemned because of all the shit they're doing, and like 200 to 300 people lost their homes. They had nowhere to stay, and none of these people got caught. And I think 20 people got caught, but like there was more. And some of these people were clearly never had any record. They were clearly associated with Trinidad Agua. They're like infiltrating. They're working here locally, yada yada yada. So it's like, how do you determine when some place like Venezuela? How are you going to get the records to like determine, hey, this person's fine versus this person's, I don't know, Trinidad Agua? And like this, in Trinidad Agua, I want to go on record, is very small, especially San
Okay.
Antonio. They're not actually like the cartels. Like, but how do you determine who gets
Well,
amnesty? I want to like know
there's
what
two
that
things.
looks like.
That's a great
So quick,
question.
I got
I
a
would like
hard
to
out,
know-
so I gotta head off. But thank you.
All right, love you, buddy.
It's been a good
Do
convo.
you want to do an
I appreciate
outro
the
real quick
option.
or plug anything?
Yeah.
Oh no, I
go
don't
ahead.
really have any streams. I'm just happy to argue like an autist on the internet.
Okay, cool.
All right,
Add me
take
on
care,
Discord,
man.
bro. I'd love to conversate with you.
Same.
Yeah,
later.
definitely. I'll add everyone here.
But yeah, the question would be, right, like, so you say no criminal record. I feel like that's important to kind of go back to no criminal record, right? But like, how would you, so you say they were clearly Trinidad Agua. Well, how would you substantiate that in terms of your own determination? Like, how do you know that they were
I
clearly
mean,
Trinidad Agua?
Well, what I'm saying, they're clearly Trinidad. I'm talking about specifically the ones that were caught and have been convicted, and then ones that are associated. Like they're clearly part of this in some way that are associated and just didn't have enough evidence to convict them, because we believe in evidence here in America. You know, like, but at the same time, are you also going to give these people that are rumored to be Trinidad, or like they have some evidence that can link them, that like they couldn't prove they were definitively? Like, do you give them amnesty just because you couldn't prove
Okay.
beyond a reasonable doubt?
Well, I mean,
like, what
that's
does this
the-
look like?
That would,
That
be, the, that would
all-
be the use of the 5-year probationary period, right? So if we say that say,
So
listen,
for 5
you've-
years, you're gonna let a gang inspector be here?
Okay, but it's worth
if
noting by
they're
the
not doing anything, what would the harm be, right?
it's worth noting that already happens here. You understand
Yeah,
that,
that's a
right?
problem.
Like it's just a
that's
random
a major
assortment of
issue.
people in the United States that are born and raised to do certain things that are bad, and then where do we put them? We put them in jail. Okay? We don't have to deport them, and we don't deport them because they were born here, right? So like, why don't we just do that for people who already live here? Just to put them in jail if they do something wrong. It's no
Because
different.
because it actually it's actually a really shit thing on the taxpayers, bro. The fact that we have to pay to imprisonate these individuals that are not even from this country.
Well, hold on.
Now
Didn't we
It just seems like the alternative is
Before
keeping
we
them all
move too
out.
far,
No, I'm
before we
just
move too
saying.
far,
And the
what I
federal
really would
prison
like this
program
answer
is
though.
$10 billion
I,
a year. I'm pretty
I-
sure that clears.
I'd really like this answer
didn't
though.
even hear
Just
you.
like I'd really like this answer though, because like, what does this look like? How are we gonna get this background information? Are you gonna go to Venezuela and be like, give me this person's records? Like, oh, are we gonna go to Guatemala, who like I don't think
not
even has
available,
legitimate
that
government?
lowers their score.
I
think it should
feel
be
like we
a
probably.
So what does it look like? What is the reform that y'all want? Is I guess what I'm asking. Like, what does that look like?
Score-based
They don't have an
system
answer, Gibbs.
based on your
I would
current
give an
status.
answer. Okay.
Well, hold on. No.
and
Cass, go ahead.
a score-based system, just like Canada, for example, uses, that uses your current status. So if you're here as like a border jumper, that's a 0. Goodbye, get out. If you're here as an overstay on a visa, that's pretty bad. If you're here on a DACA, you're good. Like, we need to do some background checks. You've lived here most of your life. There are different levels of the immigration process, that have been just completely demolished and removed from the system that would otherwise solve some of these problems. Things like immigration courts just
Yeah.
not serving anybody at the moment.
Yes.
That's 3.7 million right there that y'all would call illegals that really aren't, but they need their court date to be not illegal.
Cass, that's actually a pretty good point. If people are border jumpers, you would say get rid of them. Is that that's you're saying as far as visas, people? Okay, great. So you would say like 60 to 70% of illegal immigrants, you want them deported, correct?
Repeat the second part.
So you would say that I think it's 60 to 70% came through the southern border. You would say you want them to deported.
It's about 5
correct?
million. And the
No, that's
total
under
number
just
is
Joe
close
Biden
to
alone.
around
We're talking about the
25.
totality. Talking about the totality. Would you want at least 60% of them deported off the bat then, right? Under your logic.
Are you including asylum seekers in
No, I'm including the border jumpers, the illegal
Again, that's
border
about
jumpers.
5 million people, and no, I don't
you think
include
that's-
It's
is
not
that
5 million.
Gotaways?
No. It's not 5 million people. Okay, it's 60% of the illegals that are currently in this country. Currently, I'm not talking about the border or anything like that. People that, because you're talking about the ones that go in here through the border. I'm talking about the ones that are currently here. Do you want them deported? Correct? Under what you just said.
wait,
Like,
are
we
I
can
don't
agree
see
on
how
that,
your
right?
question even makes sense, man.
You stated that the border jumpers you're okay with, just like Canada. If you're a border jumper, you're here illegally, you want them deported, correct? So in the United States, we have 60% of them. That's the mass totality.
Where are you getting
Do you
that
want
number?
Them, hold on.
Yeah,
Do you
where are
want
you
them
getting that
deported?
number? Do you want
Where
my
are you getting that
citation?
number?
it's a
Because
simple
coming here through the southern border doesn't make you a border jumper, right? Like if you're saying gotaways, I think there's only like 2 million known gotaways in the United States right now.
I'm
Yeah,
just,
Mace, I'm
I'm
gonna
just,
take off.
no. Just answer my question. I'm not including.
All right,
the
real quick,
visa
we gotta
state,
let
people that
CTV
are
go.
here visa states. I'm just
baking it
Let, here,
premise. We don't agree with
CTV's
it.
about to
Where's that
leave.
number?
Actually, I'm gonna just take this. I did.
Well, you just
extend the time
refuse.
a little bit.
Kaz is refusing to
did
answer the
answer.
question.
Let
You want them
CTV do his
deported,
closing
correct?
first.
Let CTV do his
I guess
closing.
I'm not
and
getting
I
my
think
question
we can just-
answered.
We can just go into closings. I just want to say before CTV does the closing, thank you all for coming on here. I'm glad you are all a part of this. I love this debate. There are very good aspects to it. CTV, you have the floor for your closing.
You guys can find me on X at Polk County Lobo or username Critically Thinking Veteran. TikTok the same. I just want to thank God for all the many blessings that He has been bestowing on me in my life. I got to get up early in the morning to go to work. Thankful for that. And I would encourage everyone to start really paying attention to the world around you, because dinosaurs were killed in the flood. The fossil record is actually a flood record. and Jesus Christ is King. And with all that, Wolf out.
Beautiful.
All right. And as far Jake and Kaz, I would love to get you guys on a one-on-one, like a 1v1 at some point. if
God, no.
You guys would be down for that.
I'm kidding.
Yeah,
Uh,
of course, you're afraid. Yeah, of course, you're afraid. Yeah, it's fine. No, but Kaz, I would love to have a discussion at least. If you don't want to do
Yeah.
debate, I'd love to have a discussion. He can moderate it if you want.
Yeah, with Platinum Politics would love to host that. Next up for a closing statement, we'll go ahead and let Dylan speak since he hasn't spoken in a while. I will let him close it.
Man, I'm like done with like 40% of my taxes, or maybe 60%, as we were talking about earlier. 60. Okay. So look,
Dylan, can I hire you to do my taxes, bro? Hopefully, you get me more money. Just come on,
Sure,
just
I'll
do it
your
for me, bro.
tax-
Do my
Yeah,
taxes.
I'll do your taxes. I mean, I'll put all my tax fraud through you, but I mean, I'll do my taxes. I'll do your
Let's
taxes.
do it, bro. Let's do it.
Okay, so I'll try to keep it short and sweet because I know everybody wants to enjoy the rest of their Sundays. First, I agree generally with the idea of a point system. Like if we were to determine who would stay in an asylum case, I think that you would have to figure out, number one, length of stay is something that can help you, but it's not an end all be all. Because for example, if you have a long length of stay, but you have also a long criminal history, then obviously that's something that would immediately disqualify you from being in the country. So here's a few examples of something that could help you in a prospective point system to show that this is something that, not only have other countries done, but I think this is something that maybe be able to work so we can determine where this point of change could happen, where you lock down the border, and place down the immigration judges, and have this point of consensus between Americans. Number one, speaking English. If you can speak the language, that should be something that helps you, because that means you can assimilate to your community, you can listen to your neighbors, you can go to church in English. So that means you can go meet people and learn all sorts of, American shit, so to speak. Number two, I think obviously, like we said, crime. If you haven't had any criminal history in 25 years and you're staying in the country, then that's something that could help your case. The fact that you've been here and all you did illegally was enter the country or visa overstay, something like that, I think that's something that helps you. If you've been able to show gainful employment for a very long time, say you've been working at a sheet metal factory, a car factory, something like that for 20 years, and you've been able to do that, I think that could also show an ability to integrate with society, be a benefit. Also, we were talking about screwing the taxpayers. Doing this strategy where we're focusing on those who contribute the most, who are not criminals, and want to be hardworking, that's how you reward taxpayers. That's how you refinance Social Security for another generation. Whereas if you cut out a huge section of the tax base, I think that's something that is letting go of a potential asset for reasons that I think are too stringent. So that's basically my point. I think that we should have a point system. And then we should, after that point system is implemented, essentially a strong border.
All right. And would you also like to plug any of your things that you do?
Yeah, you can find me at Jake Var. I do conservative right-leaning content on the internet. Wreck libs, destroy libcucks every day.
Love it.
Every
love
day.
it.
You can I write defense articles for Offbeat Research, and I film war documentaries. I was on the front line for a year in Pokrovsk, on the front line filming that fighting, and I'm going to be back on the front line in a month at the hottest points, releasing documentaries about that. So if anyone wants to check that out, I'd appreciate it. I don't risk getting blown up for no reason.
And they're really good, by the way. They're good shit. You should definitely check them out.
Yeah.
Yes.
Very good shit.
And I also just want to throw this out here. Someone in our chat on YouTube said that you have really nice hair, Dylan. So
I was actually gonna say it looks like Dylan woke up on the wrong side of the bed, man. It's very frizzed out, man.
I have big poofy hair. I got big hair.
The moderator has really
Dang.
good hair right now. Like he looks like that was nice hair. That's nice hair right there. Sorry, Dylan. Like yours is kind of wild. You look like a lion.
Dang, I
Like, you have a-
disagree. I think Dylan's hair is
What
great.
did you say
That-
that? Did you
that's the-
say my
I was
hair
about to
is
say,
like
I'm
a
number
lion
2
as
at
a
least.
negative? You look like
Yes.
a lion as
What?
a negative?
Yes, because on a human being that looks retarded. That's why.
I think it looks
Let's
good.
make it
I
happen.
like me. I'll be
Lions
the,
are
I'll be
cool.
the, I'll,
Lions
I'll,
are cool.
I'll be the Maryland lion. I'll accept that.
Fair
title.
enough. Lions are cool, but yeah, it doesn't look good in humans, bro. The main.
We all know that Alec has the best hair.
True.
Next up,
Yeah, he looks like Tim Pool.
Jake. Yeah.
Tim Pool right there. Tim Pool. Alec Pool.
Indeed. Oh,
Okay,
here,
sorry.
hold on.
hot tub.
Yeah, I'll shoot out my closing statement. Yeah, I didn't get too involved in this type of exchange here because I did feel like I did kind of, was fighting with everybody in the last segment prior before, and it's all good. It's all good. But I did want Admiral Gibbs and Jeb, I believe that's who he was. They did a very good job kind of dealing with the liberals on the panel. All good. But I will tell you this, very happy to meet everybody on the panel, man. You can find me at Jake Var, Project VOPod on YouTube and Rumble. And of course, you can type in my name, Jake Var, on Twitter and Instagram, etc. And you'll find me there. But yeah, don't have too much to say on that. I was kind of just enjoying and shooting it out, man. That being said, God bless.
Awesome. We'll go Alec, Kazim, Gibbs, and then Renyald. I think that's a good
Okay.
rotation. So
Sweet.
Alec, you have the floor.
Yeah, so I understand, some people find my positions on these things radical, and I understand. That's fine. All I'm trying to do, I'm not expecting everything that I want in the world to happen overnight. I don't want to, abolish borders tomorrow, okay? That's not my goal. I understand that there's a lot that would throw us into chaos, okay? I get that. What I do want is that eventuality. So, in the meantime, right, I'm willing to compromise. I'm willing to discuss these things and work toward the goal that I have in mind, the overall goal of just making land a thing that people can traverse freely, okay, for the most part. Obviously, there are some exceptions, notable ones including houses. You can't just walk up into somebody's house, of course. But for the most part, land should just be something that you are free to travel on. And that's all I'm trying to work toward. So as it pertains to the particular topic that we were discussing just a minute ago, I just think that amnesty is a no-brainer. Because, like I said, again, the overwhelming majority of these people are simply here to work and to contribute to our society. And they are doing so whether they're documented or not. Whether they are documented or not. And when they're undocumented, it doesn't make any sense. Why not treat these people well? They're fucking feeding us. It doesn't make any sense to me at all why you would want to get rid of them. So that's why I believe in blanket amnesty. And I just don't buy this, frankly, bullshit that we're worried about traffickers, because Donald Trump doesn't seem very concerned about traffickers. I'm just saying. So I don't buy it. And, until I start seeing real results that I can sink my teeth into from ICE, I just think it should go. I don't think that it's done anything good for us. Like I said, fuck ICE, blanket amnesty. My name is Alec Gunter. You can find me at youtube.com/AlecGunterTTV. I'm also at twitch.tv/AlecGunter and AlecGunter.com. I also do crochet stuff, so I don't have it next to me. But you can find my store in my YouTube description. All my links are there. I won't sit here listing them all. Discord's great. You should join that. And I also am partnered with Platinum Politics. So if you would like to debate me, make sure to join the Platinum Politics Discord server. And you can set up a debate with me there, or just debate people in general. People are debating all the time in here. It's very fun. It is 18 plus now. So please understand, that's just the safest way to do it. So anyway, that's all for me.
Yeah,
and also thank you everyone very much for coming tonight, by the way. Thank you.
For sure. By the way, you Alec, you forgot. You can also find you at Tim Pool IRL as well. You forgot that one, bro. You forgot that they can find you at Tim Pool IRL.
That's true.
Well.
Tim Pool IRL. You can find me there.
He's much more small
I'll
than
be.
Tim Pool.
I'll look a little smaller and a little paler, but you can find me there.
Yeah, that is true. You can find him there as well. Just wanted to remind you. That's all.
All right, Kazim, you have the floor.
Yeah, immigration is commonly made into a problem that it isn't. It's an enforcement issue. You do have to have an enforcement arm. The way the enforcement arm should work is a specific way. It shouldn't just be an arbitration by the president of his own effectively private army. They are geared out to the teeth, and that's not how you fix a problem of too many people in my country. There's nobody shooting at them for them to need that. And that speaks to the average immigrant just not being a criminal in general, and the criminalization of people by default because of a few bad dudes is not really acceptable in this country, and our framework does not allow it. So beyond the rights violations, beyond the presidential overreach, you always end up with this executive issue of you either solve the problem or you let it fester and turn it into a political issue. And I don't see us seeing anything else from Trump. I don't see these amnesty things happening, but I'd love to. The point system, it works if we do it, and based on how we do it, we can make that very egalitarian and very American.
All right, Admiral Gibbs, you have the floor.
Yeah, I mean, this panel has been about what I expected it to be. I gotta say, we need a secure border. I don't know if we definitely need reform. That's for sure. We need a secure border south. We need a secure border north. We need to know who's coming in. We need get this fixed, right? Secondly, as for the immigration policy, amnesties, what was the thing? Point system. I've heard invitation system. I've heard vouchers. I don't know what the solution is, but something's got to fucking change. It's not working currently. I'm very avid that we want to get people here that want to work. You know, a lot of these problems that people talk about on the right are like, oh, they don't assimilate. You know who does assimilate? Hispanic Catholics that want to fucking work. They do want to work. They want to assimilate. The cartel is their problem. Issue, right? The Somali shit, that's a whole different thing. I don't really care about that. That doesn't affect me. I vote local. Also, I think me and Jake are the only Hispanics here currently, and I'm the only one that speaks Spanish. So I'm going to declare myself king of Hispanics today, and I'm going to vouch for my Latino brothers and sisters. Listen, most of them are good people. There's some bad apples, there's some bad hombres, but they just want to work. But we can't reward bad behavior like illegal crossings, and we got to do something. I think we need to have more conversations about this in good faith. Someone mentioned the Obama thing. I'm going to go with my very first quote ever on a panel. Let's just start drone striking these fuckers, and that'll solve the problem, right? And that's all I got. If you like what I'm saying, find me as Admiral Gibbs. I'll be doing a show Monday, and I think we'll do something Thursday. Don't we do it Thursday? The Iran thing, I guess. I don't know. We have shows every day at 7 or 7:30 on my channel, so check it out. It's fun stuff. Thank you for having me. Fun times.
All right, Reynold, you have the floor.
Yeah, I feel like there wasn't actually too much engagement on whether or not amnesty was a good thing. It feels like it was just kind of conceded right out the gate. There wasn't just, I mean, like, there's different arguments that we can have about the particulars of like, oh, do we have harsh enforcement after? What do we do to disincentivize illegal immigration? But like at the end of the day, it didn't even seem like anybody was like principally in opposition to amnesty beyond it not being perfect. But again, as I said in my opening statement, I feel like it needs to be kind of looked at as like a cost benefit thing. It seems like amnesty is infinitely more preferable to any of these mass deportation things. If we want to pearl clutch about violations of the law or it hurting the economy or treating people inhumanely, I feel like these kind of ICE raids, violating people's constitutional rights, which is almost necessarily going to happen in these types of mass raids like this, are just not preferable. And I don't see any world where it is preferable. But with that being said, I'm Reynold. I'm a liberal. If you like what I like to say, find me at RINYALD.
All right, I'll say it once again. I can't thank you guys all enough for coming. Alec, I can't thank you enough for setting this up. This was a great time. I think it was a pretty solid debate. It was hard to find any common ground, but as most panel discussions are, I welcome all of you to come back if you would like to debate one-on-one with somebody, or we have something that we call the Platinum Gauntlet. Alec has done that, where like you could come up on stage and you just debate anybody that wants to come up. But yeah, thank you all for coming.
One last
Message?
attempt
Thank you for
at
having me.
reconciliation on the masks. What if they only wear masks? Nothing else.
Well, then they're gonna
Then,
notice
then,
them
then I would say that violates the Constitution. Then I would say that violates the Constitution.
That sounds like something I might be
nobody
into.
needs
Oh,
to see
baby.
that.
Oh,
That
baby.
definitely
Now we're
violates the
talking my language.
Constitution.
Very good note
Burns,
to
I
end
agree.
on. Thank you,
It's
Dylan.
going to violate your Constitution.
All right, thanks,
All right,
guys.
Thanks, guys.
Hi. Well, yeah.
Jinx.
Appreciate everybody. Nice to meet who I
Yeah.
met.
Yeah, have a great night.
Bye bye, everybody.
Jake.
All right. Well, that was interesting. I'm open to hearing about what you guys think, but not right now because I am tired and I have work in the morning, so I need to go. Yeah. I don't imagine that Dylan will keep going, but let's see who else is live real quick. Ooh, I need to watch the new Death Battle. I need to watch the new Death Battle. We'll do that. We'll do that. I'll do that after this. Not we. You guys don't get to watch it with me. Sorry. Who in the heck is live? Who's live on Twitch? Nobody's live on YouTube besides Dylan Burns, and I'm pretty sure he's ending. We will raid Daharumba. Daharumba it is. If you're on the YouTube channel, you'll have to go over to the site or to the Twitch channel so that you can see Daharumba. Do it on this. Okay, thank you guys very much all for coming. I appreciate you all sticking around. It was very fun. I had a fun time. I do mean it when I say, like, I do appreciate their time. I listen, I don't like them as I truly do not like some of these people as people. Like I just don't like them. And that remains true. But you know, I do have to thank them for their time. You know, they didn't have to be here, and it was nice of them to do it. So, if you're watching this and you're one of those people, thank you again for coming on. Appreciate you. All right, y'all take care. Have a great night. I will talk to y'all later.
Wealth, fame, power. As long as Wyoming has 0 people, we can take endless immigrants.
That's pretty true. Thank you very much for another 5-tier 1 gifted sub, Saga Tanuki. You've been a champ tonight. I tried to turn off the alerts, but alas, you made it through. It's okay. All right. Take care, everybody.